Eric Harper looking for the two-man game with Patrick Ewing. Good spacing. Harper buries the three.
He really is finding his little niche right now with his team. When he came over here, he struggled when to take the shot, when not to, when to make the pass. His three-point shooting now up to about 37%. So starting to shoot the ball like he did in Dallas.
Kevin Edwards drives inside, misses. New York on a 7-0 run. The Knicks with a 9-6 lead. Hubert Davis trying to get into the paint. Hubert Davis. It's 11-6.
When you can shoot the ball, it makes you a half step quicker going to the basket because people have to run at you. Hubert Davis now with 2 driving layups.
Derek Coleman. Incredible athletic move into the lay-in. Derek Coleman.
Dribbles or by being able to finish. Now you're going to hear the crowd really get into it as Starks makes his appearance with Charles Smith.
Nice dish inside. Benoit Benjamin puts it down. The pass came from Chris Morris. It's 11-10. Knicks by 1.
He uses quickness.
8 seconds on the shot clock. Wanted to make the pass. Chris Morris turned around. Now 4 seconds. Coleman's going to have to take the shot. 1 second. That will count. Rebound Oakley.
That's one of those, the guy throws you that ball and you got to beat the shot clock, and after the game you want to hit him in the head, say, hey, thanks for that good shot you got me.
Thanks for affecting my shooting percentage.
Thanks for having me 0 for 2 now.
Good pass inside. Ewing to Charles Oakley. 13-10. New York Knicks has entered the ball game for the New Jersey Nets. He wears 55. 4th year out of St. John's. Jason Williams came to the Knicks from Philadelphia for some draft choices, and you hear the crowd because John Starks has come back for the Knicks. They're on their feet applauding the New York Knicks spark plug guard, John Starks, his first appearance after tearing up his left knee. He says he feels fine, had a good day, a good 3 days at the training camp with the Knicks team. Charles Smith has to take that shot right off the bench. He did take it, a 15-footer. Didn't want it.
This guy's got to give them 17 points a night in the playoff if they want to win the championship. He's a guy that can do that. He's shooting the ball well now, and he's back from his knee, and he's playing very, very well.
Morris misses from the corner. Jason Williams can't control it. Charles Smith to John Starks. New York has hit 4 of their last 5 shots. They missed 8. Chris Morris couldn't handle the pass. Starks runs it down. They want him to shoot it.
Yes, they do. They say, we want to see what this jump shot looks like.
Starks on the drive. Turnaround jumper. Yes! Listen to the crowd. The Knicks with their biggest lead, 17-11. Knicks trail 6-2. Derek Coleman is fouled as he spins over to the side, and here's John Starks' first basket back.
Makes a nice, powerful move, spins back baseline, hits the fadeaway jump shot, and this has to feel very good for John Starks.
Look at Jason Williams. Spins into the lane, misses the jumper. Starks runs it down. He does look like he has explosiveness in those legs, which is his game.
Should get the last shot here. There's about 1 second differential.
Mason pounds it inside. Anthony Mason.
A lot of guys are making the return tonight. Mason's been out on a 3-game suspension. Starks, so a very emotional lift now by New York's bench, and this is where Jersey's bench has to be able to stand tall.
There's Anderson with the dribble penetration. Greg Anthony punched it away. He gets the pass out of bounds. The ball will belong to the New Jersey Nets.
Everything they want to do offensively.
Derek Coleman from 18 feet, nothing but net. Derek Coleman has 8 of the Nets' 15. Charlotte. Derek Coleman, baseline jumper. He is unstoppable when he's untracked.
Well, he's important because they're going to go to him. He's going to take 25 field goal attempts tonight, and then he's going to get to the line, so you've got to be able to make free throws.
Knicks by 3. If you're dialing in and you look at the score and see 20-17, this is the second quarter. Knicks ball, Ed Middleton with the call. Timeout on the floor. 3.55 to go in the second quarter. There's Mark Messier as the hockey players. Well, hockey's still a big topic in the paper here today, too. And Tom Brokaw, who's
I thought that was Gary Bender here
dead ringer for Gary.
On a busman's holiday.
You know, Bender, he's a basketball junkie. But no, that is Tom Brokaw. And by the way, I've got to, while we look at all the celebrities, the rich and the famous, at the conclusion of tonight's game, we'll select the Budweiser player of the game, and Budweiser will donate $1,000 in his behalf to the United Negro.
Use clock, and there's not going to be a lot of fast breaks or easy opportunities.
Patrick Ewing backs away from Benjamin, who loses the ball. The Knicks get a turnover. New Jersey's 7th. New York has committed 6. Charles Smith, whirling dervish.
He's playing well. He's playing well. He's in a rhythm. The last 3 games assist and has 2 turnovers.
Derek Coleman will be called for traveling. He caught his own loose ball. He's going to say it was touched by the Knicks. Wait a minute.
Now, you know
Foul
what?
called. Kenny Anderson. Offensive foul. William drives the base. Coleman.
There's a walk.
Travel. Anthony Mason in defensive position. But between these 2 Eastern Conference teams, Anthony with the good drive dishing to Ewing, who has that baseline jumper. And Patrick Ewing.
See, that's the shot that New Jersey wants to take away from him, that catch and shoot, rolling out off the screen roller, spotting up. So Benjamin has got to be very careful not to leave him. He tried to come over on the penetration and help, and he left him alone, and he was able to bury it.
Ewing has 7. Edwards from long range. Davis contended that. Edwards goes right back with it off to the left hand. It'll rattle home. Kevin Edwards, what a great pickup it was for Edwards, who came from Miami as a free agent. He has 7 points. He literally was brought from the dead. He didn't even start for Miami.
Yeah, and he played very well. He had averaged 13 points a game against New York. You say 13 points. That was the 3rd leading scorer for New Jersey in this series.
Charles Smith.
See, this guy,
neck, but he is all right. They didn't give him any kind of treatment. Really just checked him over. Derek Coleman hits the 3, and the Nets have taken the lead for the first time since they led 6-4. Coleman. Tony Campbell for Derek Harper from Dallas. Ewing with the 18-foot jumper on the wing. Patrick has 9 points. And the Knicks regain the lead. 29. Coleman a long way from the hoop.
wow.
Buries his second 3 of this ball game and ties it at 31. Bonner, good kick out to Hubert Davis. Bonner back inside off the Davis miss. Knicks by 2 points, 1 minute to go, first half.
Boy, Chuck Daly furious at Armin Gilliam. He said, run the floor, get back defensively. Gave up a second shot off a missed 3, and Chuck let him know, you're going to be out there, you better run the floor.
He's battling with Oakley down on the block now. Edwards looking for Gilliam. There's the turnover. Outstanding defense by Hubert Davis.
Bad angle to try to make that entry pass.
Derek Harper. Pull-up jumper. Carries it on the fadeaway. Derek Harper.
How about the shaved heads on some of these New York guys? A sign of team unity. Patrick Ewing said, don't count on me doing that. I'm part of this team, but I like my flat top.
20 seconds to go in the half. Edwards with 10 on the shot clock. That's a 2.
See what penetration does, though. When Kenny Anderson gets turnovers, he only had 2 points. So, as Isaiah said in the studio, Derek Harper did a wonderful job defensively, and they contained him very nicely on the screen on here, who know each other so well. It doesn't become so much emotion as execution and taking care of things that you have to do around the basket.
Excellent defensive. Once again, interior defense from the Knicks as P.J. Brown has it rejected on the spin move inside. The Knicks open this half, leading it by 2, 35-33. Derek Harper from 18.
He's shooting at very rebounds. He had 4 points, and I has 6. He blocked a shot. Did a nice job. There's Harper again turning the corner on the screen roll. So now they've recognized, they've made an adjustment. Kenny Anderson is going under the screen, and now they're burying him and rolling out, and now Harper's looking to turn the corner or to step back and shoot the jump shot. We'll see if New Jersey adjusts to that.
Knicks by 4. Harper has 10 points. P.J. Brown, played Europe last year, has been struggling a bit. Kenny Anderson hits the 3, and Kenny now with 5 points. He had only 2 in the first half. Back down court, and the Knicks start their offense with 7 on the shot clock, but the Nets relax, and Harper takes the drive right down Broadway.
You know, sometimes when a guy is a great offensive player, you attack him by making him play defense. So Harper's come out and hit 6 quick points here, running Kenny Anderson off screen roll 3 straight times.
Harper with 12, 5 of 7. Here's Benjamin once again, blocked by Ewing, controlled by Oakley. Baseball pass, Bonner, Coleman's there. Bonner with a lay-in. 43-38, Knicks by 5. 9:31 to go in the third quarter. Of course, a sellout at Madison Square Garden. All 5 of these games, should it go to 5, are sold out, both here and in New Jersey. Anderson to Edwards. Ewing with a big rebound. First, a loose ball foul. It's on P.J. Brown. He picked up 2 quick ones, and now we're televising of the NBA playoffs. We'll have Portland, Houston. Knicks had the numbers there. 3-on-2. Davis, nice move. Spotted up, then went to the left-hand dribble and hit the pull-up from about 12.
Now we've seen him shoot the jumper. We've seen him take it all the way to the basket with a left hand. We've seen him fake it, pull up, and take the medium-range jumper. Starting to learn to help.
Anderson back to Edwards. Quickness. Turnaround jumper by Kevin Edwards.
See, I still think with this team that's on.
It's 2-on-1. Anderson, dish, Edwards. Oh, Anderson
Answers the bell. He plays hard every night. That's what I love about Patrick Ewing. Shot won't always go in for him, but you know you're going to get effort every time he laces up the sneakers.
Derek Harper comes away with a loose ball. Look at that pass. It was a clean block. Charles Oakley with an incredible effort underneath. He's rewarded with the basket and the free throws, and this knowledgeable New York crowd really appreciates the Oak.
Looked at Oakley's numbers. Last year he played 2,230 minutes, which is on the average of 27 minutes per game. This year at 2,900 minutes, which is 36 minutes per ball game. His scoring up to 11.8, his rebounds up to 11.8, and he really has had a great year for this New York team.
Knicks by 8 points. Nice pass inside. That was Chris Morris giving it to Derek Cole.
Uh-oh, Patrick Hanlon, look at this. Look at this.
Moves. Oh, the crowd wanted that one. 2-on-1, Nets. Once again, Anderson and Edwards, a hard foul from Derek Harper.
Now, Patrick Ewing, I think he got a little excited here, Patrick. He did everything right, but the finish was a little bit...
Out of 6'6" is small. Oakley, what a job. Look at the bullet pass to Davis, weaving his way into the traffic. Hubert Davis having a whale of a ball game tonight. He has 8.
See, he grew up in the playoffs last year. If you remember, he made a critical couple baskets against Indiana in the first round and then Charlotte in the second round. He has calmed down this year. You can see his game growing. He's got a lot of confidence.
Derek Coleman from 16 feet. No, look at the follow. Chris Morris, outstanding athlete.
See, he'll do that, and now you want him to follow it up with something else. You say, Chris, stop teasing me. Do this.
8 rebounds and 3 assists for the Oak tonight as Derek Coleman with a challenging jam attempt. And Ewing and Coleman. Morris steps in, and now they're going to have to jump in the middle. That's one of the good reasons for having the veteran crew here tonight of officials.
That's going to be a taunting technical foul, I guarantee you.
Yes,
and it's probably going to be on Coleman. Remember, we did a conference call the other day. Get the taunting, get the first one, and Coleman taunted him.
Talking about a conference call as we were getting ready for the NBA playoffs with the NBA league officials, and Rod Thorne talked about that. That's one of the orders to the officials this year.
Now watch Coleman. He's going to look at Patrick Ewing, and he's going to say something to him. Then he's going to bump him a little bit right there. And he's talking. That's what they've got to cut out, because this is what it creates now. You get that little extra effort.
Kenny Anderson's pull-up jumper from about 12 feet.
You got to space the floor, penetrate. Long rebound should be a layup for someone.
Nets with the numbers. Armand Gilliam and the foul.
See what happens.
Atlanta last night along with Drew Barry. That was the play by Armand Gilliam.
See, he can give them points. This guy can score. And Chuck Daly said, you know what? He's been very good for us this year. He's played well, and he's come off the bench and done a wonderful job tonight, giving them a big lift. And now that bench scoring starting to close a little bit.
Davis into Patrick Ewing. The double team. Patrick puts it up anyway, draws it.
See, Jason Williams doing a good job against Ewing.
Hubert Davis saw the space, backed up, hit the 3. Hubert has 11.
See, when you're going to make a commitment to take your post player out of the game, and Chuck Daly is always going to try to take the other superstar out of the game, then you've got to make shots. And Harper and Davis have done that in the third quarter.
Knicks by 3.
That's my guy right there. I'm telling you.
It's
watch
tied.
out. Watch out.
Chris Morris, the Doug Collins X factor.
He's a loose cannon. I'm telling you, he's a guy that can hit 4 threes in a row and then might disappear for a couple days. So
Loose cannon works after that big cannon shot three-pointer. Harper pitches out to Hubert Davis. Back to Harper. 10 on the shot clock. Oakley saw the opening, hard to the hoop for Charles. He has 7 points and has made major contributions in this ball game tonight. That goes with 8 rebounds and some excellent passes and hustle plays that won't go on the stat sheet. Well, it goes on Pat Riley's stat sheet. Look at that hustle play.
There you go, and he called timeout too.
Charles Oakley performing on cue.
Well, yeah, Hubert Davis, you talk about him, he hits it
into the game. He probably will be later. However, Johnny Newman did check in, and that's 14 for Harper.
They're really attacking Kenny Anderson. Harper has come out. I think that's 4 field goals now in this quarter for him, so 8 points. So he's really looking to make Anderson play both ends of the floor.
Knicks by 4. Here's Johnny Newman. Screen and roll. 5 on the shot clock. Look at Chris Morris! Get out! End of 3. 63-61. Knicks over the Nets by 2. Derek Harper, 14.6 low. Gilliam's pull-up jumper from 16 feet.
If you make that shot at UNLV, he would step out on the floor.
Gilliam inside. It rattles in. And Chris Morris with a very intelligent no touch.
And he looked at him and he said, I'm glad I pulled back because that would have been offensive goaltending. So now the 2-point lead by New Jersey.
11 points.
Pat Riley's going to have to get Patrick Ewing back in the game along with John Starks. Remember, Starks played 6 minutes in the first half. We'll have to see how he comes back after sitting for a long while.
11 points for Armand Gilliam as Mason gets it down inside. There's Charles Smith, who is fouled by Chris to Anderson from long range. That would have been a 3. Loose ball foul. It's going to be on Johnny Newman as he was holding Starks. That's 2 on Newman.
Unbelievable.
Boy, that's some tough play. Anthony Mason and Armand Gilliam, and that technical is called on
Mason.
Mason.
See, watch after the play. Right there, he slaps him on the back of the head.
Anderson hits the free throw, and it is a 2-point Nets lead.
I've been won twice in here during the regular season.
Kenny Anderson's pull-up jumper rattles around and out and in.
See, he's heated up now. He had, 2 points in the first half. He was 0 for 5. So now he has 10 points, and he has 8 points in the second half.
Biggest Nets lead of 4. Starks on the drive, hit the floor. Nets ball, Anderson running. He's fouled in the backcourt by Greg Anthony.
See, John Starks now wants to say something to the finish here. He starts to get up, he stumbles, and then his reaction is he wants to say something to the official. And now he's got to maintain his composure. It's the playoffs. They can't have any more technical fouls.
4-point Nets lead. They have the ball. Knicks have not scored a field goal this quarter. 8:32 to go in the game. Derek Coleman has it stripped. Greg Anthony running the show from the point.
See if they can get something to Ewing inside. He's only got 4 field goals here tonight.
He spins inside of Coleman. Coleman fouls and counts the basket. Not a bad idea with Coleman coming in out of the locker room. He got a little bit cold, obviously, getting in there. Has his lip stitched up, and I don't care how tough you are, that's distracting. So go to him down. You see the swelling in the upper lip of Derek Coleman right here. And Patrick Ewing made him pay. He has 16 points.
Well, now if you're Chuck Daly, you say, okay, what do I do here? I've got my offense on the floor. I've got Gilliam, who's playing well. I've got Derek Coleman. I have Chris Morris, Newman. Maybe I come in with Kevin Edwards for Newman. I've got Kenny Anderson. But what do I do about a big guy? If I come in with Benoit Benjamin, I lose offense, I gain defense. So right now he's going to have to think about what he wants to do with his front line against Ewing to finish this game.
To shoot for the Nets from the corner. Over the top, it'll be Knicks ball, trailing by 1. 7:59 to go. This series just starts here tonight. Game 2 Sunday here at Madison Square Garden. Game 3 Wednesday over in the Meadowlands. 4 and 5, they very well may be necessary. Charles Smith, the Knicks regain the lead.
When I talked to the Nets assistant coach, Brendan Surd, before the game, he said Chris Morris has a very difficult time with Charles Smith. Well, that's what happens. He just overpowers him in the low post. So Chuck Daly and his brain trust now got to think about front line defense. They're going to Smith. They're going to Ewing. Does he have to come back with a bigger lineup?
Ewing with the miss. That was a 4-point possession.
You know, Bob, I think you made an excellent point. Derek Coleman goes in, he cools off, he comes back out, and it's tough to get back into the game now. Ewing has scored 5 straight points against him.
Offensive foul on Johnny Newman. Starks is down. Is he okay?
I think he got a cramp.
Yeah, he's holding his back, not his knee.
It looked like he went into a spasm. When he was laying there, it looked like he went into a muscle spasm.
Yeah, he's going to have to go out. Hubert Davis is going to come back in. Not his knee, got cramps in the back. Starks does not want to leave. Riley said, you're out of here. There you go.
When he hits the floor, watch this, he grabs himself like he's got a cramp. Look at that. I think when he hit the floor, his muscle went into spasm in his back.
Wow, what a ball game. 71-68 Knicks, 7:21 to go in the ball game. They got a jump ball call on that. Charles Smith is flirting with a technical, and there goes Starks into the locker room now. I'll remind you, in case you didn't hear us clearly, that was not his knee, but he grabbed his lower back as though he had a muscle cramp.
You know what happens, though, Bob, and I've been there before. When you have an injury and you're not completely 100%, you don't fall right, you don't land right, your whole body's out of whack. And I think that's what happened with Starks. He's fallen like that probably 1,000 times this year. But when you're a little bit injured, it's an unnatural landing.
Looking for Ewing, double team, open man, Greg Anthony, 4-3. Knicks on a 10-0 run since Derek Coleman came out of the locker room, and they're going crazy in the Garden. Knicks led it by 2 at the half, 35-33. Started this fourth quarter 0 for 6, have hit 4 of their last 5, and basically it was this way. Coleman in the locker room with a broken lip. They stitch him up. The Nets come back and outscore New York 14-10 and take the lead. Derek comes on the floor. New York, with their bigger lineup, goes inside on a 10-0 run and now leads the game 74-68.
Well, what's happened now, Chuck Daly's got to go big. He's coming back with his power lineup. Gilliam and Benjamin come into the game. So Gilliam, now you're small forward. You've got Coleman at your power forward. So you look at these 3 front lines, Smith, Ewing, and Mason against Coleman, Gilliam, and Benjamin.
Looking for Mason. He's locked in an arm wrestling, or looking for Coleman, locked in with Mason down there. 10 to shoot. Coleman. Double team, triple team. Anderson. Rebound, Ewing.
Great interior defense that time, though. Forcing the double team. Coleman kicks it out. That would have been a big field goal had Anderson made that coming out of the timeout. Got to score points for them to be successful.
Down to Ewing. 8 to shoot. 7. He's going to lean in and score anyway and draw the foul. Patrick Ewing.
See, he just puts so much pressure on your defense. Again, he's taken 23 shots, but you've got to run 2 guys at him. And when you do, you create opportunities for other players. And Patrick is relentless. Look, the up fake, Jason Williams bites on it, and then Patrick with the up and up.
New York with tremendous depth, and it really shows in the last 4 minutes. To shoot. Anthony went down hard. Offensive foul. And it's called on Derek Coleman. He floored Greg Anthony.
You know, as we look back.
Dolan back into Charles Smith. Trying to work on Armand Gilliam, who's forced him way away from the basket. 7 seconds. Smith with the drive. The reverse. Charles Smith.
Back and gets his elbow up on Gilliam. They go at each other.
In Atlanta. Knicks 81-73. Gilliam attempted the slam. He missed it off of the nets. It'll be Knicks ball. And if the Knicks get a double-digit lead here, they can start celebrating.
Well, here goes Gilliam in, and Ewing comes over and gets a piece.
Here's that full court pressure again.
If you got a layup, take it.
Charles Smith tried the jam foul on the Knicks. You know,
the series in Game 6 at Chicago.
Charles Smith now has 14 points tonight. Back to Smith again. Doug, he now has 16, and you said for the Knicks to be successful in the playoffs that Charles Smith would have to contribute 17.
That's my number for him. I think he's got to give you 17 tonight.
How did you come up with 17?
Don't ask.
You just knew, right? Knicks now by 9.
Derek Coleman has never gotten back into sync. He really has not gotten points on 22 shots, so he's done a good job, but he's got 13 free throw attempts, and he's blocked a couple shots around the basket, but he's the focal point of their offense. He's going to get 25 shots tonight.
He wisely stayed away from that as it rattled home. 17 points for Charles Smith. I don't know how you do that. And the Knicks have what Chuck Daly calls that ocean-like lead. He says it's as wide as the Pacific Ocean when the Knicks get double digits inside the final few minutes, and we're inside the final minute. And Chuck Daly knows, as does everybody else here, that that's it. Charles Smith came off the bench tonight and really delivered. The Knicks always struggle to find points. They don't. The toughest first-round matchup in the East. That was before the playoffs started.
Three-point shot by Greg Anthony. I want to tell you, he hit 2 big threes.
The lip really made a difference, and it made an interesting difference. When he went out, the Nets came back strong, but when he came back, he was cold. His shooting was cold, out of sync. The Nets got out of sync, and that's when the Knicks went ahead to outscore New Jersey 28-19 in the fourth quarter. Charles Smith, off the bench, was the man for New York tonight to join Patrick Ewing in leading his team in scoring. Charles Smith, 11 in the fourth quarter, 17 points. Somehow I'm going to find out how Doug Collins came up with that number. And 5 rebounds, and is our Budweiser player of the game. And we'll return to
Patrick Ewing and his New York Knicks seek to make it 2 out of 2 against the New Jersey. Edwards looking for the shot. Goes for the drive, and he's called for the offensive foul. Rebounded by Ewing. And the tip by Oakley. Charles Oakley surging to the basket has tied the game at 2.
Well, the Nets a good defensive rebounding team, but they're not a team that blocks out. And the Knicks got a running start there with both Oakley and Bonner as he crashed the boards hard.
Chris Morris has made it back from the broken thumb injury. Anderson lost Hopper off the pick. Eddie Anderson off the mark. Hopper leading Bonner. A rare fast break opportunity for the New York Knicks.
And a little bit of a different wrinkle for the Nets. That time Kenny Anderson got 2 picks trying to get him into the lane, but it really got their transition defense out of whack as Bonner did an excellent job of running the floor.
Morris with the head fake. Rebounded by Ewing on the box out. The Knicks with a 4-2 lead. Gilbert Davis. Yes. It's the Knicks 6 and the Nets 2.
Well, the matchup really hasn't changed. Bonner is staying with Coleman and Oakley going out on the floor to guard Morris.
That pass deflected. Hopper fouled in the open floor. Kenny Anderson preventing a Knicks passer on Friday night. Oakley. Yes. In the first half, the Knicks and Nets on Friday combined for only 68 points, 35-33 score at the half. The lowest combined first half total in NBA playoff history since the inception of the 24-second clock. Coleman for 3. And carries to the Knicks. Davis with the save. Oakley is open. And Ewing could not get to it.
Chuck Daly up off the net bend, really disappointed, I'm sure, with his team's transition defense right there, as Chris Morris very late getting back defensively. That is a major no-no in playoff basketball. You must sprint back.
Anderson able to penetrate. It counts and the foul.
He was going to take more jump shots. Whoa, beautiful pass.
And Bonner is able to finish it off.
Oh, wrap around behind the back. Charles Oakley.
Hopper for an open Oakley. It's the Knicks 12, and that's 5. Edwards changed his mind, and a good idea. So the Knicks now lead 12-7.
Oakley.
Ewing. Yes. Patrick Ewing with his first field goal the other night. He had 25 points, but took a lot of shots. 7 for 23 from the field and 11 of 14 from the line. Anderson. Once again, the Knicks able to stop the dribble. Long range attempt missed by Morris. Here's Benjamin off the fake. And let's see how they call it. Offensive foul on Benjamin. 6:51 remaining. First quarter, they're standing here at the Garden. It's the Knicks 14. 7 of the first 11 from the field. Coming off the physical Knicks victory in Game 1, we talked.
And this we had the other night. And I think if we play that way and just go for the win and go for it, doing all the things that we have to do, that we can be successful.
Well, the Knicks have opened up, I would have to say, very relaxed, as they have taken a 16-7 lead on the drive by Derek Hopper. A very sharp start for the Knicks. Here's Morris off the drive. And it's kept alive by Morris, and the tip is put hard. Chris Morris with the putback.
Patrick Ewing came over to help out defensively, as once again the Knicks got taken into the lane. They do not want that to happen, and when it does, that'll enable a good offensive rebounding team like Jersey to bang away at those boards.
Ewing. Patrick Ewing showing
about diversification. It's a very tough shot for a 7-footer, and Patrick almost makes it look easy.
Crowd response as Bonner was able to stop the move, and unloading for Edwards. Rebounded by Ewing. Davis with 2 nets back. Fire. Yes. Gilbert Davis with his second field goal. The Knicks 20. The Nets 11.
Well, a lot of bonuses for the Knicks. They always play good, tough, hard, aggressive defense, but they don't always capitalize with fast break baskets. They're doing it here today.
Morris off the fake. And again, Ewing sweeps the ball. Knicks on the run. It's a 3-on-2. Bonner with a look away for Oakley.
Tough break for New York on both of those occasions.
Ewing rejecting Anderson. Crowd here at the Garden. Woody Allen, a regular over the years. Warren Moon, now the Minnesota Vikings, taking it all in along with actor Alec Baldwin. John McEnroe, also here on a regular basis. And Spike Lee and Charles Smith have checked in. John Starks, a question mark after making the return from the knee injury on Friday and trying to draw a charge on Johnny Newman. Sid Hopper in the backcourt, Ewing with Smith. And Oakley up front. Here's Ewing with the drop step. Yes. The Knicks 22 and the Nets 16. Coleman pops it down to Morris, and he's fouled, but a good foul by Smith. They'll meet Wednesday night, Game 3, at the New Jersey Meadowlands. Ewing with the head fake. Ewing with the jump hook. The Knicks 24, the Nets 18.
And a shooter's touch there by Patrick Ewing. He wisely didn't say anything to Benjamin, but he turned around and said something to Edwards. He's going to have to keep himself under control.
Just under 1 minute remaining first quarter. Benjamin backing his way. Air ball handled by Oakley. Goes behind the back, nearly coughed it up. Anthony with the pull-up. Yes. Greg Anthony has picked up his shooting the past few weeks, and he's given the Knicks an 8-point lead.
Should be a 2-for-1 situation here for the Nets. Working down to 30 seconds in the first quarter.
Smith jumping out to help on Anderson. Edwards from long range. Yes. Kevin Edwards in his first season as a member of 0.7 of a second, which means the Knicks do have time to get a shot off. Mason gets it in for Ewing, pops it back, but too late. Good idea, but time ran out. After one, Patrick Ewing, 4 of 9 for the field for 8 points, leading. And the Knicks lead the Nets 26-20. Patrick Ewing now going at Jason Williams, who just checked in. Jason Williams has played Ewing extremely well. In fact, some of his better games have come against the Knicks. The Knicks now lead by 8. David Wesley, the rookie from Baylor, has come on for Kenny Anderson. Edwards off the mark. The rebound is handled by Anthony. Resetting the Knicks, a backcourt of Greg Anthony and John Starks. Anthony Mason, Charles Smith up front. Ewing with the spin and the fake. Rebound Ewing, and he's fouled. Fouled by Brown.
Well, there was a lot of talk leading up to this series.
Here's Starks. And an offensive foul is called. John Starks picks up his first foul.
It's just amazing that John Starks is out on the basketball floor after having that knee operation 5 or 6 weeks ago. But he is not the John Starks that he was before he was injured. He's out there running around, but just does not have the timing or the explosiveness.
Coleman with the room. Nice fake. Coleman is stopped. Ewing got a piece of it. And then the foul call. Jason Williams try to put it back home. Foul called on Starks. On by in the second quarter. Starks. Yes. Well, that is out of the pages of John Starks from New York on the side of his head. Williams got bottled up making that move.
I'm really surprised that Pat Riley didn't do it.
Anthony from deep. Yes. Greg Anthony with his second field goal, and the Knicks now lead 33-24. 91-80. Game 3 at the Meadowlands on Wednesday. And Starks will go to the line. Johnny Newman, the one-time New York Knick, who has played very well since coming over to the Nets from Charlotte, called for that foul.
John Starks has really had to restrain himself in the few minutes that he got in game 1, and now he's getting a nice long look from Pat Riley. Normally John is just all over the place, shooting the ball just about every time he touches it. He's playing with a great deal of poise and control so far. I think he wants to stay out on the floor as long as he can.
That's the key word, restraint. Even when he was working his way back into shape, the Knick coaches and the medical staff had to restrain him from trying to get back too quickly. John Starks plays with great enthusiasm and making a contribution here in the first half. 6 points for
Did it beautifully.
Anderson penetrating. Well, Kenny Anderson got the step and was able to finish it off.
Oh, there he is. And if you make a mistake and put your hands on him too far away from the basket, he'll go by you that time. He just made an excellent offensive move.
Charles Oakley has had the touch. 5 of 8 for 10 points. And at midcourt, Ewing and Coleman got involved. And did Ewing throw a punch? That seemed to be the reaction. I saw the aftermath of that, Matt, and the way Ewing reacted, he may have been told that he's been thrown out. Let's see. Oh, apparently a technical foul, double technical, and Ewing was hit with one earlier, and he has been ejected.
And you see the look on Patrick Ewing's face as he is gone, and he's letting the officials know about it. But we mentioned earlier that Patrick was doing a little bit woofing after he had got the first technical. It's the double technical situation, and now Patrick has 2 and just only 1 on Derek Coleman.
I saw, as I said, the aftermath, and Ewing was told he He was gone. So the first thought was the possibility of a punch being thrown, but apparently it was a technical foul. The second on Ewing. Earlier he got involved with Benoit Benjamin. And Ewing, at this critical juncture, has been tossed.
Well, Pat Riley has talked to his team so much about keeping the edge. And there, the collision and the push by Coleman and Ewing, and really, I don't know. No punch was thrown. They did bang. It was inadvertent contact, and maybe a little bit of an overreaction by the officials. But boy, I keep going back to that game last night in Atlanta. They are very much concerned. They do not want anything to break out here, and the players have to adjust to that. They've got to read the situation, and they got to just play basketball.
Well, the crowd is now reacting, looking to lift the Knicks, who have lost Patrick Ewing. It's an 11-point Knick lead, 5:10 remaining in the first half. As Herb Williams has come on, replacing Patrick Ewing. Here's P.J. Brown, and he gets inside. So the Knicks lead is now 41-32. Patrick Ewing is back in the Knick locker room, picking up his second technical foul. Mason, illegal defense call. And that means a technical foul shot for the Knicks.
It's going to be on Armin Gilliam as Charles Oakley over on the weak side of the floor, raised up above the top of the key. And Gilliam below the free throw line for more than 2.9. I know what Chuck Daly's thinking right now. He wants to make sure that his team does not relax now and have a letdown just because the best player on the floor is out of this ball game. Chuck always a little bit concerned, always a little bit worried, always looking on the dark side of things.
Matt, the crowd reacted to the replay on Garden Vision up above. Same replay that we saw a moment ago. Here's Williams. The tip by Oakley. Charles Oakley with 12. And the Knicks now lead by 12 points. Newman with the step. Herb Williams with the block. But a whistle before that shot attempt, and Mike Mathis calling a traveling violation on Johnny Newman.
Marv, this crowd is unbelievable right now. They look like they want to pick up for the center that has gone to the locker room and want to give their team some kind of a lift. This is unbelievable.
Well, this game not as significant if you flash back in Knick history to a similar situation as Oakley fires and hits. The foul. But you can flash back to game number 5 of the Knick-Laker championship series in 1970 when Willis Reed, who, as it turns out, now the general manager of the New Jersey Nets, went down with an injury. And Red Hole, Bob, 3:56 remaining first half. The Knicks with the big lead. Let's take another look at that incident at midcourt.
And as Ewing and Coleman are running down the floor, for some reason Derek Coleman stopped dead to cause that contact and actually threw up the left shoulder and left elbow to give Patrick Ewing a pop, and that's what Patrick Ewing thought as well. But he had an earlier technical foul on a double call, and there again the double technical, and he's gone.
This after Ewing was enjoying a terrific first half, 11 points, 6 rebounds, hitting off the spinning jump shot. P.J. Brown gets inside, and he's called for a travel.
Well, that was a good timeout by Chuck Daly. He wanted to gather the troops around. First of all, they're down by 14. He had to stop the bleeding, but also to warn his team not to take things easy just because Ewing's out of there. They've got to play their game.
Anthony Mason. Blocked by P.J. Brown. Charles Oakley with 16 points. And the Knicks lead 48-32. It is their biggest lead of the game.
And the Nets' big front line, Benjamin, Brown, and Coleman, just all standing around making no contact.
Edwards. Short box out and a foul called on Coleman. Charles Oakley hears it from the crowd for the hustle. We are now seeing an inspired effort the Knicks are both over the foul limit.
And as the Nets were walking back down to the other end of the floor, Derek Coleman went up to Kenny Anderson and angrily said, "Get me the basketball. Let's stop fooling around with giving it to other people. Get it in my hands."
Charles Oakley to the line for the first time. Well, since the ejection of Patrick Ewing, the Knicks have outscored the Nets 8-2 and lead by 17. Look at that stat line for Oakland. Charles having his finest season in the NBA, an all-star for the first time in his career. He's given the Knicks a 50-32 advantage. Anderson now played by Hopper. Mason battling with Coleman for position. And the whistle is away from the ball.
To keep things under control, there have been much more physical plays than that, but this is a volatile situation.
Mason called for his third foul. And the crowd enjoying the missed free throw by Coleman. Anthony Mason sitting down, replaced by Anthony Bonner. Coleman is 3 of 5 from the line. 3 minutes remaining in the half. The Knicks have it.
Like Oakley, Herb Williams, and Bonner all have to play a lot of minutes.
Charles Oakley has scored the Knicks' last 8 points. A whip pass handled by Williams. What a pass from Starks. And the Knicks open up a 20-point lead.
Almost too hot to handle as Starks threaded the needle. Great catch by Herb.
Bonner on the steal. And he's fouled by Anderson.
Well, we saw the wraparound pass from Charles Oakley earlier in the ballgame. This one off the right-hand hip as John Starks finds Herb Williams momentarily alone, just out of their hand.
Anderson, oh, nice move. Rebounded by Oakley, and he is fouled by Anderson. Charles has been hitting the jump shot this season. Has picked up the scoring, but 19 points in the first half.
He's got it all going on from everywhere on the floor. And everything starts from the defense of the Knicks. When they play good, solid team defense, which they've done in this first half, it usually leads to some good things at the offensive end.
The Knicks by 22 with a minute and a half remaining. First half. Derek Coleman. He's been off. Oakley with the save and a behind-the-back outlet. Bonner leads the break. He has Hopper, and he decides to regroup. In the half. They double up on Benjamin. Hopper knocks it away. The Knicks take a 20-second timeout. And they hear it from the crowd. The reaction. Oakley rebounds. He has controlled the board. 10 rebounds for Charles Oakley. The Knicks receiving a standing ovation as the second quarter winds down. Starks with the fake. It's the Knicks 55 and the Nets 33 at the half. Derek Coleman 3 for 9 points, all 9 in that first quarter. Charles Oakley with a sensational first half. The
Knicks going to work on Kenny Anderson. Derek Harper posting up. They want to keep Anderson working and not let him get untracked.
The Nets did not convert a field goal the last 4:58 of that second quarter. Shot clock down to 6. Anderson. Kenny Anderson getting inside. Yes. Here's Williams. Herb Williams serving up a facial. And the Knicks lead 57-36.
He left Derek Coleman
Anderson gets inside. Kenny Anderson. Here's Morris. A blocking foul. And Morris puts it away. Timeout called by the Knicks. The Nets with a spurt. For Coleman. This is a revived New Jersey Nets team.
And they look much more alive, much more relaxed. And that comes with starting the third quarter down by 22, down one game in the series. Nothing to lose. Let's just go out and play hard and see what happens.
Off the steal. The Nets back to the offense. They've outscored the Knicks 13-2 here in the third quarter. They've cut into that 22-point lead. Shot clock down to 7. Anderson battling for that shot. And Kenny Anderson has turned it around. He now has 14. The Nets are now within 9.
The Knicks shut down the penetration of Anderson on the pick and roll, but the patience of the Nets got it back to Kenny, and then a one-on-one just too much for Harper.
Herb Williams backing Benoit Benjamin. Yes. Nice move by Herb Williams to give the Knicks a 59-48 lead.
Well, the momentum has shifted. The crowd really is not into the game, and no way it could be in as much as it was in that second period. The Knicks are going to have to turn it up defensively to get the crowd back.
And Riley getting set to reinsert Charles Smith. Chris Morris converting a three-pointer. And then had some words playfully in the direction of Nick Van Spike. Edwards met by Anthony. It counts and the foul. Kevin Edwards will go to the line. The Knicks. Well, coming up next, attempting to get back into it. Here's Davis. Yes. Hubert Davis from long range to give the Knicks a 61-54 lead. Davis is 3 for 3 from the field.
Only got 9 minutes in that first half. John Starks got a very long look.
And Smith up front. Anthony. Greg Anthony with 6 points. The Knicks by 7.
A nice move by Greg Anthony, and a decisive one as he took Anderson to the spot and spun off him and shot that ball with authority. Big came in for quick.
That's 3 on Benjamin. And now a whistle away from the ball. A holding foul being called on Mars, who is upset.
And Benjamin.
And Brown was taken down. Kenny Anderson will shoot the technical. Starks played 15 minutes. In the first half, hit 1 of 2. 7 points in all, 5 of 5 from the line. John making his return from the knee problem in game 1 on Friday night, then hurt his back, bruised his lower back, but he vowed that there'd be no question that he would play here today. Edwards for 3. Oakley had a notion to fire it down. Here's Smith, and he is fouled. Starks on the drive. Sends it to Williams. Look out. Oakley lands back behind the basket. And a foul of Benoit Benjamin. 3 minutes remaining, third quarter. Smith for Hopper. Yes. Derek Hopper hits from downtown, and the Knicks now lead 66-58.
All started by the smart play of Starks, taking that pick and roll as wide as he had to extend the defense, and then the crisp pass enabled Harper to get that shot in rhythm.
Mike Mathis being congratulated for that call by John Starks. An offensive foul against the Nets. It's on Coleman, his third. Timeout taken. We'll be right back.
The square peg in the round hole. He knows he needs Derek Coleman and wants to get the most out of it.
Starks coming short on the 3, and here's Coleman, fouled by Hopper. Good defensive play here by the Nets. Mason on the drive. The tip by Oakley. Charles Oakley providing an 8-point Knick lead.
Well, the penetration, taking the ball to the basket, the whole net defense reacted to that, and that opened up the gates for Herb Williams. Is that Herb Williams? No. Where is Herb?
It's the haircuts that are pulling him out. Final seconds of the third quarter. Edwards, it will count. A three-pointer for the Knicks were able to build that lead, but the Nets have come on. Edwards was found.
From Pat Riley's rotation in the front court way off, especially when you consider Mason had 3 fouls, Charles Smith had 3 fouls, and Charles has been ineffective. So Mason and Charles Oakley and Bonner had to play a lot of minutes, and I think the Nets took advantage of it in the third.
Smith with a strong move and the foul. Charles Smith will go to the line. And that is what the Knicks and their fans would like to see. The move with authority by Smith.
All set up on the fake pick and roll and the slit. The first time the Knicks have used that play this afternoon. Beautiful feed. And the fact that Smith jammed it so hard, I think he got the crowd back on his side momentarily anyway, Mark.
P.J. Brown picked up the foul, his third, and the Knicks now lead by 7. With Gilliam and Lahore on the front line. Edwards and Anderson at the guards. Oh, Edwards in that collision with Starks, who drew the charge. Team foul with only 2 minutes gone by in the fourth. Oakley, yes. Charles Oakley with 24 points. And the Knicks lead 75-68. Coleman setting it up off the dribble. His outside touch has been off. Charles Oakley has matched his season high with the 24 points. His playoff career high is 26. Shot clock at 6. Hoffer. Mason rebound. And he's fouled. 9:21 remaining in the fourth. The Knicks by 7, and again they hear it from this crowd. The Knicks and the Nets. Edwards rebounded by Oakley. Charles Oakley with his 18th in this fourth quarter. 4 minutes gone by. Gilliam rejected by Williams. Recovered by Gilliam. Comes Hopper. Connor Gilliam had a second opportunity.
Again, terrific defense by the Knicks, holding the Nets at bay. At this point in the fourth period, the Nets have had their chances.
Davis for 3, and it was Oakley with a terrific play to get to the loose ball, setting up Davis. The Knicks 79, the Nets 68. Paul Mahalik calling another
Distribution. It was kind of a blessing in disguise, the injury to Starks. You never want to see a teammate, especially one as important, John Starks, go down, but it has really helped in the maturation process of Hubert Davis.
And Davis 4 of 6 from the field. Eric Coleman not able to hit the tee. The Knicks lead is 79-68 with 5 minutes gone by in the fourth quarter. Coleman gets inside. Mason and Benjamin battle for it. Last touch by the Nets. The Nets are now 0 for 9.
First field goal, Derek Coleman was wending his way into the offensive board. He can't make a shot. He's going to try to get it off the glass.
Williams rejected after the tricky setup by Oakley. Williams on the drive, yes, and it counts. Herb Williams continued. The Nets seem to stop. The whistle
with the exception of Charles Oakley, but they have played very hard in all the other phases of the game.
Three-point play completed by Herb Williams. The Knicks now lead by 12. The foul committed by Derek Coleman, his fourth. There's Coleman, rejected. Williams with the block, the save by Davis. Remaining in the fourth. Knicks try to go up 2-0 in the series. The Nets hoping to tie it and one apiece. Mason. Anthony Mason has become a factor. Did not get into it until the fourth quarter. Mason making it back from the 3-game suspension Friday night in game 1. Knicks now by 12. Coleman coming up short. Coleman with the rebound. Coleman trying to save it and lost it out of bounds.
Terrific effort by Derek Coleman, but the Knicks are really all over the place right now. Terrific call last time by Pat Riley to go to Mason, who has not had a lot of success offensively, but he is a post player, and from that left box, likes to use that right hand, and he got a great field goal.
Harper got the step. Derek Harper took advantage. Oakley's pass picked off by Morris. Morris goes 1-on-3 and draws the foul. Just under 4 minutes to go in the fourth. Bad shot by Morris. Knicks able to save it.
Another terrible offensive sequence by the Nets as Kenny Anderson almost got the steal and hacked Mason.
And to force it. And nice play by Williams to get a piece of it. And back tap to Harper.
2 straight times the Knicks not even getting a good look or a good shot. This is when you miss Patrick Ewing.
Oh, what a move by Hubert Davis. Yes, and it counts. The Nets are only 20 for 69 from the field, 29% shooting. The fewest field goals in an NBA playoff game, 22. The St. Louis Hawks at the Minneapolis Lakers back in March of 1956. That a record since the inception of the 24-second clock. So the Nets with only 20 field goals and could establish a new record. 86-78, Knicks with the lead. 1:40 to go in this fourth quarter. Shot clock down to 6. Harper for Williams. Herb Williams with the soft touch off the glass, and Herb Williams has come off the bench in the absence of Patrick Ewing and has done a solid job. 11 points for Williams. Anderson penetrating. That was blocked. Herb Williams with the block, his third, and a technical foul has been called on the Nets. Paul Mahalik with the indication. So the technical call
On beautifully to just flick that shot away. But Kenny Williams has been struggling throughout this series and just cannot kick.
And now Charles Oakley to the line. The Knicks now lead by 11 with 1:23 to go in the fourth. Oakley has 5 points, pulled down 23 rebounds. Davis gets to the loose ball. And the Knicks hear it from the crowd with under a minute to go in this fourth quarter. The Knicks on their way to making it 2-0 in this best-of-5 series. Anderson with the steal. Anderson! And he'll go to the line. Cavaliers and the Bulls will be followed by the Golden State Warriors and the Phoenix Suns. Herb Williams hears it from the crowd as he's replaced by Anthony Mason.
Well, the second half started with the Nets trailing by 22. They made a good run to get within 4 at 76. Try to milk the clock.
Charles Oakley with one of his best all-around performances as a New York Knick. 25 points, that's a season high. 24 rebounds, that is a season high. Greg Anthony works the clock down. The Knicks have defeated the Nets 90-81. and they lead it as best of 5, 2 games to nothing. Game 3 Wednesday at the Meadowlands. The Nets shoot only 29% from the field. Marv Albert, Matt Kukas, Ahmad Rashad saying so long from the Garden.
20,000 on hand to see if the New Jersey Nets begin their summer vacation tomorrow or they will play Game 4 on Friday night.
Within the dotted line, he's not going to take anything other than a high percentage shot.
Shot clock at 9. Patrick, the first shot of the game, rips it home.
If you are going to trap the screen and roll, the rotating man must get to Ewing quick. Otherwise, he'll kill you on the baseline.
Kenny Anderson has really been intimidated in this series. They've been trying everything they possibly can to try to get him open. He's usually open to usually has an open game. That hasn't been the case so far. Derek Coleman's first move. Double, doesn't give it up. Davis gets a step on Edwards and he makes him pay.
See, you can't gamble on a premier shooter. And Davis is a guy who shoots over 50% during the season and also at playoff time.
Morris, one dribble, one shot. He has 2 of the ball game.
Well, he's the guy that must get going because he can light it up. He's very capable of getting 20 to 30 points in a big game.
Ewing, the offensive rebound, the emphatic putback.
This is a night when the shot goes up. You're playing a center or a big forward. You must put your back into his chest because that will happen all night long.
Derek Harper, who Pat Riley said today, along with Greg Anthony, 2 of the best defensive first of 2 games tonight here on TNT.
Oakley just moved Morris right off the box that time.
Morris still gets the roll.
To me, Morris, Ron, should be able to pick up transition points on Oakley because Oakley must rebound.
We've got a whistle and a foul. Ewing, the hard foul.
Here's where the Knicks are tough. They screen, and that roll guy will be open. See, now he didn't roll. He spotted.
Precision offense, what the New Jersey Nets call the Knicks. Outside, Davis from the arc. Oh, as of late. Inside, Davis, the high archer. Here comes Kenny Anderson. He has been quiet so far. Harper, nice job defensively. Ewing gets 2 attempts. From the outside, Derek Harper, who is a primetime scorer. He'll be for the Dallas Mavericks.
Well, he's been playing solid basketball ever since the first month of the trade.
Ewing, another rejection. That is number 2. Inside. Edwards. Ball tipped around. Edwards has a strip by Oakley. Tries to get it over to Charles Smith.
3 on 2.
Inside, Coleman.
Defensive postman in the league.
Edwards, one dribble. And doing the one fake, puts it up, and he gets the roll.
Patrick looked right at Hugh Hollins and wanted to foul. He was definitely bumped below the shoulder that time. He was looking for 3.
7 points, 4 rebounds for Ewing. Edwards has had the hot hand. Is hitting his last 3 shots. Coleman in the paint. The left-handed shot goes down. Anderson. Coleman tries to keep it alive, and he does, and he pulls the trigger quickly, and he drills it.
Create an angle and let him call for it.
Coleman for 3. Buries it. Back in for the Nets. Benjamin, he's going to try it from 16. Oh, let's go to Vegas.
Hey, they can't play any better than this.
No.
They're finally shooting their weight. And then at the other end of the floor, they're forcing the turnover.
Final 10. Anthony, the pull-up from 15, banks it home. Starks didn't take advantage of it. Now Starks breaks through. Oh, a little bit too long.
See, the Knicks can fast break against the Nets anytime.
Newman from the corner. Coleman looked at the 3, took the 2. Smith got a piece of it.
Plenty of time.
Coleman from 3. Oh, my. Just turn and put it up.
Oh, he's in the groove.
14 for Coleman. The lead is 13, the biggest. Ewing.
Now that was strong. That was real. And their confidence.
Smith from 19 buries it. First field goal of the ball game for Charles Smith.
Well, he's capable. We know that.
Oh, yeah.
All those years at the Los Angeles Clippers, he averaged 18 points a game and shot a high percentage.
That's 17 in game one. Oh, Derek Coleman, a member of Green.
Keep Oakley off the boards.
Smith from the corner. He's ever in his life. Now the intensity belongs to the Nets. Gilliam check back in.
Right now, the Knicks are going to a form of like a passing game with screens on the baseline.
Starks falling away, hits the three. He was 0 for 2 from the arc coming into tonight, 1 of 3 so far.
Now, before that shot, John Starks was 2 for 11 in the series.
Gilliam driving to the hole, the former UNLV star.
The play that we just diagrammed for you, they ran it again, 2 times in a row. They're coming off the screen, they're catching the rotating guy behind the screener, going to the basket.
Brown bellies up to Smith. Smith takes him to school.
He's an excellent post-up player. Charles Smith, a legitimate 6'10" with the long arms, and he has a strong game with his back to the basket.
Well, these two teams combined to score the fewest points ever in an NBA playoff game in the first half of game number 1. Much better tonight. A blocking foul.
Opposite side, the guy who sets the screen is open.
Anderson got Derek Harper, took 1 dribble.
Important. We really have 3 games to win 1.
We've got till Sunday. Dewey inside. And that is the first field goal in the last 7 minutes, or the second field goal really in the last 7 minutes. Prior to that, it was a 3-pointer by Harper in the second. That's by 12. Spotting up for the 3, it's Morris. Davis just beats Edwards to the ball. Oakley quickly finding a spot down for it. Harper holds it up wisely.
The Nets game plan has been excellent in exploiting the rotation and finding people for free shots.
The acrobatic shot will... Oh, what a tip by Charles Oakley with the left hand. That's one way how to get it down.
That was spectacular.
That was spectacular.
Because he ended face down on the floor.
Coleman, nice look inside to Kevin Edwards this evening. Ewing inside, that is a big-time slam. Chris Morris didn't have a prayer.
You're not going to call a charge there, and we all know that's the unwritten area where they're going to allow the body contact.
Well, there was some.
And Patrick sent that baby home with some authority. There's that open man.
Gilliam, the one-handed push shot. Gilliam now with 7 in the ball game, the lead back up to 14.
They have done a magnificent job in making that diagonal pass.
Well, you talk about the double by Gilliam. Smith tries to cut through the paint. Let's see, that's going to be an offensive foul on Charles Smith.
See, that was too far out. That was out almost on the dotted line. That's Charles Smith's 4th foul.
Pay for it. Edwards, that'll be a foul on Oakley. Edwards had the position. Oakley just pushed him aside.
That was excellent defense. Oakley had Edwards pinned.
Minutes, he has an 0 for going so far. 0 for 4 since then. Anderson, that's from the arc.
He's come to life this quarter. He now has 3 field goals, and 1 is a 3 in this quarter.
9 points in the quarter, 13 in the ball game for Anderson. The lead is 16. That is the biggest. That score is correct. Inside, Charles Smith getting position, gets the putback. Pat Riley talked about conversions, second shots, and offensive run in this quarter.
Rotate it. He's wide open.
There's Morris. Doesn't get the 3 to go. That's what he practiced before the game. His only thing he
He has him.
all the way. The basket goes. We have a blocking foul.
That's the old story of a team making 2 substitutions, going small, and no one knows who's playing who. You see, now they catch him in transition right now, and nobody helps out Edwards because Edwards got a guy on the line, had arthroscopic surgery March 14th on his left knee, and in less than 2 months, he's back.
He worked extremely hard during the rehabilitation process. Had his first All-Star game this year. The lead is down to 11. Anderson short on the jumper. Starks has the rebound. They need his emotion.
Would you say that there are a few Knicks fans here tonight?
It's about half and half, to be honest with you. Ball goes out. Nets have it.
You must play aggressive basketball because that's what got you there.
Well, you're going to see some defensive intensity turned up right about now by the Knicks.
There it is.
Edwards, he's got Anthony to beat. He's got it.
Beautiful extension by Edwards. He read that pass perfectly. I was watching. He was down below the foul line. He just read it.
Second nice layup by Edwards this evening.
Well, he extends, Ron. He really elevates and then extends, and he has the ability to shoot with either hand.
Well, the Knicks aren't going to get back into it, tossing the ball away like that. They're down by 12.
Long, big and long, meaning with the long arms. And at the other end, we know that the Knicks force you into turnovers because of their great hustle.
Mason or Oakley inside for the easy two.
I see Benjamin has got to try to block the shot. He didn't even elevate that time. You're 7'2". You've got to get up. You're a shot blocker. You can't give a guy an uncontested layup. Down inside.
Over the turnover, too.
Come on, that's it. The guy's your horse. You don't go away from your post-up people when they're hot. And that's what they did in the third quarter. He only had 2 shot attempts in the entire quarter.
I don't think he had that many touches either above that. Anthony toes the line for the three. Greg Anthony buries the three-pointer, only 30% on the year. And in the playoffs, he was 2 of 5 from the arc coming into tonight. The lead is 9 inside of 9 minutes. Coleman inside. Benjamin has it stripped.
Oh, my.
And Starks has it stripped.
Big fella.
Wow.
Big fella. You must play stronger than that.
Starks. Tripp throws up the shot. Won't go. Is on the dribble. Foul is on Benjamin. So Benjamin loses the handle on one end. Commits the third personal foul on the other.
Now both teams have committed too early.
Inside doesn't get it. Then he strips Edwards. And then he's fouled on the play. Quick hands by Patrick Ewing, and Stark steps between them.
Let's face it, newspapers covering this on a daily happening.
And everybody wrote the same thing today throughout all the newspapers. Well, the Knicks, who shot 50 free throws in the first 2 games, toeing the line tonight. They trail by only 7.
The key is the shot clock now. You can't continue to fool around with the ball, because by doing that, you lose options.
It's a 3. Coleman loses the handle. Here come the Knicks, trailing by 7.
Good defender. Oh, they have a mismatch here. Mason's got Anderson in the lane.
Anthony takes the jumper over Coleman. Ball game. Anderson, no place to go. Ewing,
Yes, indeed. Is right. That's Ewing's 5th.
Well, the Knicks have corner. Blackman the rebound. Patrick will try it again, and he makes good.
Now, what happened in New York? New York would always execute in the 4th quarter in games 1 and 2. And all of a sudden, here they come. They were down 11. Right now, they're only down 5. So the Nets have got to meet this and must understand what they're doing. I can't believe that they're not looking power first, especially with Mason on Coleman.
2 trips down the court. Coleman doesn't touch the basketball.
Well, you have to step up right now and play some solid D if you're the Nets. The Nets have not scored in the last 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Strong double team by Coleman and Edwards.
That's a gimme. You're on the foul line. Both teams are 43 minutes. And what's happening to your ball club is they're losing sight of who they should be going to.
Ewing now 7 of 12 from the line, 25 points for the ball game. The lead is down to 4. There you see what's happened the last 4 fifths.
Mason was really hustling.
Anderson to the hole, doesn't get it. Rebound, kicked out. Bodies everywhere. We're going to go see. Officials
Joey
say blue.
Yeah, Joey had that one all the way. You know, I tell you what, if the New York Giants need a blocking end, a tight end, Mason might be the guy.
Oakley in, Blackman out, Starks to the hole. It goes.
That's why he's in there. That's why he's in there. He's a gutsy player.
The Knicks have done it with a small lineup this run. The crowd is supposed to be for New Jersey, but it is loud for the Knicks on a 7-0 run. Timeout. Roll the ball.
Plenty of time here now.
Coleman, the finger roll rejected.
By Ewing. Big time. Moved by Patrick.
Third block by Patrick Ewing. He finished 7th in the league in that category.
Oh, lob it.
Ewing almost got it too far underneath. He's one of the hardest workers on his team, which he attributes that to watching his grandfather work in the fields in York, Alabama. He's putting a yeoman effort on tonight. Knicks only down by 2.
It's a clear out, one-on-one for Gilliam.
Mason puts up the hand, swatted by Ewing, his 4th rejection. No, and the Knicks have the basketball.
Baden had it wrong, but he corrected himself.
Oakley.
Oh.
Shot clock at 6. Starks has a strip from behind. Gilliam doesn't like the call.
Wow.
And tonight, he's 2 of 2. 9 points for Starks, 6 in the second half. A long way from sacking groceries at Safeway in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
This guy has the heart of a lion. Doesn't matter what he's doing. At crunch time, he's right out in front, trying to get it done, and he's done it all throughout his career with the Knicks.
Our first tie since it was knotted up at 15 apiece. Almost 9 minutes without a field goal, the Nets have gone. Coleman has it slapped away by Mason, 5 on the shot clock. Nets have the ball.
Mason has done a superb job on Coleman with all of the dribbling. That's why I feel Coleman can take him down and low. Hey, you only got 4 seconds here. He doesn't realize it.
He's not going to get it off. Violation. The Knicks have the basketball, and we are tied.
Can you believe that?
Unbelievable.
That was amazing.
You talk about experience, Hubie. The Knicks have been there.
It's the guard's job to understand how much time is up. 2-man game with Ewing. Oh, he's wide open.
Starks for 3, doesn't get it. Rebound, the touch pass below. Last touch by the Knicks. The Nets have it with 13.4 left.
He's trapped. All right, it looks like they're going to have a high screen and roll, maybe with Coleman. I'm surprised. I just let him take it.
Anderson inside, rejected by Ewing, his 5th with 0.2 of a second left. They'll probably add 1/10. Well,
now remember, right now, just
what?
watch as he leans in. Here comes Ewing, and he catches that. Now that's a 3rd block since he. And then Patrick Ewing with 3 big blocks after he picked up his 5th foul.
Nets led by 11 at the end of 3. The Knicks outscored them to tie it up at 83. Once again, Ewing with 5 personal fouls. The last net field goal was at the 9:40 mark of the 4th. The spin move. John Starks!
Now, come on. That's not even a horse shot. Okay, it's really not. That was just a wild spinning move. But like I told you, he has the ability to make shots under pressure.
First lead for the Knicks is 15 to 13. Kenny Anderson gets around.
Plenty of time here.
Still, Edwards pulls the trigger, in and out. Nets, the lid is on.
The penalty on the next foul.
Anderson, the trigger. He buries the jumper. Kenny Anderson finally gets a look at the hoop, and he takes advantage of it.
2-man game with Ewing. Watch Starks over here for a 3. There he is. Right there.
Pulls the trigger. Bingo!
See, that's by design. That's by discipline and by working hard in practice. That all came about. You could see that happening. Starks ran right to that spot.
Knicks by one inside of a minute of overtime. Anderson, dish off to Gilliam. Makes good on the slam.
That's the way to send it home. See, that's playoff basketball, Ron. Excellent rotation, unselfishness, and then a strong move by Gilliam.
Shot clock at 10. There's Stark spotting up again. Edwards keeping a lookout as the shot clock reads 4. Ewing, the follow-away. Oh, my goodness!
Boy. Patrick wanted that one all the way.
Chuck Daly not calling a timeout.
They're going high screen and roll.
Anderson falls, dishes off. Gilliam gives it up. The basket. Oh, no, we have a foul. And a foul. His first trip to the line tonight.
Yes.
They're tied. 6 points in the first.
Timeout.
He's got it.
He cannot allow Oakley to get a look.
There's the token delay of game call.
Right. Now you saw right now they just had a double screen for Anthony to go over the top of the circle. And all they have to do is switch on that.
Blackman pops out. Starks
got it.
stops to 3 on the way. No! We're going to game 4.
How about the fact that he got a wide open look at the basket? Unbelievable.
John Starks had nothing between himself and the basket, stared at the rim, couldn't get it to go. And the New Jersey Nets in overtime, courtesy of Chris Morris with a couple of free throws to win it.
Now just keep an eye on this. Starks wide open. Coleman switched, but he never got to him.
Just to
battle of wits between championship coaches Pat Riley and Chuck Daly. Knicks and Nets dead ahead.
not only in the starting lineup, but when we get to the bench, and Pat Riley has used his bench often and well. Chuck Daly said he's not quite as confident with his bench. So there's Riley of the Armani and Daly of the Hugo Boss. Chuck Daly, 74 playoff wins, fourth in NBA history. Davis. Look at the ball movement. Harper open from the perimeter. Derek Harper. It's 2-0 Knicks.
Harper and Anthony are playing very solid basketball, not only in their one-man defense on Kenny Anderson, but also giving the Knicks 16 points a game in this series.
There's Kevin Edwards, who's played big in this series also. Chris Morris out high, puts the ball on the floor, comes back with it with 5 on the shot clock. The drive, the basket, no whistle, it's tied at 2.
That's like how one of your little children would design a play, just like that, okay? But we have to make sure that we get into fumbles.
Anything significant about little children there? Bonner to Ewing to Oakley. He knocks it down from 16, Charles Oakley.
You love this game, Bob. You made a good point. 16 points, 16 rebounds, and he must handle all of this trapping anytime that he comes off of a screen.
Kevin Edwards pulls up from the outside and knocks. Nets on the run.
Gotta get this one.
Anderson slices inside, followed by Coleman. Nets 6, Knicks 4. Quick, 10 to shoot for New York. That's a 3 from Hubert Davis.
The big thing here for the Knicks is any time that you take one of the New Jersey guys off the dribble, the Knicks are so good in perimeter shooting, and they have Davis and Harper who can stroke the 3 in this group that's out on the floor right now.
Coleman really battling Bonner down there. Bonner really fights Derek Coleman. As a matter of fact, 8 seconds. Ewing against Benjamin.
In the early going, they're trying to take you off the dribble first.
Look at Bonner. He stepped between Benjamin and Coleman to take that rebound. Knicks by 2 and the ball.
Bonner's in there for offensive rebounding and defense. And
Part of the ball. Anderson to Coleman to Edwards and the foul. It's 2 on 3. Anderson says, I can beat Davis on the drive. He does. He's fouled. Fadeaway baseline jumper. Not this time. Oakley on the offensive boards.
That's where he's making a haven. See, right now, Coleman, you've got to concentrate on him. You must put a body on Oakley. Why? Because he's averaging 5.5 offensive rebounds a game.
Oakley has 4 points early. Deep inside, Derek Coleman with his first basket of the night. 3-2 break. Kenny Anderson. Blocked by Ewing. Derek Harper defensed him well also.
Excellent transition, New Jersey to rotate, and they're getting good looks.
Patrick Ewing getting the double team. Here's Charles Smith.
That's his shot.
He's 7 now with 2 personal fouls. Greg Anthony comes into the ball game. And John Starks is also going to get in for New York. Oh, they love John. 10 to shoot. Starks on the drive. Gets the bounce. John Starks.
I don't know how he makes that shot. He made 2 of them in game 3. He's at a bad angle, and he just throws the ball on the glass, and he gets the bounce.
Armand Gilliam. That's a scorer's touch.
That's a touche. At one end, we do it at the other. But they need Gilliam. Game 3, Gilliam came in, gave him 16 big points.
Eight seconds difference in the shot clock and game clock here at the end of the first quarter. And Charles Oakley puts Red Holtzman in the middle, giving off some wisdom to Ernie Grunfeld and Dave Checketts with the New York Knicks.
27. They have 7 turnovers, and they're only 3 down.
John Starks from the corner. Armand Gilliam's turnaround jumper will go down over Anthony Mason, his first bucket of the night, and the Knicks lead it by 3.
Now in this playoff, Armand is playing 26 minutes. He's getting 11 points and 6 rebounds, doing an excellent job.
Anthony looking for Charles Smith, posted inside against P.J. Brown. Nice move in there.
Yes, very. That's a pretty move.
Again, his second steal. And the foul on Anthony.
Excellent effort by Anthony. Give him his due. He was behind on that, ran him down, honestly thought that he had a clean block. Now you're going to see the pass back, shoots the gap. Now keep an eye on Anthony here. Now right there. Oh, no wonder.
Yeah.
Oh,
clean,
absolutely.
Clean
block. Clean block. Give it to him. Good block.
Right now, here's Gilliam's turnaround.
That's a difficult shot. It looks easy to block. He's 6'9". He throws that fadeaway. He comes into this season a career 15.5 points per game player.
He's 3 of 4 tonight. Starks kicks to Ewing. 15. Patrick doesn't miss many of those.
It's the only time, though, Bob, in this first half that Patrick looks comfortable, and it's when he's facing for the jump shot. Any type of pivot play, he's shooting the ball flat tonight.
10 to shoot. Wesley maybe might think about that 3 next time. Those are 2 weak efforts. Starks on the run. Here's Starks spotted up in the corner. 4-3, John Starks.
Excellent ball movement. Starks was calling for that ball all the way. When he came
over in this half, as they did the whole game in game 3, they had 11. Charles Smith from 13 feet.
Charles Smith has the dip underneath. He's got an up and under, a fade.
Patrick Ewing draws 3. 10 to shoot. Starks steps up.
Great play.
9 points for Starks. His leg, in terms of its productivity, is well. It may be hurting him, but he sure is getting it done. 4 out of 5, 9 points coming off a 15-point performance in Game 3.
One of the truly great streak shooters that we have in the NBA, because not only is he streaky off the break, he's murder in threes once he gets it. The Knicks are just looking for the double team. Now comes your head fake. That's an offensive player at his best. Catching the defense, trying to...
Into the paint, went to the left hand. John Starks, Coleman.
Easy.
Look out, look out.
Easy there, easy there.
You can see that coming.
Yeah, it's easy. It starts his ball at both ends of the floor.
Harper, that's a 2. 43 seconds to go in the half.
I like Harper's attitude tonight. He
pick and roll. Harper almost had the opening, and he lost the handle. 2 seconds to shoot. Starks. Ewing almost tipped it in. Kept alive. Smith back in there.
big.
He scores with 3.6 to go in the half.
Big play.
Kevin Edwards. At the end of the half, the Knicks lead it 45-38, and John Starks already has a sore tailbone, and you saw his gesture. I hope you didn't, but I think you did. Arena. Coleman comes out here quickly and gets his first 2.
Well, that's what you like.
Coleman is fouled as he dropped. I liked your line earlier. There are already 20,000 spectators here. One more is not needed. Huh? Patrick Ewing over Benoit Benjamin. And Benjamin, by the way, has 4 personal fouls.
Did you notice? You see how he fronts him? About 18 seconds on the shot clock.
There's Oakley, open from outside. One time. Bonner working inside to Ewing, who is fouled hard by Benjamin. Charles Oakley missed it, got his own board. Ewing follows from the baseline. Patrick Ewing.
Poor Bonner and Oakley are working so hard.
Are in Portland for the Houston-Portland series. Gilliam, tough shot.
He can make those. At this end of the floor that we're going to right now, the Knicks had 4 offensive rebounds in the first half. They now have 6 already in this third quarter for a total of 10.
Patrick Ewing hard to the rim.
One of the very few times in this series that he's been able to get into the lane with his dribble move.
Which is one reason he's 4 for 11 from the floor. Knicks by 3.
Smith's on his back.
Coleman's turnaround jumper. Rebound, Charles Smith.
Smith did not surrender that spot. He fought him for the spot and then challenged the shot.
Smith has 5 rebounds in the game. Derek Harper with a penetration bank shot. And Harper has 8 points. Knicks back to a 5-point lead.
Harper was 3 for 6 at the end of the half, and he's definitely looking to take advantage of Kenny Anderson, no doubt about it.
Chris Morris hits the 3. Charles Smith, 6 rebounds. And he's fouled.
I tell you, that's a staggering and learn how to handle the ball in there.
Coleman inside, fouled again. Defended by Gilliam. Up and under Patrick Ewing, and he's going to really work down there until they put some more bodies on him. 18 for Patrick.
Well, what I like about what they're doing now is they're saying, we're going to isolate Patrick, clear the side, and set him up deep and not let him come out of there.
Coleman putting it on the floor, and he's fouled again. Patrick Ewing, quick release. 20 points for Ewing.
That's what they want. They're running a screen and roll to the right side of the floor. They did this in the first quarter just to set up the ball movement, to get it to the opposite side of the floor and then go in.
Ewing has made his last 4 shots. He has 11 points in this quarter. He is keeping the Knicks out in front by 5 now. Edwards hasn't scored in a while. Ewing now rebounding out to Derek Harper.
Hey, this is good. See, Harper told him, let's keep going to Patrick. He made them swing the ball that time.
Now the double team from Morris. Open man was Charles Smith. Is that a technical? It looked as though Steve Javie signaled a technical, but let's hold on for a moment.
Well, that time, though, anytime you go up in the air, when you go up in the air, now just watch this, as he makes his move, they double team, Patrick finds the man, you're allowed to grab onto the rim, see, because Coleman was underneath him, and the rule is that you must have a clear landing in order for it to be a technical. Charles has always been a very good foul shooter. To the spot, bring it back, and there you go.
And there you go. Ewing misses it, however, the follow from Charles Oakley. And, you know, interesting crowd here. This is at New Jersey.
That's right.
And the crowd will be like pulling for New Jersey, pulling for New Jersey. Then the game gets on in the third or fourth quarter. All of a sudden, all the Knicks fans come out of the closet.
And you know what's sad? They just broke their attendance record this year with 16,000 a game. Just a great move by Harper. And here comes the Oak man to send that one down. And that was set up an elation with Oakley because he's had a tough night on easy shots inside. This game...
Anderson goes inside, loses the ball. Smith has it. Here comes Derek Harper and Starks and Ewing.
Oh, my. First of all, a great switch of hands and a shot by Harper.
Charles Smith. Smith has been on fire. He has 16 off the bench over David Wesley. Rebound Oakley. Back to Starks.
Nice move.
His knee looked pretty good on that one.
Sure does. Yeah, see, he keeps pounding his heart to these fans. There's a group of them right opposite the foul line to our left as you're looking at your screen who've been on Stark since this game started.
Rick Mahorn making his first appearance of the game also. Coleman Ewing continues his resting on the bench for New York. He had 22, 13 points in that third quarter. Oh, Smith has 18.
Well, we told you during his first 4 years with the Clippers, he averaged 18 and 9 boards.
Punched away by Starks. Rewarding Oakley for all that hard work.
That's nice. You always like to see that. And then the big front court people don't mind running and helping you when you have a breakaway in case somebody misses.
How would you like to play in this building? The Knicks lead by 15 and thunderous applause for the visiting team. His big body on Patrick Ewing. Knicks looking for Ewing. Mahorn on the defense. Fouls 6 of 10 from the free throw line. 9-point Knicks lead with 7:26 remaining in the game. Oh, what it is to have a warrior like that. You know, I was thinking the other day, Huey, this is perhaps stating the obvious, but if you put Patrick Ewing on any of the top 4 or 5 teams in the East, they'd be the favorites. Put Ewing with the Hawks. Put Ewing with the Bulls. You know,
sure, of course.
He's the man. Knicks by 10.
See, they're undecided what they want to do.
And thus the steal.
Great, Huss.
Greg Anthony says, look what I found. Charles Oakley made that happen.
See, the Knicks are not afraid to dive on the floor. They dive any time that they have a chance to knock a ball loose. He shot the gap, knew he couldn't get it if he stayed on his feet, dove out there and knocked that ball free.
Coleman in the paint, up and under, and he'll have a three-point opportunity.
Well, this is the guy that must step up because coming into this game, Oakley's just getting over half court.
And Anderson drives inside. He is called that he will go to the free throw line. They say Charles Smith fouled him.
And the Nets catch a break that time.
Yes. Back to Anderson for the penetration. Patrick Ewing blocked his shot just like he did in Game 3. From the corner, that's a three. Johnny Newman. And we have a 5-point game. Get back in the living room in front of Starks. Just too much for Newman. That's Nets ball trailing by 5.
You never throw a direct pass in that painted area. No big man can even catch that. I mean, that was just thrown too hard. Throw the bounce pass if you must make the pass so that the guy has a chance to see it.
Newman off
all of the cutters and help out.
There's the double team on Patrick Ewing as he spins down the baseline. Hits the shot. Gilliam got there too late.
Tough shot, Bob. Tough shot, tough angle, and the defender was hanging all over.
Well, we saw those shots come from Ewing in the fourth quarter in game number 3. Knicks by 7, 3:25 to go. Gilliam has it punched away. Coleman is held by Oakley. 3.
See, Mahorn is hand-checking Ewing, and it's difficult for Patrick to get started. Well, how about that? Now that was big. Because Mahorn would not allow him to move, and then he finally just shook him. That was a tough shot.
Opportunity to cut the lead to 4. Anderson looking for Coleman. Defense by Charles Smith. Not enough space.
Well, see, he picked up his dribble.
Coleman out to Edwards. Only 2 seconds to shoot. He's going to take it from downtown. Air ball. 24-second violation. Knicks defense. Credit Charles Smith on Coleman.
Oh, he did an excellent job.
Unless they can come back from this 6-point deficit.
The Knicks continue to run the screen for Starks, and this set that they keep running, it has been very goodly. And then also, Carol Blazejowski, who grew up right here in Branford, New Jersey, played at Montclair State, was the leading female college basketball scorer in the country in the NCAAs.
Knicks by 8 with 1:09 to go. Well, the Nets started the season 13-20, finished 32-17, beat the Knicks 4-1 in the regular season, but the Knicks have come up big in the playoffs.
How about that steal? They inbound the ball, and Oakley knocks it right out of his hand. That was key. Now you're going
for the opportunity to meet Indiana and the other Eastern 384 against Philadelphia.
Oh, there's the killer. Patrick Ewing up over the top of Coleman and taps it in.
Gilliam has it blocked by Ewing. And this will be the cherry on the sundae.
And a little shake by Patrick.
And the Knicks will just run it out now. There's the foul. Well, you know, we were talking about Chuck Daly being inducted into the Hall of Fame on Monday, on May 9th. There's also a lot of question marks in this area. Will Chuck Daly be back with the New Jersey Nets?
Well, every day in the papers here, they have the team started out slowly during the early part of the season, but then came on strong. And when you look at it, this is the largest attendance ever in the history of this franchise. 16,056 a game. They had 17 sellouts, the most ever. This building holds 20,049. You add the 2 in the playoffs, so everybody is feeling good about the situation. But
to get ready for Chicago, you know, there's no secret about this. They've already been preparing this year come to a close. But it's been a good one for Kenny Anderson and Derek Coleman.
Well, they both made the All-Star game. That was the highlight of their season. They both have struggled from an offensive standpoint in regards to shooting. We've been trying to tell you that's been very difficult for them to do in this building this season. Knicks were very confident. They felt that their work ethic, they were very down about losing that game 3. They honestly felt that they did not get a good effort by their people on the offensive board. Pat Riley really attacked everyone other than Oakley. He challenged them in yesterday's practice field goal attempts, but we have to realize that that's also because of the tough defense.
And John Starks, what life he has brought back to the Knicks when he came off the injured list. 16 points. And this game is 10 seconds away from being history, as is the season for the New Jersey Nets. John Starks will hold the ball. 102-92. The Knicks advance and will play Chicago in the second round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. Our Budweiser player of the game could have been any of several, but Patrick Ewing big in the second half, 27.
I make guys respect me. You get past me, you know, you have to deal with him. I think if you lose him, you lose the force and you lose the heart of the team.
This is my hit man. This is my hit man. Yeah.
I've told the Knicks
that if they trade him, they got to trade me too. That's how important I think Charles is to this team and to me.
After the Knicks' season-ending failure against the Bulls last year, Oakley set himself up to be traded. Complaining to Pat Riley, the press, and anyone who would listen that he didn't get enough minutes in the Bulls series.
He was a little bit upset last year, and I understand that he was, because he was bitterly disappointed about losing that series. And it came out with contract, and it came out with minutes and all that stuff, but he's right. He belongs on the floor.
I tried to do everything they wanted me to do, but I told them, you know, last year I can do more. I need more minutes, and this year I got more minutes.
You've never backed off on the court, and you certainly didn't back off then. How tough was that meeting between you and Pat Riley?
You know, I went to him straight up and just said, hey, you know, I think from an individual to help this team, I can do more. And I know everybody want to play, and it's going to come a time in my career I'm going to step back, but I don't feel like it's my time yet. I want to step forward.
We need him on the court to win. I made a huge mistake last year. You know, when everybody talks about, you know, what happened in Game 5, probably the biggest thing that happened is that he was sitting on the bench in the last 25 seconds of that game. And so I've tried to make a commitment to myself to keep he and Patrick on the court regardless of what's going on in the fourth quarter.
Riley honored that commitment. Oakley and Ewing led the Knicks in minutes this season. And for Oakley, the team's leader in rebounding, he finally earned a trip to the All-Star game as the league learned what Riley became all too aware of last spring.
The press and the coaches around the league are starting to give him the recognition that he deserves and the respect that he deserves. I think he's definitely one of the best power forwards in the game.
For too long, the league viewed Oakley as the Knicks enforcer. It rarely appreciated the skills he showcased in Game 2 of the Nets series when Charles took charge after Ewing was ejected.
Are you a tough guy off the court, too?
I don't have to be tough off the court. I don't have to be tough on the court, but it's the way I play.
#1 defense and a trio of all-stars. Can the Knicks back up their bravado? It's a new season, an opportunity to erase bad memories or recapture glorious moments past. It is a 59-degree, partly cloudy day in the New York City area, and inside, within Madison Square Garden, it is heating up for Game 1 between the Chicago Bulls and the New York Knicks. A long-awaited series in two of the major media centers, already bringing forth much attention to what may develop into a very testy series. The Cleveland Cavaliers, the Knicks control the opening tip. Derek Hopper handling against B.J. Armstrong. Now Ewing for Davis. Davis off the drive. Gilbert Davis has killed the Bulls during the regular season. Gilbert Davis, 21 of 31 from the field, just under 68% shooting. Cartwright getting position, played by Oakley. So Bill Cart in flashes during the regular season, and it has bothered the Knicks in the past. Ewing had to force it and hit. The shot clock down to 2. Hopper off the mark. Bonner trying to keep it alive. Lands in the first row on the lap of Bori Povich. Hopper with room. Yes. The Knicks lead 6-3. Pippen on a pull-up for 3. Yes. Scottie Pippen. Oakley around Grant. Nice feed for Bonner.
Unbelievable. Great step by Charles Oakley to get in the lane, draw the defense, and a nice drop off.
Hopper on the run. Hopper. Yes. The Knicks 10. The Bulls 6. The Knicks have hit 5 of their first 6 shots. Double team. Oakley came out, got a piece of it. Pippen trying to call for timeout, and he was tied up.
Scottie.
Now Oakley playing Pippen. Pippen going to his left to set up Grant. Yes. Grant bottled up. Good play by Bonner. Here's Davis. Grant back. Davis to the driving hook.
Has touched it 8 times, but he's only gotten up 3 shots and making 1 of them.
And at the other end, Pete Myers finished off the break to bring the Bulls within 2. We come up on 5 minutes to go. In this first quarter, Marv Albert with Matt Dukas and Ahmad Rashad from Madison Square Garden. Ewing, Patrick Ewing with his second field goal, so he is now 2 of 4 from the field. And the Knicks have a 4-point lead. Both teams remaining the same following the timeout. Armstrong with the move on Davis. Yes, and it counts. They double up now on Ewing. Pippen providing help. Here's Oakley. Charles Oakley hitting over Horace Grant. The Knicks lead 16-13.
In the last game of the season, Phil Jackson found out Luke Waltley cannot play Patrick Ewing, so on the catch, look for the Bulls to come and double team immediately.
Charles Smith getting set to come on for the first time for the Knicks. Grant set up by Myers. So the Knicks now, and Pippen launches it down. Armstrong able to beat over
Hubert Davis.
Smith with an open shot. Well, both Charles Smith and John Starks able to emerge in the series against the Nets. Starks getting set to check in. Williams came up short. Longley kept it alive. Longley getting it over to Williams. Here's Grant off the pick. Yes. And the Bulls with a 1-point lead. And Pippen banking his way and hitting. Scottie Pippen with his second field goal by Williams. Here's Grant. And the Bulls lead 23-19. Down to 5 seconds. Here's Longley.
You know, I don't want to put the whammy on him, but everything has to fall into place. We got a great coach, and I think we got a great team.
All right, thanks a lot, Coach. All right, back to you, Marv.
All right, Ahmad, yes, in that game, Walt Frazier led the Knicks with 36 points and 19 assists. Chicago now with a 27-19 lead on the Knicks with a minute got the field in the first quarter. They hit 8 of the last 10. Kukoc for 3. Tony Kukoc from downtown, and the Bulls have opened up a 30-19 lead, and Pat Riley did not have an easy time against the Cavs. A series that ended last Tuesday as Charles Smith. Herb Williams with a jump hook. And that is a long-range jump hook by Williams over Longley. So the Bulls now lead by 7. Paxson and Kerr at the guards. It's now Grant with Kukoc and Longley up front. Smith got picked off. Nice ball movement by the Bulls. Paxson not able to hit though. And a loose ball foul. Lead for Longley. Caught Williams. Yes, and it counts. Starks on a quick release. Yes. John Starks with his first field goal.
John Starks comes off screens as well as any player in the league right now, along with Reggie Miller and Joe Dumars. And of course, the Knicks set terrific down screens for their shooters.
Bulls by 8. Kukoc for 3, and he hits again. That's his second from downtown. Tony Kukoc with the stroke. And against the Cleveland Cavaliers, he was not getting the playing time, as you mentioned, during the second part of the season, but has really come on. Oh, what a recovery by Herb Williams. Knicks had coughed it up, and Williams able to recapture. Bulls lead 36-27. Anthony respecting the outside shot of Kerr. Mason with the hand check on Kukoc. Crowd wanted to travel on Kukoc. Shot clock at 2. Grant just didn't get it off. Rebounded by Longley. Here's Kerr for 3. Yes. The Bulls are hitting their 3-point shot. Nice backdoor pass from Longley. Block. Mason again. Anthony Mason with the follow, and the Chicago lead is 10. In the way with 8. Derek Harper with 7. Charles Oakley only 6 points. And Patrick Ewing 2 of 6 from the field, 1 of 2 from the line. 5 points. That's it. The Knicks during the regular season took 3 of 4 over Chicago. The Knicks with the home court advantage coming into this series. That, of course, the case last season when the Knicks opened up by winning the first 2 games and then dropped the last 4. But if the Bulls win here in game number 1, it just eradicates that home court advantage.
Like all teams, you don't have that home court advantage, and the Bulls have made no bones about it. They want to come in and steal a game, and normally what you have to do is hang around, give yourselves a chance, don't let the crowd get involved. This crowd is starting to get a little bit antsy.
So the Bulls have shot just under 44% on the season against the Knicks with a good first half here today. And Scottie Pippen able to add to that and extends to a 12-point Chicago lead.
Well, the Bulls continue to beat the Knicks off the dribble, get into the lane, and every time they do, some kind of good shot turns up. A beautiful back cut by Pippen on that play.
Patrick Ewing immediately drawing the double team. Ewing able to hit over Cartwright. Myers dropped off, and Ewing took it right at Cartwright.
The 2 main points that Pat Riley had to make at halftime was, first of all, transition defense. Let's make it, get back quickly, make the Bulls set up, and we've got to get the ball inside the pattern.
Cartwright, Grant, Pippen, up front, Myers and Armstrong in the backcourt. Cartwright is forced out. Down to 3 on the 24. Pippen, Scott. 5 on the 24. Armstrong for 3. B.J. Armstrong beating the 24-second buzzer, and the Bulls match their biggest lead of the game.
B.J. left Derek Harper in the dust that time as the Bulls making a concerted effort to make sharper cuts, and B.J. just outran Harper.
Charles Oakley with an outstanding performance. 17 points along with 5 assists. The Bulls 61 and the Knicks 47. Just under 6 minutes remaining in the third. Patrick Ewing again facing the double team. And the foul.
To get an open shot, and it hurts you on the defensive board because there are lanes open to cut there, and that's why good teams don't like to double.
3-point play by Ewing. He now has 10 for the game. The Bulls lead by 11. Armstrong working off a screen. B.J. Armstrong has hurt the Knicks. He now has 15 during the regular season, but shots have not gone down. He has been way off the mark. Good double team that time by the Knicks. Here's Davis ahead of the field. The Bulls 63 and the Knicks 52.
Pippen surprised by that quick, sudden double team, and he felt he got hacked on the arm, and that's why he turned the ball over.
Armstrong feeling it. Ewing with the rebound. Starks lost it. Oh, Starks tripped up Pippen. Now, that could be a flagrant right there. Scottie Pippen penalty 1 was about to make his move to the front court.
Ewing coming over to double team again. Arms and hands like an intentional trip. Scottie Pippen turned. Wise play by Pippen. Just go to the free throw line. Take your
save. And Pippen backing Starks. Pippen beating Starks. Then a nowhere to go. Ewing over to help. Starks for Harper. And Starks was fouled. With 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in the third. Oh, what a nice lead thrown by Starks for Ewing.
Well, the Bulls took advantage of their free throw opportunity to extend that defense, put on some full court pressure, and the Knicks have been instructed to go at it, be aggressive, and that's exactly what Starks and Ewing did.
Bulls now lead by 13. They double up on the ball. Kukoc rejected by Mason. And it will be Nick Ball.
Full court pressure. pressure after the free throw situation. The long pass over the top and the alley-oop to Patrick Ewing.
First block of
A few years ago was Xavier McDaniel, who had a lot of collisions with Pippen, and it always seemed that the Knicks were testing Pippen to see if he could take it.
That's an offensive foul. John Starks with the drive, and he's called for the foul. Will not count.
Backcourt pressure again by the Chicago Bulls, and once again the Knicks trying to run right through it. Scott Williams stepping up to the dotted line, but covering up. Crowd not happy with it. They didn't think he took it the way he should have.
What a play by Scott Williams, taking that hit for the ball club. Armstrong getting it over to Kerr. Shot clock at 5. Here's Kukoc. Rebound Ewing. Bulls lead by 13. 2:10 remaining in the third. Crowd trying to get the Knicks going. Shot clock at 3. Hot right, yes. The Bulls using most of their 24 on each possession and have been hitting with consistency.
And New York forced him to use that time, but good patience on the other end by B.J. Armstrong, who didn't force anything. Tried to get the dribble penetration, which he did, and found Cartwright.
Ewing from Smith. Good pass thrown by Charles Smith while in traffic. The Bulls now lead by 12.
You can see all the awful things happen when somebody gets into the lane. The defense has to collapse, and it creates easy scores for a teammate.
Ewing jumping out to help. Shot clock is down to 3. Kukoc. Good play by Mason, cutting off Kukoc. Anthony for 3. So the Knicks in the midst of a run. This is the sharpest their offense has looked all game.
Forcing a tough shot from Tony Kukoc with the shot clock winding down. That will create some fast break opportunities.
Shot clock at 5. Armstrong. B.J. Armstrong giving the Bulls a 71-60 lead. Down to 25 seconds remaining in the third. Three-second differential between the 24 and the game clock. Anthony finding Mason. Nick ball as we get started in the fourth quarter. Ewing, Smith, and Mason on the front line. Starks and Anthony are back. And Ewing draws.
To his team all season long that we work harder than everybody, we're in better condition than everybody, and the fourth quarter belongs to us, and the crowd has even bought into it. They are expecting a big defensive run here by the Knicks. They normally have at least one great defensive quarter. The Bulls, on the other hand, have to keep their poise, keep running their offense, keep trying to get those fast break chances.
Kerr allowed no daylight. Kukoc for 3. Tony Kukoc again. The Bulls are 6 for 10 from downtown, and for Kukoc, that is his third. 9 points, all on three-pointers for Kukoc. The Bulls 76 and the Knicks 66. Strong drive by Greg Anthony.
A defensive mistake there by Kukoc as they sent Anthony to the baseline. Kukoc was supposed to get down there and cut it off. He made one step that way and then went in the other direction and left everybody all alone.
Kukoc being bodied by Mason. Mason slaps it away. He's claiming that it was last touch. He spots it up. That was a three-point attempt. Starks with the good hustle. And then Pippen able to steal. Pippen diving to the floor. Mason on the recovery. Smith for Mason. Sensational hustle by both clubs. The Knicks a little bit more aggressive, though.
And for the first time in this ballgame, in the first 3 quarters, it was all Bulls to the loose ball. That time they got beat.
And Longley turns it over.
You're getting the feeling, the sense of urgency now for the Knicks. They are alive, and this crowd is into the ballgame, and they have pulled to within 6. Mason wants the ball.
Bulls have led by as many as 15. Starks for 3, and a foul called. Well,
He felt he made no contact at all. That release. One of the big things in the fourth quarter of a game like this, or any game in the NBA, you don't want to get in the penalty. Free throw shooting is going to be crucial down the stretch of this ball game.
The Bulls have 3 team fouls. The Knicks only 1 with 8:47 remaining in the fourth. You saw Tony Kukoc take a seat. Pete Myers has checked in. The Bulls have led by as many as 15. It is now down to a 4-point Chicago lead. A loud chant of defense. Now Mason guarding Pippen and providing problems. Shot clock at 7. Myers gives it to Longley. Rebounded by Ewing. Sends it up. They double up on Ewing. Ewing. And a foul is called. It's on Longley. Foul. But the Bulls with their 4th team foul.
Did they think he was going to pass it?
Yes. 4 minutes gone by in the 4th. Ewing draws a triple team. Smith from deep. Yes. So the Knicks are within 2. And a timeout called by Chicago. The Knicks with a 22-9 run to cut into that 15-point lead. Charles Smith drills the jump shot, bringing the Knicks within 2.
Get out of the old, get into the cold. By MCI, the company that brings you proof positive. And by Jeep and Eagle, official vehicles of the NBA.
Going wild here at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks in the midst of a major run. They trailed by as many as 15, and they've cut the lead down to 2. The Chicago Bulls struggling here in the second half after the good shooting first half. Good play by Ewing, knocking it away from Longley. And a foul called. Mason got entangled. Longley on the back tap. Grant rejected by Smith. And Anthony able to turn it away. Starks, played by Paxson. Ewing from Starks. Starks wanted the screen. Now Starks with the step sets up Ewing. And a traveling violation is called. Bulls wanted a foul. They wanted a foul on Ewing. Scotty strong for Longley. Grant, it counts as the foul.
They are really succumbing to the New York pressure right now.
Grant only a 59% free throw shooter. Able to complete the 3-point play. Mars with 11. The Bulls 79 and the Knicks 74. 6.5 remaining. In the 4th, Marv Albert, Matt Gukas, and Ahmad Rashad from Madison Square Garden in New York. Double team on Ewing. Starks. Yes, and it counts. A foul committed by Paxson.
Well, the double team is coming every time Patrick Ewing touches it, either along the lane, and in this case, 2 or 3 steps outside. He gets the ball outside to Starks, who makes the dribble move, and just a little touch foul by John Paxson, who argued on the play, but Ewing doing a good job of getting the ball out as soon as that double team comes, and it is getting the Knicks some good looks at the basket.
John Starks 9 for 9 from the line. He has 15 points. And again, the Knicks within 2. Anthony got picked off. Brown wanted a foul. Armstrong not able to hit. Rebound handled by Ewing.
Craig Anthony got blindsided. No way a teammate could holler out and let him know it was there. This building is deafening.
The Bulls lead 79-77. Mason double teamed. Ed Middleton with the call, the foul against the Bulls. Chicago over the limit. Pippen.
Discussion about what's going on. I think it was in a positive light, but it was a little bit stronger than.
Bulls had a 15-point lead early third, and the Knicks have come from behind to tie the game. 79. The last time they led, it was 18-17. 5:40 remaining in the fourth. Grant played by Smith. Shot clock at 4. Pippen trying to go glass. Rebound Pippen. And he will regroup. And again Pippen backing his way on Starks. Smith came over to help. The ball was deflected out by the Knicks.
Well, Smith and Ewing were both.
Shot clock at 10. Grant. Horace Grant with another big bucket. Now Pippen posting up Starks. Pippen. Scottie Pippen with his first field goal since 2:45 remaining in the fourth quarter. Now Pippen guarded by Mason. Ewing stepping out on a switch. Pippen. And he has been off in the second half. Anthony Starks at the guard. Ewing, Oakley, Mason up front for the Knicks. Starks for 3. Get a good look, not able to hit. Oakley is inside. He hits and the foul.
Well, this is what the Bulls were afraid of. The shooting from outside and the board work of the big studs of the New York Knicks as Mason, Oakley, and Ewing have been hammering that glass, and the Bulls cannot keep them off the board.
Foul called on Longley. Timeout is taken. 2:11 to go in the fourth quarter. When we come back, Charles Oakley will go to the line, hoping to tie the game. Round by sweeping the Cleveland Cavaliers, although they did not have an easy time. And Charles Oakley completes a three-point play. He's tied the game at 84. We come up on 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. The last time the Knicks led, it was 18-17. The Bulls have led by as many as 15. Here is Pippen. He has been off in the second half. Oakley with the rebound.
Well, the thing that broke the continuity on that play, Horace Grant putting it along on the deck for no reason at all, and it forced Pippen to get a bad shot. I'm surprised they did not go inside to Pippen.
Pippen 3 of 12 from the field in the second half after the outstanding first half. Starts for 3. Rebound handled by Mason, but a loose ball foul has been called. Now both teams are over the limit.
The fact he's 3 for 12, I still think the Bulls have to go inside to him because he.
Scottie Pippen with the words "for Pete" on his sneakers. And Scottie has done it at the foul line. He's 9 of 10. He has 24 points in all. The Bulls, not a good free throw shooting team during the regular season, have been superb here tonight. 18 for 20 from the line. And Chicago leads by 2. Minute 25 remaining in the fourth. Ewing getting inside. And he's tied the game at 86. 18 for Patrick Ewing, who has been held in check.
Coming out of the double team, patience, reestablish good inside position. One of the best offensive sequences by New York today.
Ewing again jumping out on Pippen. Shot clock at 6. Longley trying to set the screen. Pippen with nowhere to go. Shot clock down to 1. Pippen fires. Starks with the rebound. Starks for Mason. The Knicks have taken the lead. 88-87. 2-point lead for the Knicks. 35 seconds remaining in the fourth. Armstrong forced it up.
He forced it out, but the Bulls were looking for a 2-for-1 situation. There's a difference on the shot clock by about 7 seconds. So even though it was a force, Phil Jackson instructed his team to look for a 2-for-1.
Knicks have 3 timeouts left. Chicago 1-20. Knicks in no hurry. Now 5 on the shot clock. Anthony pumps from 3-point land. Air ball. And Chicago claiming that it should be their possession.
And the Knicks are claiming that he grazed the rim, which would have started a new shot clock, and the ball taken by Anthony Mason, and they win the argument.
8 and 2/10 seconds remaining. The Bulls must foul. Although they're over the limit, Kerr gives the foul. Starks is the man the Knicks would prefer. Going to the line, he's 9 for 9 from the line. 5 and 3/10 seconds remaining. Ball must hit the 4 first half. Starks hitting on both, and the Bulls take a timeout. It's a 4-point Knick lead with 5 and 3/10 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Another look at it, and it appeared that it did, as we see it from that angle. No question it hit the rim. Starks doing it at the foul line, for the most part, has 17. Scottie Pippen leading Chicago with 24, but he has been silent in the second half. 1 for his last 12 from the field.
And what so many teams fear when they come into Madison Square Garden, that killer defensive quarter, and it has come in quarter number 4 as New York has outscored Chicago 28-15.
Pippen will throw in from the midcourt area. The Knicks do not want to foul. Pippen's cross-court pass is handled by Kukoc, but he threw it away, and that will do it. The New York Knicks have defeated the Chicago Bulls 90-86 in Game 1 of this best of 7. For Matt Kukoc and Ahmad Rashad, I'm Marv Albert. This
okay, you know, you have to shut him down in order to shut Chicago Bulls down. I think if you can control him and make him do a little bit more than he wants to do, then you pretty much have Chicago Bulls at your mercy.
I had it bad today in traffic. I got a ticket, but the Bulls had it worse. Midtown traffic, there was a funeral procession and they got stuck.
New York Knicks are gonna run your ass! They're going down! Going down! Good job. What do you think about this guy, Boris? New York.
St. Pat's was filled. They had a fireman die in the city, and those things happen in some.
25 times in the last 3 years, 26, 27 times in the last 3 years.
Madison Square Garden, the New York Knicks being introduced, and just moments ago, Patrick Ewing got the ovation from the 19,000 here at the Garden. In his 12 seasons, every team he has coached has had 50-plus wins, and he has been in first place in all 12 seasons. That's a remarkable record. And our Cartwright on Ewing. He gives Patrick some trouble. Ewing gets inside. That's no trouble.
Now that was a prime-time stuff.
Pressure immediately on Pippen by Bonner from behind. Lead it by 1. We've played about a minute and a half of the first quarter.
Knowing that Oakley is an excellent perimeter shooter, for the Knicks, he is their highest percentage player from 15 to 20 feet, launching the jump shot. So you must honor that. Force him to dribble the basketball.
Saw Cartwright triggering the offense from way above the three-point arc tonight. Myers, one-on-one against Davis, puts it up.
And in the backcourt with the defender who's playing the man who inbounds the ball.
Bonner has to give it up. Harper lets it fly. Doesn't go. Bonner, good position for the rebound. The putback. But it
season. Here's the trap again. Now the 1-2-1-1.
This time Davis goes right around it. Leaves Oakley open for the easy 17-footer, and Charles Oakley now has 4. Quickly, Pippen back for the three. Scottie Pippen, 32% during the regular season. They
will not launch a perimeter shot.
Ewing from deep. Patrick Ewing, nothing but net. Ewing with 4. We're tied at 14. That's going nowhere but in the stand.
That's a terrific move by Scottie. Scottie takes it strong, but once again, transition defense. See, the Knicks are schooled defensively. Patrick back, even though
Pippen, his second three of the night, and he cans it.
I'm not saying that Scottie should take all threes, Ron, but they are getting the ball to him, and he is wide in one situation.
Oakley with the offensive rebound. Harper, that's a 2. It was not a 3. He had his foot on the line. He didn't like it, but it was the correct call.
In this series, all the front court people push in the lower back. That's how Oakley got that rebound at the other end of the floor.
Pippen's 3 won't go. He came into this game struggling from the arc. Only 2 of 14. Harper all the way. Count the basket. We have a whistle.
You cannot go to sleep on Derek Harper. He proved it in the New Jersey series, and he proved it in Game 1. Because the Bulls are in their second unit outside of Pippen. The Knicks have only made 2 moves, Charles Smith and Starks, but let's face it, they join Oakley, Ewing.
On the right side. Grant, the turnaround over Oakley. Oh, big time rebound by Patrick. Nice pass inside, blocked by Ewing. They're going to whistle him for the foul.
Great hustle by Patrick. Oakley was not back yet. That pass went right down inside to Grant, and you're going to see this is a good look by English. Now watch what happens. Patrick is running down the floor. Now he catches him right on the back. Now, seriously, Ron, that was close. 1-1.
There he is. Pippen stops, pops, and drops. That was pretty. Having a shot on the game clock. Inside, count the basket.
Now that was a bad gamble. Taking a medical prescription, and it causes him stomach problems.
Mason makes the 2, but should give Herb Williams 1 for setting the screen, so Mason had the open shot. Cutting the lead down to 4.
Once again, both teams are murder on the offensive board during this first quarter.
In Game 1, Bulls led by 6 at the end of 1.
Look how far out they pushed this offense.
Smith on Kukoc rejected. Starks might have a good look at it. Lets it go at the buzzer. Oh, off the right side. Won't count. We have played 12 minutes. It is exactly what we had expected. A war between Smith on Williams. The big jump step inside the paint.
Since he has come back in 5 playoff games,
Kukoc, a member of the all-rookie second team, has it rejected. You talked about his shot blocking ability in Indiana. Being guarded by Kukoc. Ewing left open from 16, nothing but net.
To me, Mason must prove that he can solve trouble as much as he can off the dribble.
Kukoc, great body.
Here you go, 2-on-1.
Chicago with the big slam by Scottie Pippen. They have to score points off their defense to be successful.
We've almost played 16 minutes of action. Chicago must look for the outlet. It's there.
John Starks buries the 3.
Well, that's what happened with Pippen in the backcourt. He double-teamed away from Starks, and he allowed him to open up for that 3.
Only 3 of 16 coming into tonight from the arc. Now Kukoc being guarded by... Working around the perimeter. Inside, Armstrong sees the seam, and he takes advantage of it.
Take care of Kukoc. I mean, Kukoc has Starks on him in this pivot.
B.J. Armstrong, for the second time in a row, finds the small opening. Standing right at the 15-foot mark. Starks trips B.J. Armstrong. Then he pretends like he's going to kick him.
Oh, the call is. Now, that was a trip. There's no doubt about it. It was a trip, but it was not a flagrant trip. Okay? That was just, they were going.
In Game 3 versus New Jersey. Ewing down low, Cartwright on him. Grant showed the double. Blackman for 3, and he buries it.
Isn't it amazing? The old pro comes in. He's only played in one playoff game previous to this. He's only attempted 1 3 in that game, and he drains it.
That's his first points of the 94 playoffs. Pat Riley told us last week, though, he could sit him for 2 weeks and come in and score. John Starks just heading to the locker room just a couple of minutes ago. We'll try to get 3 left in the second.
The Knicks, there's no smoothness to their offense. They just cannot get into sync. Even when they're going down inside, any kickoff resulting in no perimeter score.
Mason to Oakley with the finger roll. And there's no emotion in the Knicks. They play with a great deal of emotion. They feed off this crowd. It isn't there.
Well, the crowd right now sitting on their hands, basically. This is the first time that they're starting to get in it with the defensive chant. There was a heady move. That was a great ball fake. And the Chicago bench, everyone giving Harper some static. Now you can see it. It's unfortunate for Harper because it happened right in front of the Chicago bench. Now keep an eye on this now. This could get out of hand.
Well, Derek Harper immediately went to apologize. He went down to B.J. Armstrong, and of course everybody got in. It looks like a baseball fight. Everybody just getting in each other's face. Joe Forte right in the middle of it.
I think that when we give you the replay, you will see that it is a great head fake by B.J. Armstrong.
I've been trying to do that.
And any time
to convert those, not able to. Bulls by 8.
We've been trying to bring that point out. That's there.
Harper with the left hand all the way to the hole.
B.J.'s got to do a better job on him off the dribble. You've got to say to yourself, I have to concentrate on you.
John Paxson looking for his first point. Can't get it, the air ball. Blackman streaking down the right side. Mason leads the break.
Well, it's nice that he dribbled between his legs and that, but he missed Blackman in 2 areas where he was wide open.
Big pick by Ewing. He doesn't roll. Instead, he takes the 3. Buries it. Oh! Patrick Ewing, 29% during the regular season. His first 3 of the playoffs.
During the year, he was 4 for 14.
He's 4 of 4 tonight. Now the crowd is here.
Once again, you leave Ewing open. I know he does not take many, but he's 1 for 1 tonight, Ron.
That's all that counts. 4 for 4 for the game.
Now, we wanted to bring out that point to you about the foul line. Chicago, 15 for 18 in this first half on the line. They've made their last 10 in a row. Why that is big? Because they were 24th during the course of the season.
Armstrong has everybody in red. Defer the easy 2.
In this game, Chicago must understand when they go in at halftime that the fast break is there. It can be a major point for you in this ballgame.
If the Bulls are to win, they have to connect on the fast break points. 12-2 now. Inside the basket goes. Grant lets it fly. Rattles it home over Oakley. Grant with 10 in the ball game. The lead back to 4.
I'm impressed with Grant. He wanted that ball. He called for it, and there was absolutely no hesitation.
And we had 13 in game number 1. Oakley from the outside. Winning the offensive rebound and the putback.
Luke Longley did not even contest that shot. You cannot allow Patrick to take that shot. You've got to get up there. You're 7'2". Get your arms up. Force him to shoot over the top.
Ewing now doubling Armstrong with Harper, then he backs off. Pippen gets a step. Oakley takes the charge.
That's the man. The Oak man.
Dog pound written on the side. A fake short on the 15. Great save by Oakley. Mason lets it go in and out at the buzzer, and that's the way the first half will end. A great effort play by Charles Oakley.
Oh, nice backdoor.
Pippen with the slam.
That was beautiful. That was a nice change of direction by Scottie Pippen and a good ball fake by B.J. Armstrong.
Lead back to 7. Harper, 8 first half points. Ewing slashes across the paint. Bonner left open with the 2.
shoulders again.
Inside. This is the vaunted New York defense. Grant puts it up, but he quiets them.
That's the way to quiet them. You're right, Ron. But how about the penetration by Pitt?
Oakley, the rebound. Good look inside. Mason. 5 on the shot clock. Grant lets it fly. Doesn't get it. Ewing the rebound. He has 7 for the ball game.
Remember, once again, anytime you launch all of these long jump shots, the rebound will be out past the foul line. Guards must rebound.
Mason just muscling his way in on Kukoc. Tony Kukoc didn't have a prayer.
Well, he did that in game 1. He's too strong for Kukoc. And that's why Kukoc cannot allow him to catch the ball in the low post.
Mason intense on defense. Chicago not getting into their offense. 8 on the shot clock. Armstrong. Kerr with 3 on the shot clock. The 3 won't go. Chicago launched 13 threes in game 1. That's a tribute to New York's defense.
Oh, the Knicks defense definitely picking up.
Davis draws the whistle and the foul. Wasn't there. Longley to Grant. Everybody looks afraid to take the shot except for Horace Grant.
Well, that's why you must look.
Bulls by 3, 63-60 as John F. Kennedy Jr. fills up with all the basic food groups. Anthony Benedetto, better known as Tony Bennett, one of my heroes. Also in the crowd tonight, Brooke Shields and Superman from the TV show. Andre Agassi obviously could not make it this evening. LT, he can whip Superman, no problem. Woody couldn't whip anybody. John McEnroe with the stylish brim. Back. Whistle, Longley Walker.
You cannot feed the post on a lob pass from out above the foul line when you have another offensive player on the because when you throw the lob, that defender just comes over and forces the guy back.
Really, can you feel the momentum starting to build down?
Definitely, Ron. People sense it here.
Shot clock inside of 10. Davis, baseline, the stop sign comes up. Mason with 5 on the shot clock. Rolls it around at home.
Oh, did they get a lucky roll there? But once again, Kukoc overextending. They really don't need him to double team because he continues to allow Mason to play by himself.
Our first tie since 19-all. Longley has it knocked away. Grant with the jumper. A timely jump shot by Horace Grant.
In this quarter, Horace has bailed him out on 3 occasions with a timely jump shot when the offense has produced nothing.
Oh! Hubert Davis's first field goal of the ball game. We are tied again at 67. To Grant. Curve met by Davis out front. Shot clock at 10. Oakland. Grant gets a step on him and takes advantage of it.
Yeah, that's Horace's 4th field goal in this quarter. He's 4 for 5. The rest of the Bulls 1 for 5.
For the 3rd time, Derek Harper all the... Kukoc on top, working one-on-one with Smith. 3-time European Player of the Year. Inside, what a move, Tony Kukoc. And then they throw it away. Kerr at the buzzer. It won't go. 36 minutes have been played. A big quarter for Horace
Cross and blocked that.
Game 1 with 5 minutes left in the 4th. Double team, Ewing and Pippen. Ewing goes down. Shot clock at 2. Williams short. I think Anthony may have gotten a piece of it. Starks spotting up for the 3. Anthony taking his time. Here's Starks. The trigger's pulled.
JoJo English did a no-no. He left the big man. He left his man to go to a big man and allowed his man to open up for a 3.
Starks has 6 points, both of them on 3s. The first Knick lead since it was 10-9. Pippen looking for the double. It doesn't come. Here comes Ewing. Shot is short.
Now this is what they did in game 4. Pippen posted up 9 times and only had 3 scores. Starks for three. Buries it again. Holy cow. He's murder. He's got the courage.
And the way the Bulls have shot free throws, only missing 2 so far this evening. You don't want to put them at the line.
See, they continue to front the post guys, and nothing happens.
Shot clock at 10. Kukoc around Ewing, loses the handle. Ewing to Starks. Here it comes. And a foul is called. Pippen doesn't like it. He better be careful. There's the technical.
Wow. Not only the dunk, the foul on the dunk, and now a technical on Scottie Pippen. That was his 5th foul.
Rattled, it falls apart.
Now right there you saw Starks is the one who knocked that away. Now as he comes in here to go for the dunk, oh, there you have Pippen knocked.
The lead is 8. We have just over 8 left in the ball game. Knicks lead the series 1-0. Game 3 Friday in Chicago.
Well, the Knicks continue to do a great job fronting. There it is right there. See, that's
Pippen getting frustrated. Mason running the court. Couldn't fit.
And they have 3 turnovers. So 7 times down the floor, 0 points.
The Knicks believe because of their conditioning that the fourth quarter is always theirs. Here comes Mason, a little behind the back twice. Kukoc stays with him.
And the first quarter we said that Chicago must be able to score against the Knicks, fronting the post-up guy in a triangle and then trapping the screen and roll. They've gone away from the screen and roll. But they must do something about the fronting of the post guy.
Let's see if they do it down this trip. Longley over to Grant. Starks now picking up Pippen. Armstrong gets a step. Anthony may have got a hand on it, but B.J. Armstrong breaks the drought.
That was created by the talents, the athletic talents of Armstrong.
Over 5 minutes and 20 seconds without a field goal in the fourth, and Anthony whistled for the offensive foul. That is his second.
That was an excellent call. Scottie Pippen definitely beat Anthony to the spot, took the charge right in the chest.
Fast break point shooting. Chicago big in the first half, not in the second. Bulls trailing by 6. 5:45 left in the game. Armstrong for 3. He buries it. He was number 2 in the NBA in that department this year. Led him last year. Hits his first 3 of the ball game. The lead is 3. 7. Pippen on Anthony. Ewing with 3 on the shot clock. Lets this prayer go, and it's answered.
How about that, Ron? That was a dagger because they had him double teamed. He brought down raindrops with that shot.
8-time All-Star drops it through. His 6th point of the half. 20 for the game. Longley from about 10. Goes about 7. Kukoc the reverse.
Damage. And also, they cannot do any damage on the offensive boards because they're too far out.
Wholesale changes for both teams. Harper's joined by Mason, Ewing, Oakley, and Starks. Ewing from 17, nothing but net. 22 for Ewing. Cartwright trips. Ewing gets a step on him. Inside. Count it. Charles Oakley.
This is a test, Ron. Let's see if the Bulls can crank it up defensively now.
Ewing, Cartwright on him. Shot clock at 10, still a lot of time. Good look inside. Mason can't get it. The return, Mason, count it.
Once again, Kukoc went for the double team. Patrick gets to the free 2 guys, Bonner and Mason. The shot goes up, but what happens? Bonner keeps it alive, and then Mason muscles his way.
Kukoc, Starks picks him up. Mason now picking up Pippen. He tries to go baseline. The foul, that will be on Mason. There's only 5 by the Knicks. 2:42 left. Pippen for 3. Starks a nice job boxing out. Billy Oakes blows the whistle. Loose ball foul. That is going to be on Scottie Pippen. He is through for the evening.
Now That's a tough play. Push right in the back of Starks for your sixth.
Scottie Pippen only 5 of 15 from the floor tonight. That follows up the effort in game 1 where he was 7 of 19, so he is struggling against this Knick defense. Point Knick lead inside of 2.5. Mason with the steal. Hold the rim, baby. A monster game for Anthony Mason. Phil Jackson has to call a timeout. Ewing gets them both. The lead is 8. Grant for 3. Banks home a 3. Horace Grant banking home the 3. But that is all she wrote. This one's in the books. The Knicks lead the best of 7 series 2-0. They win at the final score 96-91. Just a reminder, once again, our final score, the Knicks win it 96-91 for Hubie Brown and our entire crew. They'll lead a little bit of it tonight. They trail the Knicks in the best of 7 series, 2 games. Hubert Davis, no place to go. Bonner with the save into the stand.
Oh, my. Great hustle by Myers first, and then by the Knicks.
Myers draws the whistle.
That's it.
Shot clock at 6. Shot clock at 2. Pippen's going to have to launch one from 25, and he buries it.
That he's run, and he's left him short.
Myers from 3. That hits nothing but air, but Grant is there to clean it up.
That's the man. That's the man who can change the series. They need him crashing the offensive glass because he's a real warrior. And when you take him away from the basket as a decoy, you're just hurting the team.
7-0 run by the Bulls. But the Knicks will not panic. Davis inside, you called it, Hubie. He's more aggressive tonight, taking it to the hole.
Well, you like to see that. And one thing you saw right there, Scottie Pippen allowed him to lay that up without even challenging. I know that Scottie is conscious. He fouled out of the 1 game and had 5 in game 1.
Proud of wanting a foul as B.J. Armstrong went through a pick. He slices around the backside. Shot clock at 4. Grant.
For some reason, it's much easier to shoot A at home and B in front of a full crowd that are cheering their lungs out right now.
And I tell you, those are the closest shots they've gotten in the first 3 games. Inside, Bonner this time make
pressure and push you out a little further.
There's the lob over the post.
And all that does is it takes time off the clock and eliminates crisp passing.
Myers slashing inside, an offensive foul.
That's moving, and he had him on his shoulder to begin with.
Inside the driving layup. And we have some more pushing and shoving as
Cated the situation by bumping at the other end with Hubert Davis. Now Pat Riley smartly takes out Hubert Davis and brings in John Starks.
Well, John Starks, you're replacing a little bit of emotion with a volcano. That may be a great coaching move.
There it is.
There it is again. Cartwright is going to be hammered, and the Bulls have to pay for taking it in. He is quite the gentleman and the ultimate professional. Smith, no, they're going to call it. Fouls have already been called. Kerr gets away with a bad pass, and Grant capitalizes on it. But you touched on a good point, Hubie. The press here has been unmerciful on Tony Kukoc and Scottie Pippen. Very unfair on Tony Kukoc, saying that he's a phony, as one writer wrote it today.
There's a nice screen for Starks.
Don't leave Oakley open. He will take that shot.
Well, anytime Starks comes off and you can hit him, he can make something happen on the other side of the floor because you can count on the defenses coming into the lane to help out.
The back door is there, but he doesn't grab it. Starks lost the ball.
Got to look now.
Pippen from the arc.
He feels it.
Pushing Cartwright. Cartwright gets a step on him and has the easy two.
You cannot continue to front if they empty out that backside because once Cartwright makes the catch, there is no defender to help him.
Harper from the outside. Mid-time slam.
Whoa.
Charles Oakley. My goodness.
You want the Oak Man to come over here and lay one on
No,
you
sir.
or what?
No, sir. I got everybody in East Cleveland mad at me already in Oakley's Wash House. Mason leaning on Kukoc. Cartwright. He has the hot hand tonight.
Not only that, but that was a great pass. And Corda Ware keep pushing the ball around and to try to take advantage of the mismatches like right here. See, that force, by posting up Stark, that force starts
all defensive first team, Scottie Pippen. Anthony for three, Greg Anthony.
Well, he's been doing it, Ron. You hate, you know, he's now 2 for 5 in the three-point shooting. But at the end of the year, in the last 2 months, he really started to come on shooting a high percentage.
The last 3 years, the Bulls have only gone to the limit in a playoff series once. That was against the Knicks in '92. Shot clock at 4. Pippen can't get it. The tip won't go.
Now, Cartwright kept that alive twice. He and Ewing are really after one another.
Starks wastes no time, and he drops the rainbow through. Oh, I love it.
John Starks in this series is now 4 for 14 in threes.
The shot at the buzzer by Anthony. Mason working on Kukoc, steps back, the trigger's pulled.
People are on Kukoc, the media guys are also. In 3 less minutes than during the season, he's averaging the same amount of points, 10, the same amount of rebounds, and the same amount of assists. And he's a double teamer. His man is the free man when he double teams.
Starks takes advantage of Steve Kerr guarding him. Whistle, the
must execute.
The Knicks are within 3. Kukoc, the big dump off to Williams. That is what Tony Kukoc does best.
He has beaten his man tonight off the dribble every time, and the line, the same points, same rebounds, and same assists.
From the outside, Charles Smith drains his first field goal as Herb Williams comes in, giving Patrick Ewing a rest. Or have been starters. Their leader, Starks, takes a big hit.
John Starks is open on every down screen on either side of the lane.
They are the left hand almost pulled the rabbit out. He's underneath, and he is going to be hammered hard by Anthony.
That was a hard foul. Over the back. I mean, he really got blocked. The dribble.
A lot of pushing and shoving underneath. Dick Bavetta blows the whistle.
7 by the Bulls. That's the difference. Look at this.
Showtime.
I'm glad that Anthony did not challenge Pippen that time, because that would have been a big-time collision.
Scottie Pippen already with 10 in the ball game. The lead is also 10. We have got some hard fouls. Jojo English says
right now, this is the first time that they have shown a 1-2-1-1 press. Now they get the trap. Now let's see, the Knicks are determined to attack. So you like to see that. Anytime that you have numbers, well, they're running Starks on Pippen, so Starks is running a small forward.
Weddington, another rebound. Pippen, the fake. Oh, my! What a ball fake by Scottie Pippen. Harper will have numbers if he hurries. To Ewing. That is the hardest foul Chicago has committed.
Anthony Mason and now Starks.
And Patrick Ewing, the first real strong move to the hole for Ewing. And Cartwright back into the lineup. Weddington leaves 3 points and 3 rebounds. Pippen dishes it off. It's going to be an offensive foul.
Good call. Patrick Ewing.
11. Oakley with position on Grant. Grant has to commit the foul. That is his second. And now we've got a play with Harper and English.
Look out.
Look out. Go into the stands right in front.
My. Look out.
We've got everybody. We've got punches thrown. Ewing, Cartwright. It's right in front of us. And now Jackson's into it.
Wow.
Johnny Bach is into it. Oh, this is ugly. Right in front of the commissioner. Right in front of the commissioner of the NBA, David Stern. And now they're keeping going. Now Riley grabs Harper and is yelling at him.
Yes, he is, yeah. Harper. Now right behind us here we have Starks down.
And the security staff is pushing John Starks. Unbelievable.
Hey, unbelievable. What are they doing here?
The security staff, unbelievable, pushing John Starks. I don't believe that the security staff was doing that to John Starks. Well, Chuck Gardner, our stat man, got into it. He was buried amongst the crowd.
Now, all that happened in the backcourt. It was between Harper and English. That's where it all started. As it passed over half court, then naturally we had a number of players. This is going to be very, very difficult for these people to, especially the referees right now, to kind of sort this out. Mainly because every player from both teams was in the action. Here's the commissioner.
Then the security staff came over and started pushing John Starks. And Starks didn't let that happen for too long.
At the three-point line. Now here it is here. English and Harper are facing. Oops, there it is. Now Harper goes right after him, and as he brings him over here and throws him on the floor, you can see what happens. It empties right over the top of the fans in rows 1 and 2. Now in the middle, they're pulling Williams out. There's Starks. The Bulls are pulling Starks off the top. Unfortunately here, you're into the middle of the fans in row 2. That is right below the commissioner, who is sitting in the third row here. But it all happened between English and Harper. Now, from what we were seeing, you could see that both guys pushed at the exact same time. And then Harper went after English, whatever English said. And you can see the continuation here right now. English once again is jawing, and everybody is trying to be calm in this situation. But there's a lot of hard feelings here.
And Pat Riley
here it is right now, coming right into the stands. And you can see Williams went right on top of that pile. Then it just becomes a full melee. Williams right there, Jackson pulls Starks out, but they get knocked into the crowd. Then on top of all of this, right where the camera is, nothing is happening now, but everything is behind it. Now as the people are clearing, that's us right there, is one security guy took it upon himself, the guy right there to the right of your screen, to jostle Starks. Now for whatever reason,
that is his second. But JoJo English is gone, Derek Harper is gone.
Now, whatever was said by JoJo English to Harper or vice versa. Now, right now, the Knicks come with Greg Anthony. Anthony is going to go with B.J. Armstrong, and then up front, they have Cartwright, Pippen, and Gray. Pat Riley was right in the
So, halfway down, Ewing puts it back. This for three, doesn't get it. Starks takes it away from Armstrong.
Bad pass. He looked right at the defender.
The shot. Oh, it goes! Roll the tape. Oh, Ernie Johnson, look at that. That's the way they do it in Stillwater.
What a wild, over-the-head shot by Starks. He knew he was fouled. He just tossed it up, and then he gets the bounce. Keep an eye. See, bad pass. Grant looked right at Starks and still made the pass. Now watch this shot. Look at this. He just throws it over his head and gets the bounce.
So Friday the 13th proves lucky as Horace Grant has to sit down with 3 on Davis. Armstrong.
Yes. Anytime they're in transition, Steve Kerr.
Slam by Weddington won't go. Rejection by Ewing. Starks at the buzzer doesn't get it, but what a wild 24 minutes. We've had technicals, we've had ejections, we've had a fight, we've had some pretty good basketball in between. 14 points for Pippen, shooting 50%. And as he hit to the locker room, the Bulls lead it by 11. Ernie Johnson and Dick Versace are next. Inside, Pippen. Picks up where he left off. 16 for Pippen.
Well, we told you, he was only shooting 35%. He had 4 turnovers.
There you see Chicago's woes in the second half. Myers sneaks away from the blue jerseys. Nice pass inside. Horace Grant.
You love to see that. You love to see guys keep their heads in traffic.
Grant 6 of 9. He has 12 for the ball game. Oakley from 18. Nothing but the bottom of the net.
See, that play is there for the Knicks all night. Whether it's Hubert Davis or Starks, they curl into the middle. They're wide open. For once, you'd just like to see Chicago shoot the gap and force the guy to finish.
Horace Grant shooting 70% from the floor tonight, 52% during the regular season.
They're going to rue the day that they did not sign him in December.
You know, and filing the tampering charges, those close to Horace said that has alienated him even farther, and they don't think there's any way he would re-sign with the Bulls after that little charge was put out. Ewing with the archer.
One of the few times tonight that Patrick has actually gone to that pet move of his. He's now 5 for 8 in this ball game.
He's hit his last 4 shots. B.J. Armstrong, the bank is open.
One of the best in the NBA. Coming off at bad angles and banking in that 10 to 15-foot jump shot.
The Bulls haven't missed a shot in the third quarter. They lead it by 15. Anthony's going to try a 3, and he rolls it around. Greg Anthony, his second from the arc this evening.
2 for 4 in threes tonight. And we told you, he ended the season with confidence on that perimeter shot.
It was the rap out of Greg Anthony coming out of UNLV, but he said he came into this league to play defense. Ewing lets Cartwright get away.
Cartwright screen for B.J. 3 on 1. Nice.
Myers. Blackman gets a piece of it.
That was a nice pass by Pippen. He looked back, saw.
He's out of Arkansas Little Rock. Ewing, where is answer? We saw it in game 2. He does it again tonight.
Patrick, I think, thought he was getting fouled.
Pippen out the basket,
and Anthony knew that Pippen was on the other wing.
Bill Jackson said, we get to our home court, we're going to bring this thing back to New York. The crowd is into it. The biggest Bull lead. Ewing from that left side with the high archer. 18.
You cannot play that any better than Billy Cartwright. Billy Cartwright, as a matter of fact, caught him right in the open hand. He was right on top of that shot.
Patrick has hit his last 6 shots of the ballgame.
Well, he's come to life in games 2 and 3 from a shooting standpoint.
They extend the offense of the Bulls. Shot clock at 1. Pippen, it goes.
Defensive team. Grant for the second time makes the second team. Pippen 3 years in a row, the first team. Oakley the first time. And now Pat Riley has really been campaigning for that one for him. He calls him, you know, for the last couple of years, the best defensive power forward in the game.
Well, Pippen 8 of 14. There's Oakley. Makes the all-star team, and he's doing an awful lot back in his hometown of Cleveland, Ohio. Trying to give back to the community. He has made rebounding an art.
Well, the big thing with Charles is the fact that he is the designator picker-up of any player coming down the lane on any screen and rolls. He's also on the floor for loose balls. He really extends himself from a professional standpoint every night, and that's what Pat Riley loves about his play.
He is the definition of blue-collar worker. Said he gets it from his grandfather who worked the fields in York, Alabama. Pippen.
Oh, boy.
9 of 15 for shot clock at 3. Longley.
Oh, boy. Luke just gets in the game, knocks it down. But all of their 4 on 2 choices
to Williams, and he is hit hard by Corey Gaines, and they tossed him up. Corey Gaines is gone.
Oh, what a bad break for the Knicks. What a bad break. Now, that is a hard foul.
That's a flagrant 1 they're calling on Gaines.
And not unsportsmanlike, but the blow to the head and the signal was definitely, at that time,
he was 6 on the shot clock. Spins, draws the foul. 6 on the shot clock. Ewing, he's going to take it. Buries the 3.
I tell you, I'm so happy for this young man. He has played terrific. Great game tonight, as well as in games 1 and 2, but totally unappreciated. Now they get a foul on that shot. Williams was grabbed and tossed. Cartwright, Grant.
Starks picks up the loose rock. got Ewing on the right side. Mason will post up on Williams. Final 37 seconds of the third. Nice move, Mason. That's a 2. It goes. Charles Smith.
Good ball movement.
Into his second personal foul. Herb Williams also in for the Knicks.
Tony Kukoc has given Anthony Mason.
Mason's running. Gaines doesn't get it. The tip by John Starks.
How about that?
Tonight only had taken one shot.
Right now the refs have been consistent. Any
games and he has the basketball.
Main thing for the Chicago guards, no three-point shots.
Working around to Starks, has to give it up inside. Mason is fouled. Oh, and it goes.
See, they have life now. See, they're smelling it. They've had the confidence because of games 1 and 2.
Point game, Mason. Ewing over Longley. Count it.
Ewing. Good timeout. Phil Jackson up. He can see it because this is exactly what happened in game 1. We have a New York 11-0 run. Still trapped that. But see, Cartwright was open. They went away from him.
Grant over Smith. It goes.
Because they knew that Horace Grant would make that jump hook.
It's a piece of cake. 16 for Grant. Pushes the lead back to 11. Cartwright in the game.
Nice pass.
Nice look inside. Myers rolls it home.
That time, Billy took his time, and Pippen cut from the other side of the floor and pinned his man.
Brown, Channing defense. The lead is 12. 5 minutes left to be played. Ewing inside. It goes.
See, I'm just baffled at how many times John Starks has been open on a simple screen down, and they continue to follow. You follow, he's open. The center must help, then Ewing is open on the roll.
24 for Ewing. Shot clock inside of 10. Pippen lets it fly. That's a 2, and he rattles it home.
Scotty has just come up big tonight. Happy for him because he's had a sensational year.
He has 25. Whistle, John Starks, B.J. Armstrong trying to hold up.
Made 4 of their last 5 shots.
Starks, 3, my goodness.
Is he a bandit or what? You talk about a guy with courage. This guy will launch him.
And no conscience. Starks 9 points in the fourth.
You must pay attention to the three-point shooting of the Knicks.
8-point Chicago lead. Myers sees Cartwright open. Doesn't get it. Oakley left alone from 19, and he buries the shot.
Now you're looking at this with 3:20 to go. Chicago, 3 full timeouts. 1:20. New York, 2 full timeouts.
6-point lead, the closest the Knicks have gotten since early in the first. Mason on Pippen. Mason has worn him down the first 2. Pippen doesn't get it. Tipped out by Grant. Knicks,
so you're shooting the penalty.
Shot clock at 8. Armstrong from 19. B.J. Armstrong with the biggest shot of the ball game.
He's played real big in games 2 and tonight, game 3.
17 for Armstrong. Ewing. The baseline jumper by Patrick Ewing. 26 for
2-man game. Hubert Davis and Ewing.
Ewing inside. Count the basket for Patrick Ewing. The lead is down to 4.
Well, Patrick caught Billy on the top side, drop-stepped him, just took it easy. Cartwright was afraid to foul him in that situation.
30 points for Ewing outside. Shot clock inside of 10. Mason on Pippen. Shot clock at 3. Pippen, the ball fake. The shot won't go. Cartwright the rebound. And the Knicks take it away. No whistle. Will go the other way with it with 39 left.
Cartwright got away with a push that time. That's how he received that rebound.
Ewing's hit a 3 in game 2. He's going to take it inside. Count it. It's a 2-point ball game.
Plus, the Knicks are going to get this ball back with time. You cannot run the clock. There are 5 seconds difference here now. Now this is critical. He wants a timeout. with 13 on the shot clock, 17. The Knicks double team Pippen. All right, they're going 1-4 right now, looking for the spot up off the dribble. The clock is at 6.
Pippen with 3 on the shot clock. He's not going to get a good shot off. 2-1. No, they're going to call a violation. That is a shot clock violation. The Knicks with 1 timeout left have a chance to tie the basketball game and win it with a 3.
Critical here. They have a long time. All right, now there is your delay of game. Now remember, the Knicks have no timeouts remaining. None. So this is critical. You know that they want to try to get Ewing in this play. And start.
There's Ewing. Ewing for the tie. He's got it with 1.8 left. A sensational play. And they call a timeout right as they brought the ball in.
Can you believe what just happened?
I cannot believe.
Myers inbound that ball to Scottie Pippen with 1.8 seconds to go rather than call a timeout when you had 3 timeouts remaining. Unbelievable. Now keep an eye on it. Ewing is coming in. You know they're going to Ewing. This is his 34th point of the game. He is now 14 for 19 from the field, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 blocks.
Myers triggers the inbounds pass. Kukoc for the win. It goes! Oh, brother!
Tony Kukoc pushes his man into right there to make that catch. Now how about 6'11", fading and draining this shot? Now keep an eye right in the middle. He pushes Mason off, makes the catch, and throws the fadeaway.
At center, 7 foot from Georgetown, Patrick Ewing. And 1 guard from Oklahoma State, 6'5", John Starks. And the other guard, 6'2", from UNLV, Greg Anthony. The New York Knicks are coached by Pat Riley, assisted by Dick Harder, Jeff Van Gundy. The trainer, Mike Saunders.
On the opening tip, and Bennett Salvatore came over. And now Patrick Ewing wants John Starks on the other side of Scottie Pippen. And we finally get underway. Starks controlling. Off the spin. Gives the Knicks a 2-0 at the good position. Here's Smith. Well, Charles Smith giving the Knicks a 4-0 lead.
Riley was very upset with Greg Anthony on not taking that shot. However, he didn't say anything to him. He wants to keep his confidence as high a level as possible.
Any thought of suspending Scottie Pippen? As Anthony unleashes and hits a 3-pointer with 1 on the 24. And the Knicks now lead by the count of 10-0. Rebound. Pippen off the fake. It counts. And the foul. Oakley gives it right back. Ewing. Patrick Ewing, who has the outstanding touch, extends to a 14-3 lead.
Kind of a forced shot there with 10 seconds on the shot clock. So things going the Knicks' way. They get the last second shot, a 3-pointer by Greg Anthony. So they're on a roll.
Pippen for 3. Yes. Got it. Pippen.
Start. However, the Bulls catch fire. Pippen with the jam. The Bulls up by a dozen at the half. Third quarter, Chicago keeps the pressure up. Scottie Pippen with the no-look feed to a streaking Horace Grant, who uses the left to dunk. Bulls up 18 for Grant. Later in the third, Pippen says, "I'll take a 3 and I'll hit it." He had 25. Chicago's up 14 after 3. Fourth quarter, will the Bulls collapse? Well, not hardly. Pippen answers with the jumper right there. Pat Riley, that look pretty much summed it all up. It's the 8th straight playoff loss.
On the game. After the game, Pippen and Grant slipped out of the locker room early, but others were talking.
No, they've been playing hard all series. We're just not playing well, and they're playing good.
You know, they're world champions. They got a lot to defend, so they're not going to come out and play and give us the game. We got to, go in and take it.
I thought that, this series would probably be over with by now, but, it's not. So that's the fun of the playoffs.
Miller Genuine Draft presents Genuine Moments.
Bulls have a 5-point lead. Here's Jordan. Yes! And counts. Fouled by John Starks. Here's Anthony. Ewing from three-point range and hits. Trent Tucker on the drive. Rejected by John Shots. The Knicks with a 5-0 run. Shot clock at 7. Ewing again from deep. Yes! And it counts! Johnson takes a timeout.
Chicago-New York series. A year ago, tied at 2 in the Eastern Final, this was the key. The Bulls winning at the Garden by 3 and then closing it out at home. Can Scottie Pippen orchestrate a repeat performance? Or will Patrick Ewing and the Knicks remain unbeaten at home in the postseason?
Between the guards that we have, I feel very strong that they can get the job done on Wednesday.
We have to win Game 5 without Darren Harper. We have the talent and the depth to do that.
Come down to a best-of-3 series. Who will get the upper hand tonight at Madison Square Garden in New York? Quiet moments in the locker room. Hugh Hollins, Daryl Garrettson are officials. Crawford tosses it up. Knicks have possession. Greg Anthony getting the start. He has been abused in the paper for his performance on Sunday, but Pat Riley said, listen, you stick with the guy going up, you stick with him coming down.
Ewing. The emphasis in New York is Ewing needs more than 14 or 15 shots a game. They must get him back to the regular season and also the New Jersey series where he gets 20 attempts.
Standing behind Cartwright, Ewing able to take advantage. Starks to Ewing. Count the basket, we have a whistle.
Now the transition game.
Cartwright behind Ewing.
Kind of surprised, no cutters.
Ewing, the spin move toward the baseline, something we haven't seen a lot of in this series.
Well, in the early going, no double teaming. They are not leaving the small forward because Smith and Mason hurt Pippen anytime that he would double team from that position.
New York forcing Chicago to extend their offense. Pippen, the one-handed push shot. Beautiful shot by Pippen, his first.
That was extremely difficult, a tough angle, and he held it, cradled it with one hand. Now, this is what Anthony must break. He must be able to handle a double team.
The Knicks make him pay for it, Hughie.
Well, what they're doing is whoever's man takes the ball out of bounds after a Chicago score, that is the man who will trap Anthony at half court.
Cartwright, a lot of time on the shot clock, 12 to shoot. Ewing comes over to pick up Pippen. The air ball right in the hands of Oakley. Ewing running the floor. He has Myers. Takes it inside, no problem. Patrick Ewing and the Knicks have not missed a shot.
Well, they're off to a great start. This is what Pat Riley was hoping. The Knicks 5 for 5 from the field.
Right in front of us. Armstrong almost lost the handle. When they throw it away, we'll go the other way.
This building has been in a roar for the last half hour.
Myers. Smith. Good.
You're a Chicago fan. That was quite unfortunate. A terrific steal by BJ, and then they lose the ball.
The crowd is electric. For the reason they haven't been getting any in the last two games. Bulls throw it away again. The careless pass by B.J. Armstrong. Pippen, the strong move. Myers right there to clean it up.
Right now, you must penalize the Knicks because Patrick Ewing is leaving the center, and then someone is picking up the center. That extra guy must get to the offensive glass.
Smith from the corner. That is a welcome sight for Pat Riley. His 4th point of the ball game. Pippen to Myers. He'll launch one from the outside, and Pete Myers drains his 2nd in a row. He has 4. Anthony wisely pulls it out. Ewing!
Right now, Patrick's on fire. Cartwright cannot handle him, and you would think that pretty soon the double team is going to come. Scottie Pippen, once again, launching the 3. Now, in this series, he's done an outstanding job. He is now 8 for 21.
Going to be an offensive foul called on the Knicks. It'll be on by the time B.J. Armstrong really got things going, and it turns into a one-man game with Pippen. Oh, big-time rejection, Patrick Ewing. They can't make the save. Bulls have it. Only 3 on the shot clock.
Everyone was criticizing.
4.5 left in the first. Pippen launches his 2nd 3, and he drains his 2nd 3.
You must pick him up. Time they double-team him.
Pulls up from 15. B.J. Armstrong, his 2nd shot, he makes good.
You like to see that because B.J. is really on a roll in this series. He's been taking it off the dribble, getting into the lane. So you must find him some shot attempts.
Now it is a 1-point game, nearing the 2-minute mark of the first.
Grant just put Mason behind the stanchion.
Hubert Davis, who also checked into the lineup. We talked about the 2-guard Woj shooting. He drills his first.
I tell you, they are manhandling the screeners down on the baseline. At both ends.
Oakley on Grant. Quick hands. Armstrong again from the same spot.
Nice assist, Torres. Come on now. He had the shot blocked. Fortunately, the ball goes right to B.J. Armstrong, who was wide open coming off that screen.
Good pass, Coach. Mason on Grant. He dribbles it off his foot. Here comes Pippen on the break.
Nice.
1 on 4.
Nice.
Stutter move in the jam on Oakley.
You know, he said, I got the Oak man. I'm going to give him a little razzle-dazzle. First of all, a hesitation. Make the defender square off, and then take the crossover dribble and go strong.
First lead of the game. Anthony with the reverse. The first wild shot for Greg tonight.
Up in the corner.
Spotting up. Pulls the trigger. Buries the 2.
Now you knew it. Because as soon as as soon as Anthony went down that lane, B.J. took off for that distant corner. Now the pressure is on the Knicks. Armstrong and Kerr will occupy the corners in transition.
Ewing from 18, nothing but the bottom of the net. He has 13 in the ballgame, 14 in the ballgame.
That's why early we said, you know, the Knicks make big runs, but they always allow you back in the game. Chicago kept to their knitting, stayed within, good high percentage shots.
And Williams will come to the line. Grant get away. Kerr looking for the shot. He gets a good look. Steve Kerr drains it.
He's the young man that had to get it together. He's 5 for 17 coming into this game and only 1 for 7 in threes. He feels that he's getting a good look, and it's nice to see him hit that first one.
Davis on Kerr, 10 on the shot clock. Inside, good pass to Oakley.
Beautiful pass that time. Beautiful.
Oakley with 4. The Bulls still lead by 1. Final 10. Jackson wanting Armstrong in the corner. Pippen going one-on-one with Mason. Great ball fake. Scottie
95 on the line.
Mason fronts Oakley, and they need to step up here tonight.
Well, they've struggled in this building.
Davis with the left hand.
They were outscored by 21 points in games 1 and 2. But once they got back to Chicago, they did an excellent job.
Bench players usually do a better job at home than they do on the road. Longley on Williams. Williams with the block. Offensive foul will go the other way. Shot clock at 7. Grant underneath with the reverse.
That is Longley's strength. Not only the 7'2", 2'6".
Kerr can't beat Gaines off the dribble. Pulls the trigger short. To Smith. Nice pass by Gaines to Smith for the 2.
Strong move that time by Charles Smith. He realized he had a guard back Steve Kerr, and he's giving you at least 6 inches, so you know you're going up over the top.
Grant on Smith. Longley. That'll be a traveling call.
Now, not only did they have the trouble, they're not even on the front of the rim off. They are off to the right side.
Riley says he's beaten him off the dribble 80% of the time, and he did it right there.
That time, Anthony Mason was looking for help. He definitely channeled him to go to the baseline. Unfortunately, no one rotated to pick up the dribbler.
Starks tried to get it to Ewing. Cartwright just tossed him out of the way, and Oakley. Williams, Pippen, Cartwright, Kukoc, and Armstrong for the Bulls. Oakley didn't like him. Game. Starks says, don't give it to me. Now you can. The three. Inside. No! Great look by Starks to Smith.
The reason that opened up, Scott Williams fell down on the floor when that pass was made out to Starks. His man opened up, and I give Starks a lot of credit.
I thought he was going to pull the trigger.
Right, go for the high percentage shot.
5 assists for John Starks already in the ball game. The lead is down to 2. Kukoc, the one-handed, left-handed shot.
Tony playing with a lot of confidence. He feels he can go by any of the players, and he just shot that one right up over the top of Mason's double team.
Bill Jackson says he's a money player. Smith, nice ball fake. Charles Smith.
Well, they named him way back in the old days at the 5-star basketball camp, Howie Garfinkel, Mr. Fluid, and you can see it down inside.
That's exactly right.
He has many moves.
Now Cartwright being guarded by Smith. Williams crosses over to the far side. Here comes Pippen. Ewing puts a forearm on him to hold him up, just enough to maybe disrupt things. Armstrong for 3, buries it.
Excellent choice. Cartwright took his time and looked to the corners, and we keep that too long, see?
Shot clock at 3. Ewing's going to be called for the grab.
If you're going to call it on Cartwright at one end, then you must call it at this end. Patrick once again gets caught.
Alley-oop to Scottie Pippen.
That was beautiful. Just beautiful. Pippen going without the ball from the opposite side of the floor.
Going around an awful lot. Mason with the pump fake, the basket, and the foul. Take that, Oakley.
Defense down by beating their man off the dribble.
Anthony off the glass for 2.
Well, that's what this young man needs. He needs some field goal, not follow through on that shot. He pulled the string.
Smith, great position down low.
If he'll just run to that spot, they'll find him all night.
14 for Smith. It is a 1-point Chicago advantage. The effort for New York starts on defense.
Green and roll, they'll trap.
New York on an 8-0 run. Pippen not beat off the dribble that time. Smith, Pippen beats him off the dribble. The Cartwright knocks over Ewing. That'll be an offensive foul on Bill Cartwright.
That's strong.
He has to give it up to Grant over the outstretched hands of Charles Oakley.
Like that. See, anytime that Ewing picks him up, he just takes Ewing, and that's the second big basket. Anytime that he comes off of a pick and roll, this is very good strategy by Pat Riley right now.
Rebound Oakley.
Excellent defense that time by Charles Smith.
Anthony to the hole. His 6 to shoot. Armstrong, the baseline. Oh, over the outstretched hands of Patrick Ewing to wrap this series up. Armstrong again.
Uncanny. You know, it's something which he really did not do a lot of throughout his career.
He can't get it to go. Oakley, the offensive rebound and the putback.
He tells you throughout this series he's averaging 5.5 offensive
line, so he kicks it out. Starks for 3. There it is, Hubie. We talked about it.
He's something else. He's now 7 for 22 in threes in this series.
His ticket in the NBA was defense. But now that he's in there, it's turned into shooting. Tied at 54.
Running out of time here.
2 to shoot. Grant throws up the prayer, doesn't get it. Myers with the offensive rebound. Pippen wants it back.
Nice.
Grant from 18.
Nice. See, that's heads-up play. Myers was trapped, made the pass to Cartwright. The old story, when they rotate, make them pay, make the second pass out of the trap.
Starks trying to get it down low to Ewing. Ewing's going to set the pick. 7 to shoot. Anthony for 3. Nailed it.
See, this is the part of his game which contradicts everything else. He's now 6 for 15. He's shooting about 38% in threes. in this series.
First Knicks lead since it was 22-21. Crowd chanting defense. The Knicks, the #1 defense in the NBA during the regular season. Pippen left alone, takes Oakley off the dribble with Ewing going down. No, they call it an offensive foul.
Once again, Ewing picks up the offensive foul. Patrick in a one-on-one situation. Oh, nice move.
Starks to reverse. What a shot, John Starks!
Unbelievable. Were you the guy that was questioning Starks?
I never question anybody from Oklahoma. It's a rule.
I mean, you know yourself. I mean, he just plays in peaks and valleys, and he never lets it upset him. Now, just watch his strong move. Longley's down here, but he's late.
You're talking Luke Longley, every bit of 7'2".
See, Starks never laid that ball up on the left.
It is 3 by New York. Starks kicks it out to Ewing. Good save, Smith. 5 to shoot. Pulls it from 10. Got the roll.
Well, they were really lucky on that. Oh, yeah. Ewing made a great save of that pass by Starks.
Pippen in strong, knocks Oakley down. It's going to be a blocking foul on Charles Oakley. He was about a half a step. Myers has it tipped away by Starks right into the hands of Grant, who buries the jumper.
By the way, I have not been right yet on a charge block tonight. I am now 0 for 3.
I wasn't going to mention it. We still have a couple games together.
No, we're owning up here.
Knicks still lead about 3. Anthony shaking and making inside. Oakley with his 4th point of the quarter.
Both teams overcompensating for any dribbler. And you know that the kickout is open.
Scottie Pippen comes right back and drills his 3rd 3 of the ball game. 19 for Pippen. The lead is down to 2 for the Knicks. Ewing wants the ball. Longley on him.
Well, you must trap Patrick. You cannot let him get into that one-on-one situation.
Anthony, the running jumper. Greg Anthony taking the challenge, push forth and taking advantage of it.
He could grow up immeasurably for you right now. This is a ton of pressure on him this evening, and I'm happy for him that he's making some.
Oakley on Grant. Oakley tips it away. Here comes Mason. All the way to the hole. The finger roll.
Well, he can dribble. No doubt about that. He's a big man at 6'8", 250 pounds. But they allow him to dribble and handle the middle of the break. Now keep an eye. He's straddling here. Now once he blew by Pippen, they had a 3-on-2. But more important, nobody blocks his shot.
Nobody puts a body on him. Starks continuing to light it up. Keeps the perfection going in the second half.
Well, he'll keep going right now at Steve Kerr. He'll test Kerr's defensive ability, and let's see what happens.
New York is at 9 of the last 11. B.J. Armstrong has hit 2 of his last 2. 17 for Armstrong in the ballgame.
Penalty.
Mason pulls the trigger.
In the first half, he did not score from the field. He had some foul shot attempts, but they're getting maximum mileage out of Mason and Smith at the small forward position.
Williams and Kukoc will check in. The lead is 4 with 1:41 left in the 3rd. Bulls on top. Pippen stops. Pulls the trigger. That bank is open. I tell you, he's open in 12 minutes. Oakley from 19. They're getting production.
Everything.
Great ball fake, Grant, and he makes him pay again.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Anytime that you make your catch, you should be in position to catch.
Coming back out now. Outside, Charles Oakley again. The big guy's moving outside here. Nice job lobbing it inside to Williams. Whistle, he walked with it. Will go the other way. Oakley wants the basketball. The pick. Williams comes over to help. Scott Williams underneath, rejected by Herb Williams, his 2nd block of the game.
Herb Williams, when he was at Indiana, he could.
No double yet. Kukoc comes over to help. Ewing with the fall away from behind the board.
The free guy when you make that pass.
Williams a triple fake. Ewing still blocks the shot.
Well, that was weak. See, that was a weak move. He made himself small, Ron. You know, Scott Williams is 6'10". He's got to go up strong with that with two hands.
Scotty's a big guy, too, at 230 pounds. Mason waits for the double team by Kerr. They give it right back to him. Shaking and baking. 4 to shoot. Knicks retain possession. Ewing to step inside. He hung just long enough to drop it.
All he needed was a pit stop. He just had to get to the locker room, that's all. Since he's come back, he's 2 for 2. We have a new man out there. Patrick is energized.
Outside. Kukoc for 3. Boy, Tony Kukoc. His first 3 of the game.
He's now...
Right into the hands. Kerr started to cut, and then he pulled back. Anthony, the big step. Nice. What a look by Greg Anthony. That was a perfect pass.
That look was by default. Because Luke Hartley was going to send that one someplace. But a great pass. And then Ewing followed the play.
Ewing was 6 in the 4th after going scoreless in the 2nd and 3rd.
Pippen wants the back starts down. Nice fake.
Doesn't get the shot. The 4th quarter woes continue for Scottie Pippen. Ewing has had the last 6 points for New York. They got to call the foul on Pippen on Kukoc. Grant lets it fly over Ewing. Nothing but net. Horace Grant, great series.
Now that only happened because
wanting to clear out. There it is. He's 0 for 2 in the quarter. Ewing with the rebound.
He's got to get to that side of the floor. See how Scottie Pippen's playing him? He will not allow him to go to that corner. See, so that just took them out of the two-man game action.
Here comes Starks wheeling around, left open off the screen, and he buries it.
Now, B.J. Armstrong is hurting. He just got popped on that down screen by Greg Anthony.
Starks on Pippen. Anthony will pick up Armstrong.
They're posting Pippen down inside. Starks is fronting him, forcing the ball reversal.
Inside of 2 minutes of the ball game. Mason cuts off Kukoc. 2 to shoot. Pippen. They're not going to get it off. A 24-second violation. The forte of New York.
The guy who made that possible. A good job by Starks fronting. A good job by jamming the passer, but then Patrick Ewing coming on that double team to force Pippen to pass the ball.
Rebound Pippen, he comes out of the pass. Oh, we're calling a blocking foul on Greg Anthony.
Oh, tough call. Oh, wow, tough call. He definitely surprises Pippen by getting here. Keep an eye on this. See, he's right there. That ball hit off of his foot. Now keep an eye there. See, he's right there. He's moving. He's moving. High, but unfortunately for Anthony, the ball hit his foot and could have been a loose ball.
Scottie Pippen's first points in the 4th quarter. First points in 4.5 minutes.
Chicago, 3 full timeouts. New York, 2.
The lead is down to 1 with 1:29 left to 5 to shoot.
Two-man game. He's inside of him.
Armstrong. What a pass! B.J. Armstrong.
Big time. Big time. Getting into what you want.
First lead for the Bulls in the quarter. Cartwright. That'll be his 5th personal foul. Ewing 6 points, 7 rebounds in the 4th quarter. He is only 2 of 6 from the line tonight. He may be praying over on the far side.
Well, he's 23 for 31 in the series. Plenty of time. The main thing here is that Chicago does not allow New York a second shot.
Ewing misses them both. So the Bulls have the opportunity to go up by 3, possibly 4. With the Knicks getting the last shot.
What you do not want to do now is commit a silly foul. The The main thing for the Knicks right now, force them to shoot, get the rebound, and hold them to one shot.
Pippen, 4 to shoot. Armstrong for 3, back of the iron. Mason the rebound, a timeout with 7.6 left.
It could not have run out any better for the Knicks. And they rolled Anthony right over to the left-hand corner. And here comes Starks up the middle. Screen and roll with Ewing and Starks.
Starks has to kick it back out. Davis for the win. He's fouled on the play.
Fouled on the play.
Scottie Pippen fouled him with 2.1 left. He cannot believe it.
Wow.
And he has to just walk away from referee Hugh Hollins.
Wow, Phil Jackson very upset on that one. First of all, you've got to admire the play. The play was outstanding. There was so much movement in that. And then the down screen to free Starks. Jackson did not think. Davis, an outstanding free throw shooter.
He's 8 of 10 in this series. We are tied.
Now remember, innocent right there. Hold it right there. You can see the foul is right here. It's after the shot, okay? But he definitely fouls him. So there's 2.1 seconds. On the line, you have Hubert Davis, who was an 84% shooter during the year, 80 in this series. Now remember, the key fact is that Chicago still has 1 full timeout remaining. Now, if you're Chicago, if he should miss, you have got to get up, rebound, and call timeout.
Hubert Davis has been struggling. Pat Riley says this young man has emotional stability. What he needs now is a free throw. Here he comes, the second-year pro out of North Carolina. Celebrated his birthday yesterday.
Now, you can see the Knicks have been on the line all night long.
Timeout, Chicago, the Knicks lead.
2.8 seconds. We've been in so many, 2.1 seconds. We have been in so many of these in an NBA game. The game never ends. The major thing right now, we have Pippen, Grant, Kukoc, and Armstrong. Like we told you, the big thing is to switch out. Do not allow a guy to go to the front of the rim.
Pippen is in the ballgame. Myers is going to have to call the final timeout for the Bulls. No timeouts for Chicago, but is still in the game. Here's the lob inside, knocked out. Starks comes down with it, the Knicks win it. The Crimson Game 5 is over for the New York Knicks. Coming in, Chicago had won 5 of 6 Game 5s. Not tonight. The Knicks win it, the final 87-86. They take the series lead as we head to Chicago for Game 6. Tonight's Budweiser player of the game is, drumroll please, Hubert Davis. The big free throws gets him the honor. 6 points, 2 of 2 from the floor, 2 game-winning free throws. Budweiser will donate $1,000 on his behalf. Game in the historic arena. The demo crew in the form of the Knicks standing by to try to take down the Bulls in what could be Chicago's last game of the year.
Averaging 11 in this series versus the Bulls. Versus the Knicks.
Greg Anthony coming off that game, which he had only 1 turnover in Game 5, had an exceptional game. Patrick Ewing exactly where he started in Game 5.
Now you saw Scottie Pippen come down on the double team, but the distance was too far. It was from to the top of the circle.
Bill Jackson says the key to the game is tempo. They want to control it.
They have Cartwright way out high to take Ewing away from the basket.
B.J. Armstrong having a spectacular series with the ball. 3 to shoot. Grant launches from 18.
He's had a great series in regards to scoring points. He's right there at 17, and he's shooting 61%. But they need Horace to really get in the trenches tonight and get on the offensive rebounding.
Inside, Starks with the 2.
That time Cartwright got caught.
Guard of New York in this series. Stripped by Pippen. He's got Myers to the hole. Whistle and a foul, and Myers, I think, went into the stanchion.
Now that is a very, very hard foul. It'll be an interesting call.
Pat Riley was afraid his team would be careless tonight. Starks for three, and he buries it. We've talked about it this series, UB. He'll light it up whenever he can shoot over Oakley. Oakley gets a piece of it, and it goes.
In the early going.
The Bulls are trying to add to it. Myers off the glass.
Two-man game.
Whistle and another foul. Count. Mason has to give it up. Starks, good ball fake. The double pump. What a shot by John Starks, and he looks at Myers and said, "You can't cover me."
Are you kidding?
He is a talented young man. Ewing from the baseline. They tried to come with the double.
That was a smart move. Patrick turned. He will come from the top. There's Pippen. See, that's a prime time move to the baseline.
Longley sees Myers as it's stripped by Starks.
Incredible. And the reason is that he's able to pick out the key people.
They just called a flagrant foul on John Starks, who wants to talk to Huey Evans about it. It was a hard foul. Myers almost went after Starks and held up.
Now this was a delayed call, okay? Here comes Myers to the hole strong, and it's a strong foul. Let's call the flagrant when
Armstrong pulling the trigger, and nothing but net for B.J. Armstrong. Shoot.
Oh, great play.
Steal again. Kukoc sees Armstrong.
Great team defense. Excellent anticipation by Pippen, and then B.J. Armstrong. With the big unit now, Pippen is on Harper.
Harper takes it right down the paint. We have a whistle and a foul in the basket. He was going to just bring it inside, but Kukoc whistled for the foul.
The difference between Anthony and Harper being played by Pippen. Oh, nice pass.
Nice touch pass to Longley. He faces the basket. Kerr shows the double. They kick it out to Harper. That's a two, and he knocks it.
Going to break down the defense. That's a major negative because Pippen and Kukoc are out of there. You like to see that because Kerr really has been struggling from the field. He's only shooting 32%. He's now 7 for 20 from the field, 1 for 7 from threes.
Starks for three, and he buries the three. His second this evening. Starks already checking in with 10. Mason, there's Harper. That's a two. He knocks it down. Harper with 7. The lead is down to 14.
Pat Riley riding Harper right now, saying, I'm going to go with him. He must have some kind of time clock in his head, but he's also feeling that he's playing well.
Good look inside. Grant finally regained possession, puts it down for his
assists, and the steals are all there for Scott.
Bird trying to keep up with Starks, who gives it up to Herb Williams, who knocks home his first two this evening.
Well, Herb Williams is definitely a threat on the boxes or on the baseline area. You must get up and honor him.
Nice job, Anthony. Defense on Armstrong. Gives it up to Kerr. Ewing keeps it alive. Here comes Anthony. He has Starks on the right. Great pass inside. Oakley with the basket, and he draws.
Come right back.
Pippen still looking for his first field goal as B.J. Armstrong hits his first three.
That's only the 8th in this.
Kerr has a great look at it, and he finished. Kerr with 4.
Oh, nice move.
And then John Starks is going to be whistled for the foul as Scottie Pippen goes down strong. Actually well on the road. And right now, New York got playing. Finally buries one. Steve Kerr buries his second three of this series.
Well, he's happy. You can see that. He was shaking his head because he's had so many good looks at the rim.
He told me before the game, he goes, I don't feel like I'm in a slump because I'm getting good looks. My shot feels good. Starks from three, and he answers the bell with his third of the evening.
You must stay home with Starks. He's looking for the shot. In the series, he's averaging 5 3-point attempts per game.
Scott Williams misses the layup, and the Bluebirds come out. They're not too sure about his comments in the paper. The Oak Man, Charles.
That can happen. Oh, yes.
And Starks runs over Kerr. He cannot believe it.
Now, Pat Riley really upset. He thought it was. He's on UB Evans. UB Evans pointed at the other end. Hey, Pat, get off of me. Jackie called that at the other end. Spike Lee down in here trying.
Davis wheeling around.
Davis Myers just came off of 2 screens.
3 to shoot. Anthony pulls the trigger from 3, and he buries it, and there's a whistle.
And foul. Wow. See, that's bad decisions. There was no lost his balance. Nice.
For Myers, he's fouled hard by Oakley.
Once again, Pete Myers,
NBA for steals. Pippen. Armstrong counted.
once again,
Shot a little short on the hoop. Oakley tried to save it. Myers to Grant. The left-handed jam of the whistle.
BJ must spend some energy now on Harper. You've got to pay attention to Harper.
Starks inside. The Oak man with the easy touch.
Oh, backcourt steal by Starks.
And he looks and he throws it away. Oakley for a second, and the veteran Bill Cartwright stepped right in between.
You know, on occasion, the Knick guards really make you stop. You know, and you shake your head and you say, how could he have done it? You just can't believe that. He passed the ball right to Cartwright.
We've seen that a couple times in this series. The 19-footer for Horace Grant, his 6th point of the quarter.
Coming into this game, Horace was shooting 61% in this series.
Smith hesitates, then pulls the trigger and drops it. His first field goal of the ballgame. Burst, no. Rebound belongs to Knicks. Oakley wanted the foul. Davis tries to take him off the dribble. Inside to Oakley, rejected by Horace Grant, who leads the team in blocks in the playoffs. Great passing.
Holy cow! Now right there, a lot was said. Not only, and Scottie Pippen just went over to tell Spike Lee a few things also. Because as Pippen dunked, this was an elevation. Now he is jacked up. Once he elevated, it looked like he shifted gears in air. Has launched 3 here in the last 3 minutes and missed them all. I'm kind of surprised because he has been off balance on every one of his shots. B.J. Armstrong.
16-point lead. Ewing the fall away.
He's got it. See, that's that patented move. Whereas he spins in, he lifts his right leg, and you cannot get to him. Because if you go over him, that leg just stops you as it catches you right around your belt.
His first field goal in the second half. Longley cuts, Paxson to Myers. 7 to shoot. Starks on Myers. 3 to shoot. Myers has to give it up. They will not get the shot off. It'll be a 24-second violation. Knicks have the ball.
Right now, from now to the end of this game, you better step up and be a man. Because it looks like we are not going to see many calls. And so when you get into traffic, you A, better protect the basketball, B, take it strong to the hole, and then retreat defensively if you miss, because the call is not going to happen.
B.J. Armstrong gets a rest. Kerr comes back in. Ewing inside again. A lot of contact. Kerr did a nice job in Game 5. Starks tips it away. Can't make the save, and he goes right into us.
Jeez.
The ball's still alive. To Grant. Starks. Ewing, a foul on the play because the Knicks. They can cut this to single digits. It has been a while since they've had that opportunity against Chicago. Ewing on Longley, Kukoc looking at the double. There it is. Harper, the ball fake to Ewing with 3 to shoot. The archer, it finds the net. Here come the Knicks again.
Now, Scottie Pippen on the point, on the baseline. They catch B.J. Armstrong. There was a switch.
John Starks picks up his 5th personal foul, and Charles Oakley pushes him away from getting in this ball against that one. That was Mr. Nitro throwing that.
All he had to do was throw that bounce pass.
Ewing gets his first of the 4th. Nice pass. Starks for 3. Buries it. His 4th of the ball game.
Once again, the penetration of Harper. That's why I tried to stay away from the threes.
Ewing with the basket in Chicago.
Two-man game.
A lot of
body contact. Armstrong, another tremendous ball fake to get Davis up in the basketball court. Cartwright inside, and he is going to be hammered by Rolando Blackman before he took the shot. The Chicago Bulls. Armstrong with his 6th of the quarter. He sits down as Herb Williams comes in, and Rolando Blackman knocks home the jumper. The center position for the Bulls. You ain't going to get a rest. The final 2.5 or 3 won't go. Tip, Cartwright. The East Final set to get underway Tuesday, which we will bring you here on TNT. Blackman drains the 3, only his 3rd field goal of the playoffs. It's saying it'll remain. 93-79 is our final. The best of 7 tied up at 3.
Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. I'm still standing. I'm still standing.
It is a benchmark game. Can he rise to lead the Knicks past the Bulls? Back with the lineups in a moment.
A little bit tight as Patrick clearly had.
Out of 6. Pippen over Smith. And the Bulls with a 2-0 lead.
Nice patience on the part of the Chicago Bulls and doing what they've done so well in this series. Spreading the floor, reversing the ball, putting the Knicks defense back on their heels.
Smith from deep. Charles Smith, who was very quiet. Only 1 for 6 Friday night, 3 points, 2 rebounds. That was it. The game is tied at 2.
You see the Knicks extending their defense. Smith putting good pressure on Pippen, even all the way in the backcourt. New York does not want to wait to the 4th quarter to turn it on.
And Pippen draws the foul. Ewing trying to help. Charles with a rare post-up move and then steals and hits. The game is tied at 4. Grant coming off a solid game on Friday night and did the job off the boards. He has been hitting the outside shot, and he is fouled by Ewing. That's a quick 2 on Patrick Ewing. That was back in game 3 in the 4th quarter, but he's been held in check. Oh, Pippen with a fake goal right at Herb Williams. Pippen with the wall. Nice setup. The pass from Williams. It counts, and the foul. Charles Smith off to a fast start. Double team. Here's Longley taking it to the hoop. And is called for a charging foul.
So much of the offensive.
Oakley on a quick break. The Knicks 12. The Bulls at Myers for Grant. And the whistle. Out. And the tip by Oakley. Charles Oakley with 6 points. The Knicks lead by 3. Pippen changed his mind. He was about to pop with a good play. So a 3rd opportunity for the Bulls. It's in. It counts. And the foul. And Williams up front. Mason guarding Pippen. Usually we see Mason against Pippen early in the game. What a play by Oakley. Off the steal, he went behind the back for Mason. He's on hand at courtside. Tom Cruise and his wife, Nicole Kidman. That's Barney Rubble. Actually, Rick Moranis, who is playing the role of Barney Rubble in Flintstones motion picture, which will be released. Woody Allen and Soon Yi. They are regulars here. Maury Povich. And to his left, actor Bill Baldwin. And John Thompson, head coach at Georgetown. Bill Murray. Now the backcourt along with B.J. Armstrong. Mason, that's beyond his normal range. Anthony Mason has tied the game at 18. 7th and deciding game of the Eastern Conference semifinal series. And Jared Harper with his first field goal has given the Knicks a 20-18 lead. Indiana waiting to face the winner. Each team, the Knicks and the Bulls, 3-0 on its home court. The steal by Oakley. Chicago has certainly indicated The Knicks with a 3-point lead, make it a 5-point lead now as Hubert Davis is able to bury the jump shot to start the second. Pass down the 3, gets inside. Bulls 23. Davis and Anthony at the guards. Oakley, Ewing up front with Mason. Pretty pass from Ewing. Oakley with 8 points. And the Knicks now lead by 3. Some light pressure. Davis able to block the vision. Kerr for Pippen. And the Bulls are within 1.
Pippen like that, you expect to run out with it, not to give up a second shot opportunity and a lay-in.
Davis left and went around him.
Well, Kukoc doesn't look particularly quick today, and he's been leveled off a couple of times by Mason. That time he got to the basket.
Now, Pippen is kicked away. And the call, last touch. Well, Ed Rush says last touch by Starks. He was at the baseline. However, Joe Crawford discussing it with Rush. And they in this first half. Armstrong penetrates. It was rejected by Smith.
Oh, Bill Cartwright just doing an excellent job on Patrick Ewing. Patrick finally got the ball that last trip, but with just 4 seconds on the shot clock.
Oakley took a bump from Pippen. Bulls continue to do a terrific job against Patrick Ewing. Here's Smith getting inside. 9 points for Charles Smith, and the Knicks are down by 1.
Well, coaches love that. When you play good defense and make a good defensive play, things generally turn out well for you at the offensive end.
A minute 25 left in the half. Cartwright putting the move on Ewing. And the call is knocked out of bounds.
Patrick is playing offensively. They soon have him on the floor.
Oakley open. The Knicks 36. The Bulls 35. Charles Oakley, high man for the Knicks with 12. 45 seconds remaining in the half. Myers with 3 on the 24. And that will count. It's a goal tag. So Pete Myers. Patrick Ewing has not scored. John Starks with only 1 point. Here's Harper. Eric Harper has been able to penetrate against the Bulls throughout the series. Knicks by 1. And the Bulls holding for a final shot. Myers gets the screen. Grant from deep. Well, the Knicks get a break as it pops over to the top of the backboard. It'll be Nick Baldwin first. They'll talk it over with a 20-second timeout. 9 and 4/10 seconds to go in this first half.
Well, some great things happening for the Knicks in this first half. Important that they got off to a good start in the first quarter. Something they've been unable to do throughout this whole series. It didn't start off quite as well in the second period, but now with this crowd behind them, they have come alive here in the last 3 minutes of this second quarter.
Well, Patrick Ewing for the series averaging just under 24 a game, although he has not had a sensational series. Blanked in the first half. Played only 3 minutes in the first quarter. John Starks averaging 15 and a half per game against the Bulls in the series with only 1 point. But Starks the kind of player who can go hot and cold. He can suddenly turn it on. John Starks has made it back from the arthroscopic knee surgery. He was having it out. College coach John Thompson. Words between Patrick Ewing, John Thompson. Cartwright looking for position. Pippen has to shoot the 3. Oh, what a move by Pippen on the back. Myers and Armstrong in the backcourt. B.J. Armstrong. Grant. Oh, what a play by Myers. Pete Myers, the one-time New York Knick, has hit 4 out of 4 for 8 points. He had a good game on Friday night in Chicago. He's done it again here today. And the Bulls have a 4-point lead. It's their biggest lead of the afternoon. Crowd getting impatient with Patrick Ewing. Ewing going and Cartwright. It counts and the foul. That is his first field goal. Back obviously from walking out on the Bulls in the final seconds. Patrick Ewing has tied the game at 45. the step.
The Knicks should be trying to get to the basket every time down at their end.
As Horace Grant gets to the basket. Led beautifully by Pete Myers. Bulls lead by 2. Ewing back out for Starks. Again the 3, and this time he hits it. For the Knicks, it is their first three-pointer of the game. 1 for 10 from downtown, and the Knicks take a 1-point lead. Grant. Horace Grant gets the roll, and the Bulls lead by 1. 12 points for Grant. For the most part, again, from the outside, he does not have any rebounds. Starks for 3. Well, John Starks, the type of shooter who can get going after struggling in the early portion of the game. Phil Jackson upset because Starks was not playing tightly. Phil Jackson looking for more pressure against John Starks.
Well, with Luke Longley on Patrick Ewing, Patrick able to move better, drawing the double team and getting the wide open Starks. An excellent look at a three-pointer as John Starks really starting to feel it. And the reason that Phil Jackson upset is just good execution by the Knicks. They curled Charles Smith around Ewing, and then the pop out by John Starks for another good look.
Remaining in the third quarter. See if the Bulls are able to adjust offensively. Well, that will help the adjustment. Scottie Pippen with 16 points, and he's tied the game. Hustle down. Here's Ewing.
Just great work inside by Smith, Oakley, and Ewing to get that bucket.
But Pete Myers gets it back on the tram. Here comes Myers. Sets up Armstrong. Yes. And the Bulls lead 55 to 53. On the block, Myers doubles back. Here's Pippen. Scottie Pippen from Pete Myers, and Patrick has done a tremendous job once again against one of his many former teams, the New York Knicks. Myers with a strong game on Friday night in Chicago. Ewing on a fadeaway brings the Knicks. Bulls by 2. Smith getting position.
Well, in transition, Charles Smith runs the floor and tries to get to that right block as quick as possible. And that's another thing Patrick Ewing can do for you. He caught the ball up top and delivered a perfect pass inside of Charles Smith.
The game is tied at 57. Just under 4 minutes left. Third quarter. Grant setting up Myers. Will it count? Yes, it does. What a shot. Myers actually lost possession.
Myers cutting across the lane and not only mishandling the ball and slopping it towards the basket, he had to do it through the arms of Patrick Ewing. A bounce pass by Horace Grant. Ewing challenging this shot, and I don't know how he won.
To 57. We come up on 3 minutes remaining in the third. Gilbert Davis, Anthony Mason now on the floor. There's Mason.
Once again, the front line of the Knicks teaming up for another easy basket. The pass from Ewing inside, and then a little touch pass for the easy lay-in. Great ball handling.
Bulls lead by 2. Grant. Difficult off-balance shot by Horace Grant, who has 14. The Bulls 63. The Knicks. Back comes Mason. Ewing on a give and go with Oakley. And the Knicks are within 1.
Well, every time the Bulls defense turns their head, Charles Oakley is going to the basket. Patrick Ewing is finding him, and good things are happening for New York. There it is, the pass to Ewing as Longley looks away, and Horace Grant getting totally out of position on defense, and that's enables Oakley to get the easy dunk.
A timeout taken by Phil Jackson with 1:21 remaining in the third quarter. The Bulls now have a 60 on the floor guarding B.J. Armstrong. Armstrong stopped by Anthony, and it's recovered by Ewing.
Well, that's got to make Greg Anthony feel good coming right off the bench to make a contribution defensively, because B.J. Armstrong has victimized him a number of times in this series. He stopped him cold.
Ewing got the step. Strong snap pass thrown by Oakley. The Knicks lead by 1. 40 seconds to go in the third. Shot clock at 10. Kukoc. And away from the ball, a collision between Anthony and Armstrong. Oh, Anthony and Grant. That's by Greg Anthony. B.J. Armstrong missing on his Knicks. Pull that off right throughout the series. Now the Knicks Anthony will say that it was unintentional. But I believe there was intent right there to bother Armstrong. And that has been the Knicks style right throughout. Knicks by 1. 15 seconds to go in the third. Here's Davis. Oakley recovers. Anthony with the shot clock running down. Hits the three. Final seconds of the third. Knicks lead by 4. And Kukoc fires it. A late surge by the Knicks. 8-0 run. They lead after 3, 67-63. We'll be back after a word from your local station.
Big bench first to make a good defensive play on B.J. Armstrong, and then raises up beyond the arc, and his backward momentum taking him into Phil Jackson, and the unnecessary throw of the fist. Nevertheless, Greg Anthony has made his presence felt.
Yes, a little taunting of the opposition coach by Greg Anthony. The Knicks concluding the third quarter with an 8-0 run, and this crowd is in a frenzy. Scottie Pippen back on the floor. Remember, the Knicks have had great success in the fourth quarter against the Bulls. Kukoc had it knocked away, deflected by Ewing. No backcourt violation. Shot clock is down to 7. Pippen lost it. Knocked away from Pippen. And back comes Anthony. Anthony and Davis.
Try to keep Charles Oakley off the boards, and he's working very hard at it, getting his body on it. That's how good Charles Oakley is. He continues to get second shot.
Phil Jackson upset as that ball was hammered home by Patrick Ewing. Jackson going to the bench for Bill Cartwright. He jumped up off that field goal. Longley not able to keep Ewing away. Kukoc for 3. Ewing with the rebound. The Knicks with the ball and a 4-point lead. Anthony for Oakley, and a foul is called. It's called in the act of shooting, who has provided a spark along with Hubert Davis in the backcourt. Anthony Mason, Charles Oakley, Patrick Ewing up front. Anthony doing it off the dribble.
Well, in previous games, Scottie Pippen has been able to force Greg Anthony to his right. His offhand, he did that, but Anthony made a good spin to get to the basket.
Steve Kerr just told Tony Kukoc, settle down. Tony Kukoc with a gamble pass that went astray.
Well, this Knicks defense has a way of making you do crazy things at the offensive end. Phil Jackson wants his team to match New York's frenzy defense with some frenzy of their own.
Ewing with the beautiful pass for Mason. The Knicks with the biggest lead of the game for either club. They're up by 7. 8:50 to go in the fourth. And a foul is called. Will Cartwright and Horace Grant. Grant not able to hit. Mason with the rebound. Knicks have a 3-on-2. Oakley from Mason gives it back. The reverse by Anthony draws the foul. And right now, the Knicks are cooking. It's their best spurt of the game. They've got the crowd going wild. But Ewing, though, forced up high by Cartwright. Here is Davis. 8 points for Davis. The Knicks 77, the Bulls 69.
John Starks chopping on the bit on that bench. Would love to get into this ball game, but his ball club right now leading by 8 and playing very well both ends.
An 18-6 spurt by the Knicks for this 8-point lead. Armstrong lost the dribble. Played well by Anthony. Once again, the Knicks turning it on in the fourth quarter. Although a Pippen rebound. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. In the fourth, beautiful look away by Pippen, and the foul charged to Mason. And Myers and Ewing are having words. Now, we talked about this earlier in the series. Pete Myers, a one-time official, has handled this. Pete Myers.
Ewing to the floor, and at the end of this fast break, Ewing going to give a little shove to Pete Myers to let him know he did not appreciate it. It's going to result in a double.
Most part, he has been outside.
Well, one reason he only has 2 defensive rebounds is his main job is to keep Oakley off the board. He can't worry about going and getting the ball.
Oakley with the save. Mason looking for help. Shot clock at 7. Ewing hits a three-pointer off glass. The shot clock running down. Patrick Ewing turning things around in the second half. The Knicks by 10. 5:45 to go in the fourth. The Bulls off the lead, set it up to Grant. Rebound, Ewing. Armstrong looking for the three-point shot is well covered. Here's Myers. Pete Myers with his first miss of the day. Hitting his 6 previous shots. Pippen for Myers. They checked it, but that will count. It's a goal count.
Well, Patrick Ewing set up way beyond the arc, just going to let this thing fly. There's still plenty of time on the shot clock, as you could see, 7 seconds, but I think Patrick thought it was less. He kisses it off the glass as Phil Jackson does not know what to make of that.
Oakley on the recovery. Mason. And the Knicks again, lead by 10. It outscored the Bulls 15-9 in this fourth quarter. 4:35 remaining. Cartwright around Ewing. Mason with the rebound. Mason stripped. Cartwright and Mason will jump it up.
His knee on that play as well.
We'll be back in a moment. The Knicks with an 82-72 lead. Here's Steve Kerr. And the rebound is handled by Patrick Ewing.
Well, normally a 10-point lead is not insurmountable with 4 minutes to go, but with these two teams playing, it's a very, very good lead. However, the Bulls have 3-point capability out on the floor with Armstrong, Kerr, and Pippen. It is too early to start just flinging threes, however.
Neither club hitting the three-pointer today. The Bulls only 1 for 9 from downtown. Shot clock at 2, and Starks has to fire. Rebounded by Oakley. Charles Oakley with his 19th rebound. Knicks with an 82-74 lead on the Bulls. Phil Jackson running the floor. Scottie Pippen with the post-up move. And it's deflected out by Pippen.
Well, a big key in this ballgame is
Pippen with a pass for Grant. Ewing with the rebound. The Knicks with the ball and a 9-point lead. A standing ovation here at the Garden.
Bulls could be looking to foul. The Knicks have not shot good free throws, particularly in this fourth period.
Foul is called off the inbounds. The Knicks are 7 of 15 from the line in the second half. Pippen called for his third. And Starks, 2 for 4 from the line, will shoot 2. And the Knicks are hearing it from this crowd. Game 1. The Knicks lead by 8. The Bulls call for time. Right at the start of the series, Patrick Ewing quoted in the New York Post saying, "We'll win it all," making, yes, a bold prediction. On the other hand, if you're asked who's going to win, you're not going to say anything else. But Patrick Ewing feeling a bit better about things in the second half. The Knicks lead 85-77. Steve Kerr forced into a difficult shot. It's rebounded by Ewing, his 17th rebound. And again, a standing ovation for the Knicks. Anthony dishes off to Mason. 35 seconds away from the Knicks dethroning the Chicago Bulls. 10-point lead for the Knicks. Oakley with 17 points. They're standing and cheering 5-27 to third seed in the Eastern Conference. They knock off the Cavaliers in the opening round of the playoffs. And then play a very tough 7-game series against the New York Knicks. But it will be the New York Knicks going up against the Indiana Pacers. In the Eastern Conference Final, the Knicks have defeated the Bulls 87-77 to take the series in 7. And you see Patrick Ewing and Scottie Pippen congratulating Pippen with what appeared to be kind words for Ewing. Let's go to Ahmad, who is alongside Patrick Ewing.
All right, Marv. Patrick, I know that your goal is to win an NBA championship, but it had to feel nice to go through the Chicago Bulls finally.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. It feels very good. You know, everybody's been writing us off, you know, and I've been listening to all the people, you know, the commentators and everything. But we showed them that we're a better team. We came out when we had to and kicked butt. This is from my father. He told me that, you know, he didn't want me to want to see me home early this summer. So, Pops, this is for you and all the rest of y'all over there.
A lot of people thought you guys were going to come out tight, but you didn't.
Oh, no. You know, they kind of took a little bit out of me with the 2 fouls early. But I kept my composure, kept my head, and, you know, came back and tried to get the job done.
18 points, 17 rebounds. A fine job today, Patrick.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Y'all, man.
All right, back to you, Marv.
Thank you, Ahmad. The Knicks over the Bulls in 7. It is on to face Reggie Miller and the Indiana Pacers, game 1 here at Madison Square Garden on Tuesday night. So the Knicks...
Rick Smith is a very good post-up player, and those other Davis boys, they bang the boards and play great defense. We just have to work hard and just, you know, go out and get the job done, stay focused.
You know, we have to all of a sudden now change gears. We don't have a lot of time to prepare for Indiana, and we're in the same situation before, so we don't have a lot of time. And I think they have sort of an advantage on us right now.
We're not over the hump. We still got a long ways to go. It's just, you know, we was here last year, Easter coming final. And, you know, we played the Bulls, but this year we played the Pacers. So we try to win 4 games and go to the next round.
Reggie's a big talker, and he's been talking ever since he, you know, came into the league. And he's very good at it.
He wanted it. He got us.
Me and John have had problems over the years or whatever. More wanting John Starks than anything.
What was it that he did say last year that threw you off your game, as you say?
It wasn't so much was talking. It was his cheap shots. He was trying to lay on me, and you know. But that's over with now.
No man separate what we create. Unstoppable, untouchable, motherfucking worldwide bomb figures. Death row at its finest. M.O.B. Thug for motherfucking life. Motherfucking made niggas. Coming at these niggas worldwide. Machiavelli the dog. My life in exchange for yours. Born hated as a thug. House full of babies crying for my lack of getting love. Ain't nobody tell me shit till I got a sack of drugs at the block. Shown up, cause I learned to pack a gun. Do you feel me? World, do you hear me? Catch a rising star, fuck the love. Niggas fear me. Got these niggas running all wild for my double R. When we ride, motherfuckers here sure to die. Boom, once I enter the room, in the air, all you hear is the whispers of doom. Niggas scared, they don't wanna see me head on. Think all the buses that I had to leave, they ain't gone. Call a grave digger, fucking with a maid nigga, M.O.B. Gunfire getting sprayed quick. Fuck them all, let them understand my plot. got a plot to get rich and take my picture. Nigga, I was raised on the streets, I had to hustle just to eat. My role model was killing niggas, so I know I would never be weak. They got me sitting wondering when my life began. These niggas crossed my father, did my father cross them? Cause I roll with immortal thug niggas, and my number one plan to kill a man to grab a needle and drug niggas. Niggas don't like us because they bitches straight love us. The president told us to leave cause the government don't want us. This Napoleon, I get my pleasure out of sin and seeing blood spill and shit cause I seen it at the beginning.
Point, you know, with Fleming and Harper, you have two old-timers.
Nice look inside, starts to Oakley. Coming off the monster Game 7 versus the Bulls. Miller, Larry Brown said when they run Miller off pitch, they know he's going to get clobbered. They keep it inside. Davis keeps it alive.
Davis with the long arm. Good steal that time by Harper.
Oh, you're 7-4. You can't put the ball down and score too many times. Harper from the arm. Buries the three.
See, Fleming is undecided whether he should double team inside or not. Sometimes he will go back, other times not. You must honor Harper in the three.
Smith gets away from Ewing for the easy two. He has 4 already.
The big thing with Smith, he can hit the jump shot facing. He has the excellent hooks, and he has nice moves with the dribble with his back to the basket.
Miller on starts. Ewing, the double shown by Fleming. Harper after 2, knocks it home.
See, right now,
penetrator, the guy that can cut through the defense.
Well, I thought Fleming did an excellent job, Clay.
Oakley from outside.
But there was a perfect case. Don't throw the ball to a guy on the box until he calls for it.
Charles Smith backing his way in for his 4th point of the ball game, and you're tied up at 15 apiece.
That's Charles Smith's game. I mean, he loves that. When he was with the Clippers, he played big forward and center. He'll back you down, so you must run him and not let him catch the ball there.
I think Larry Brown was afraid that his team would get caught up in the emotion of this game, but they are keeping their poise right now.
Big thing is spacing.
Now working off the back of the glass. It's a 3-on-1 if they hurry. Harper to Oakley.
Major issue for Indiana. That was a bad pass. Starks was open and the pass was behind him.
Anthony for 3.
He's been red hot. He is now 12 for 30 in the playoffs. 12 for 30. That is incredible three-point shooting. He's going to get nothing but that.
Oh, yeah. He is a worker. 1 second difference between a shot and a game 3 to shoot. Anthony drains his second 3 of the ball game.
Well, you cannot allow the guys.
Then he steals it at the buzzer. Oh, he may have had one more dribble left in him.
Well, when people are making threes and they pick up their dribble, you cannot walk.
Smith back into the lineup. Herb Williams sits down. Ewing from the outside, nothing but the bottom of the net. His first field goal.
Well, you know that Workman is hurting with that arch injury.
Ewing with the jam. Mitchell couldn't cover up in time.
Well, Antonio Davis looked right at Jake O'Donnell. He wanted the offensive foul because he honestly felt that Patrick Ewing moved him out.
Larry Brown says if we have to grind it out offensively, we will not win the ball game. Scott, the veteran from the outside, won't go. Here comes Mason. Anthony spotting up on the left. Lets it ride for 3.
The defender was right there and allowed him to take the shot. Now, he has made 3. You know that. You must go at Anthony and force him to dribble the ball. You're saying, I can't be worrying about fouls right now. I've got to get some offense.
Davis after 2, nails it.
Pat Riley says, my offense is smoking.
That's right.
Unit. Head and then went up for the shot. Now, the referee on our side of the floor who made it felt that it was an offensive foul.
Only once has a team scored 90 or better here in the Garden during the playoffs. 91 is the high. Davis with the drive to the lane. The wrap on him's 4.
On every down screen, whether it's Scott or Reggie Miller, they are forcing the shots.
Ewing from 17.
The difference at the Knick end, they're making every perimeter shot. Combined.
I'm not going to argue that. To Ewing over Smith. Nothing but net.
This is like playing down the park. There's no one around you. You tee it up. It's like putting it on a tripod and shooting it. There's no pressure. At the other end of the floor, any jump shot, the Knicks have a hand right in the face of the shooter.
Ewing the rebound. Ewing has hit his last 4 shots. He has 10 for the game. Anthony for 3. That's a flat shot. It's his own board.
You know what? I think he's tired from watching threes.
Mason, flick of the wrist.
Another air.
Ewing!
I mean, you got to admit, this is incredible.
This is Chef.
Now, we are seeing so many air balls.
A 17-2 run.
Is late here, getting to Ewing. Ewing has scored 10 points in this quarter, and he's made his last 5 shots. For you.
Starks, met by Miller. Patrick with the quick move.
Well, if they're going to continue to play him on the baseline side,
Ewing looking for a cutting. Charles Smith, he backs off. There's Oakley in the paint. Allowed him to just plant himself inside the blue.
Well, if you're not going to double team Ewing, then you cannot allow your player to come to the ball. I mean, that's a no-no. I mean, if he beats you there when you double team, well, that's team rotation basketball.
Oakley had some time in the paint. Nice look. Reggie Miller inside. Ewing wanted the foul.
They need a score right here.
Davis with the finger roll.
Now, that was pretty because if he was not a great athlete, that could have been a charge. Right? That defender was right there.
Ewing can't complain too loudly. He's playing with a technical already assessed early in the first quarter. Loses the handle, but it goes to Smith, who buries the jumper.
See, now Dale Davis.
Lob, good pass by Starks. The tip by Charles Oakley.
Well, when you double team big man on the other side of the floor, it's 2 white shirts versus a navy blue.
Really, we talked about Derek McKee needing to step up. He has only 1 point tonight. The forwards only 12 points for the Pacers. They're cutting McKee, can't get it to go. We have a whistle. Smith been shooting quickly with the left hand over Ewing.
Tell me he's not a threat in this series.
Bobby Brown has been telling his team they can win. Oh, baby high, Charles Oakley. That's going to be a flagrant foul, I think. Flagrant foul. 2 shots to go. Rebound loose on the floor. Oakley counted.
Now that was all Oakley. Oakley kept that first one alive with 3 blue shirts on the inside. This is the guy. Oh, great play by the Oak.
And he gives it up to Starks. He gives it back to Oakley, who stays on his feet, but gives it up to Ewing.
Beautiful anticipation that time by Oakley.
Whistle, Smith stepped out. Let's look at Charles Oakley.
Yeah, I like what Smith did that time. He
never took his eyes off the ball in college. Great job trying to keep it alive. Oakley goes into the photographers. Here comes McKee. Miller spots up.
They have an advantage here. Oakley is still coming down.
Ewing with the rejection. Smith can't pick up the handle. Starks lost it. Jake O'Donnell said ball belongs to New York.
Tough work from underneath Harper.
Working around to Starks from 16.
I think Starks is better when 2 guys play.
Ewing with the right hand. They let him get in too deep.
Well, they're trying to stay at home now with the point guards. So Smith is on his own right now. Anytime Ewing close up.
A 6-0 run for New York after Indiana cut it to 9. And Reggie Miller with the acrobatic shot, only his 6th miss from the baseline. Williams returns it. Not lifting him inside. Dale Davis. Fleming with a little daylight.
Boy, an advantage here now.
Scott pulls the trigger, buries the jumper, and we have a foul on Hubert Davis. Officers combined help Indiana on a 9-1 run. The lead is 5.
Oakley. I think that Indiana will correct this as this series moves.
5 to shoot.
Oh, you've got to get back to your man.
Mason, oh, the big-time slam. Been cut down to 7 thanks to a 26-17 lead. But Hubie, we've got the fourth quarter coming, and who owns it? Worker. Mitchell will try it again. This time, and the Knicks. The Pacers have come back from a big deficit to trim the lead down to 5. Doing the quick step again. Oh, boy. He threw that down.
Yes, he did. That was a line drive.
There he is. The easy jump shot right in the face.
As soon as the defender left Rick Smits to go pick up the roll man, they were looking by design for Smits. Now remember, he is an excellent shooter facing the basket.
25 now for Smits. Davis for 3.
You can't do that. I mean, you just cannot honor the Knicks three-point shooters. You have got to go get those people.
Only Davis is 5th of the playoffs. Smits backing in, a little more time dribbling the basketball, and he has it rejected. Workman inside it. Davis out the basket. We have a whistle and a foul. Smits the quick.
Yes! Big fella, give it that can't move. That's like facing 13 at 5-star. Come on, are you kidding? That was, he gave him 3 moves that time.
27 for Smits. He's 10 of 16. Anthony. No place to go. Davis as Reggie Miller runs at him.
Reggie was late. He was late. Hubert Davis, the Knicks guards have done a terrific job in shooting big-time shots tonight with the clock going down.
McKee had the ball bounce off his face, gets it with 13 to shoot.
Yeah, but you got to get it in deeper than that.
That's why.
6 seconds.
Smits with 4 to shoot. And they throw it away. Here comes Anthony. Should have the easy 2 with the left hand.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. We told you the Pacers had 12 turnovers. They already have 16, but this is not uncharacteristic of this team. During the course of the playoffs, they turn the ball over 17, 18 times a game.
Inside Antonio Davis.
Unfortunately, they cannot get him in the swing of things. He's 4 for 9 from the field. Now we're talking about a guy who averages 16 shots per game at playoff time.
And out of those 16 shots, some of them are threes. He has not hit a 3 tonight.
Indiana with 4 offensive rebounds this quarter.
McKee with 5 to shoot. Ewing wheels the rebound around.
I give Larry Brown a lot of credit. That play was by design to go to Derek McKee, and he wanted him to get a good look and a good shot.
And he got both. Ewing has to pull up on the jumper, and he buries it.
Well, Patrick is murdered on the baseline. He stopped on a dime that time.
24 for Ewing, and he blocks the shot on the other end. Oh, what a steal! And Anthony has to commit the foul.
Larry Brown has plenty in the game because of the scoring.
Here's Miller, and Antonio Davis trying to thread the needle.
Great steal by Anthony.
To Ewing. Big line slam. Oh, Antonio Davis.
The guard is standing. Now that was impressive.
26 for Patrick. The lead is 7.
Greg Anthony has made some terrific steals in this quarter.
Shot, it goes, we have a whistle.
That rally wanted it.
Fleming on Harper to the hole, off the glass.
Great substitution by Larry Brown. That was a terrific move because Workman was struggling and he went with the veteran. Remember, coming down the stretch, he had a collision in the regular season with Shaquille O'Neal. 14 stitches in his lip. He also injured his knee and his hip. There's a good backcourt shot that time to force Harper to give the basketball up. Vern Fleming has come in here and played real big in the second half.
11 points in the second half for Fleming. Pacers trail at one time by 17, but Hubert Davis drops down the three, his second of the ball game.
That was just a great shot. He had to shoot that through the trees.
Pat Riley calls him emotional stability. Smith draws the foul from Derek Harper. Davis, the right-handed off-balance shot, but the rebound goes back in.
How about Oakley? Came from the other side of the... Cannot get careless now and give the Knicks something easy.
There it is. Baseline for Ewing. Just put that one in the book.
They once again, Mason beats his man off the dribble, forces the double team, hits Ewing.
Game 3 with the Bulls. Patrick had 34. He has 28 this evening. 10 in the fourth.
Good defense by Stark.
Workman. Ewing rejects it for his 5th block.
And Oakley takes it right away from Workman. The fans are loving it.
Miller shaking and baking, loses it.
Miller. Yeah, Miller knocked Patrick Ewing. See, that time, on the pass-off, Miller collides with Patrick Ewing. Now, the pass was completed, as John Thompson, a concerned fan here this evening. Pat Riley takes a 20-second timeout. The Knicks had 2 full and a 20. They're taking a 20 right now. Get Patrick to knock out the cobwebs. Rich of the offensive player. Keep an eye at it. Now right there. Ooh. Oh, see, that was a hard slam. Hard slam.
Hill stood down. 20 points for Oakley tonight. 13 rebounds. Well, there is our score, 95-87. With
the Pacers are still sitting on 87. And it's...
They don't give you anything from the outside. The Knicks don't. Another steal, Harper. Starks does Anthony.
Nice.
The reverse layup, it goes.
The guards have done an excellent job. Not only defensively, from a standpoint of not giving up high percentage shots, but they have forced so many. There's another turnover. How about that? Another steal.
And he gives it up to Mason. At the buzzer it goes. So that 90-point plateau in with 28 points. 6 blocks, 11 rebounds. Budweiser will donate $1,000 on his behalf to the United Negro College Fund. Patrick Ewing, first in Chicago last year. Larry Brown of Indiana knows how big this game is. And before a sellout crowd of over 19,000, it's Game 2 with the Pacers and the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Is in this game, Oakley and Davis.
Rejected by Patrick Ewing on the jump shot by 7'4" Rick Smith.
He usually shoots it right away.
That's a 2 for Reggie Miller. So like Game 1, he hit his first shot. Then he went cold going 1 of his first 4. But he knocks home his first and we're tied up at 2. We played a minute. Knicks 32-9 here in the Garden during the regular season. Open from the outside.
That was just great. Well, they cleared everything up in the first 5 minutes.
And Miller got the look, just couldn't knock it home. Stark gets a step right to the hole.
Whenever you are an outside threat, you can always use that head fake. Get that to Miller.
Right now, Smith is 0 for 3. Patrick Ewing, nothing but net. Has it slapped away. Here comes Charles Smith. 3-on-3. Smith's going to take McKee to the hole.
You love the early drive by Starks and Charles Smith. That was strong. Taking it strong to the hole.
Knicks on an 8-0 run. They're 4 of 6. They take the shot if he sees it. He was very tentative in Game 1. Dale Davis not tentative tonight.
The Knicks' weakness, their Achilles heel, is if you will dribble the ball, beat your man, and get into the painted area, their defense falls apart. You're going to get good things happen, but you must go with confidence off the dribble.
Harper stops and just nails one over Haywood Work. Davis has to come in. Their true backup center, LaSalle Thompson, was injured in the playoffs, broke his hand, and Starks takes it to the hole for his 4th point. All 5 starters have scored for New York.
Balls that you do not get in a score sheet.
Pure effort plays. Starks with Reggie Miller on his back.
He's off to a terrific ball home.
It's just not getting the shot off quickly. Inside, Antonio Davis over Patrick Ewing. Ewing with the big step inside, off the glass with the left hand. What I like about you, advantage of things.
Nice.
Fleming inside, count the basket, we have a whistle. Ewing way in deep. No chance at all for Antonio Davis.
I was surprised. I was surprised that Davis was not in front of him. I can understand a 7-footer getting pinned like that, but when you have quick feet, you cannot allow Patrick to stop 3 feet from the basket.
Oh, there was no prayer on that. Now Miller wheels around and he deals and he drains the shot. Nothing but air. Mason double pumps.
There's that small forward position once again. Mason is off it out.
Smith from 19 wide open.
And you keep pushing because good things will happen for you.
Smith now backing in on Ewing. Worried about overconfidence and fatigue coming into this game. That's a 2 by Harper. Drains the bottom of the net. Harper with 4. The lead cut down to 4.
Harper is not spectacular in games 1 and 2, but he's very solid.
Familiar cry of defense by the 19,000 faithful. Smith.
Now, he might not win some games, but it isn't because of lack of effort. Look at that.
How about launch the 3 off the back of the iron right into the hands of Ewing. Look at this. Oakley had great position in the paint. 6 for Oakley. The lead remains 6 for the Pacers. Trailing 1 game to none in this series. To shoot. Ewing slaps it away. Workman's going to come up with it. 3 to shoot. Davis has to launch it at the buzzer.
That was a heads-up play by Workman. And a nice shot because I thought Dale Davis was a little bit behind the board.
And the lead is up to 8.
Oh, boy. You have to call that one on Ewing. Absolutely.
Double shown by Workman. Davis had the double pump. Forced Ewing for the double pump. Ewing. Yeoman's effort, Patrick Ewing.
Not only that, where was Antonio Davis?
Harper from the right side. Anthony for 3. Greg Anthony draining the 3 from the outside.
Well, throughout the playoffs, Greg Anthony has done a terrific job. He's now 15 for 37. There goes Harper again.
Right in the paint. Oakley to Workman's job inside. Charles Oakley now with 8 for the ball game.
I would continue to go with Harper off the screen pick and rolls. Mainly, they're not trapping, so he's ahead of his defender every time, and he's making good decisions.
Final 7. Both teams have had good leads. 1 to shoot. They're not going to get off the shot, and they won't. What defense in the final 2 minutes of this quarter by the New York Knicks, Jimmy?
Well, the guy with the ball must make good decisions. Reggie Miller was 10 feet in quarter where he did not score, is playing him now.
Well, they telegraphed that pass. Ewing read the telegraph and took it. Oakley, baseline jumper, nothing but net. Ball. Air ball by Smith. Here comes Harper. Oakley. Bounce pass to Starks.
Oakley is in the line of the cameraman. He's behind him. Someone is wide open here.
Somebody's got to take advantage of it. McKee being guarded, and he waits for Oakley to come down. Smith came out to guard McKee. Oakley's just scrolled down. Smith's the big move in the paint. The right-handed hook finds the net.
That's the first time that he has extended himself with a quick move.
29 seconds. Harper in the paint, and he gets the roll, and he goes into the photography.
I mean, you have to admit it, okay? This is amazing. Harper is blowing by either Fleming or Workman off the dribble and taking it right to the front of the rim. No one is even close to preventing the shot.
Somebody's got to put a body on it. That was a delay of game warning, by the way, on the Knicks. That's their first. Knicks by 1. Smith from the outside, and Miller wheels and deals and drains it.
That was a beautiful screen on the left side of the lane by Antonio Davis to free up Reggie Miller.
And that gives the
offensive rebound. The Knicks 15th of the game.
Harper, that's a 3, nothing but the bottom of the net.
The Knicks are great. They punish you when you double team with the passer. They go right back to the passer for the 3.
Miller starts between the legs. The three. Oh, my goodness. That's the way it's done.
Now that was a tough one. Now that's great dribbling and then the ability to elevate at that distance.
And release it so quickly.
The workman trying to help out back inside.
Ewing just hangs in the air, drops down his first field goal in the second half.
Rick Smith shaking his head. Hey, but that's Patrick's best move, Rick. You were right up on top of him.
McKee inside, won't go, tip. Smith has a shot at it with the right hand. Ewing got a piece of it, his second. Antonio Davis from the baseline. Smith, again, good hustle, Indiana.
There was more pushing and shoving inside there. It looked like tag team wrestling.
It did. And Starks lets it go from the arc. Ewing with a big-time major league tip.
Antonio Davis missed Ewing on that block out. That's their 16th offensive rebound, and we still have almost 5 minutes to play in this quarter.
Pat Riley told us a couple of days ago that blocking out is a very fundamental thing in basketball. Workman takes it inside on the drive, but he said so many guys can't do it, and it wasn't done there by Indiana. Just put as many baskets as possible. Smith gives it up inside. McKee with the finger roll from the left hand.
I'll tell you what, Rick Smith from Holland to Marist College.
Not bad.
Okay? He's making passes. He gets a bad angle. He banks shots. He's got all kinds of moves.
Harper again, though, Hubie, just completely right back. Ewing takes once, twice, drops it down.
Patrick is really looking strong.
Put back rejected by Oakley.
The Pacers did a nice job. They were 4 for 11. The Knicks were 2 for 14.
Mason has to be hacked from behind by Fleming. Faces up, the strong move. He goes to the right hand, and it doesn't go. Mason with the rebound. Mason, a lot of shaking and baking. Harper, did he call bank? Derek Harper's second three of the night, and the Knicks have regained the advantage.
In the playoffs, Harper is 6 for 24. Tonight, he's really had a great ball game. He has 10 points in this quarter.
Now he's pounding Byron Scott. 5 to shoot. Indiana already with a couple of shot clock violations. Fleming puts up the prayer. Won't be answered. Cork run.
Harper just held on to Byron Scott. That should have been a 2-shot foul.
Ewing! 21 for Ewing, a 9-0 run by the Knicks.
This group that's out on the floor for the Pacers, once again, they've lost their concentration. They did this in game 1 in the first game.
Smith lost the handle, the Knicks have the ball. And there is a 2-second difference between the shot and the game clock.
Larry Brown very upset at the referee. He felt that Smith was definitely fouled on that play from behind.
They're standing at the Garden. Davis gets a 2. Inside, won't go. Smith, if they hurry, they may get a shot at it. Fleming lets it go at the buzzer off the front of the rim. But the Knicks end the third quarter with a 9-0 run. Derek Harper, 10 points in the quarter. The Pacers held scoreless the last 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
It's a nice pass by Harper. Good choice. Get it back to the job.
Ewing the big step and the basket. Ewing with 23 in the ball game as Davis. Oakley wheels, drains the jumper from the outside. Ewing sizes things up and then just drops it home.
He's just having such a big game from an offensive standpoint.
Starks. Smith, the quick shot. That is the quickest we have seen him shoot since he had the big quarter in quarter number 3.
Harper is doing such a good job on the dribbler out on the top. Indiana is missing the first cutter off the screen who is open in the lane. Time in and time out.
Ewing falling away, still rolls it around at home. An even 30 for Patrick Ewing, the lead back to 10. Side, Oakley has it slapped away, gets it right back and just muscles his way up. 15 for the Oakman. The lead is 12. That is the biggest of the game for the Knicks. Miller on the drive has it rejected.
You must get back.
And nobody from Indiana really hustling down defensively. New York wisely holds it up.
Now back it out, set up the offense, run some time. You're playing a flawless second half from an offensive half-court standpoint.
Ewing. Oh, he is on fire here in the second half.
Rick Smith was pinned in the middle of the lane. There was no way he could get across to pick up Patrick Ewing.
Patrick has hit his last 8 shots. Workman trying to get Harper from behind. Count the basket.
Because his back is to the rim. And that, only your teammates appreciate that. The Knicks point guards, Anthony and Harper, outstanding defense.
Patrick Ewing going out, 32 points, 13 rebounds for the Biggest. Herb Williams comes into the lineup, and Charles Oakley will also sit down, and he'll get a nice round of applause.
Well, you know, when you look back, Indiana, New York in the playoffs,
this opportunity to win this game. Mason comes down to rebound, final 20 seconds. Knicks won't have to take a shot.
You know, when you lose 2 on the road to a great team, you're still going home. It's a 7-game series. You must take care of business in your own building. Indiana will play much better at home over this weekend when they play on Saturday and Monday.
Well, we talked about 90 being the magic number that the Pacers expected to win. They had to reach that plateau. They didn't. New York outscores them 23-16 in the fourth quarter. And the Knicks go up 2-0 by the final score of 89-78. Tonight's Budweiser player of the game is Patrick Ewing. 32 points, 11 in that fourth quarter. Let's add 13 rebounds, a couple of blocks, 4 steals for Ewing. A big night. Budweiser will do it. The double shown by Workman. Davis had the double pump for Ewing for the double. Ewing. Yeoman's effort, Patrick Ewing.
You know, I thought Patrick tonight, he was just not going to let us lose this game. You know, he finished the game with 7 consecutive shots. Every time there's important times in the game, we have a chance to win the game, they step up. And we're having a hard time with that. But, you know, we are going home. And I think we are a pretty good home team. And we have to prove to them we can win a game. We might as well try the next one.
Game 3 back in Indiana was the Pacers' chance to gain some respectability and to get back into the series. After a foul-plagued first half, the Pacers tightened up their defense and assumed control of the game. Indiana totally frustrated Patrick Ewing, holding him to a career-low 1 point. While his teammates didn't fare much better. The Pacers held the Knicks to a playoff record low of 68 points en route to a 20-point victory.
Everything clicking for the Pacers right now.
79-64, Indiana. Reggie Miller feeling it now.
The New York Knicks lost for the 7th consecutive time in a Game 3 situation, while the Indiana Pacers' confidence was growing with every basket.
Anthony able to use it, and then a struck back, the block by the 2. Scott for Workman.
Overall, Game 3 was something the Knicks would just as soon forget about.
An embarrassing second half for the Knicks, who are defeated 88-68.
Showcase. And if there was any doubt that Reggie Miller hasn't joined that elite group, he was out to silence those same cynics and skeptics last night. Watch him rebound the Charles Smith miss, lay it up and in. Knicks up by 4. Pacers storm back. Vern Fleming on the steal. He's going to go the length of the floor to put it up and in. More Pacer D now. Vince Workman rips Ewing. And he's gone for the score. The Knicks would have 25 turnovers in the contest. The Pacers take advantage of it in the third quarter. Reggie Miller, here he is, 4-2. Now, that one. 31 points for Reggie. Knicks come back down 3. Greg Anthony steps up, ties the game. Now, late in the game, the Knicks are down again. John Starks hits the 3. They're down by 5. They play some D. Ewing's to Starks. Score. Pacer lead is at 3. Pat Riley now going over the play, but the Knicks can't convert. Watch it. Starks is in trouble. Going to get it to Ewing. Ewing to the corner. Oh! Oh, you got to hold on, Hubert Davis. He can't believe it. Pacers win at 83-77 to even the series at 2. Reggie Miller 31, Ewing 25. Knicks shot 37.7 from the field, and they had all those turnovers. Now, after the game, the Knicks still bemoaning their missed chance at the end.
I felt I let my team down by letting the ball go through my hands and not at least giving us opportunity to hit a three and or tie the game or whatever, or score.
A beautiful night in Gotham on this first day of June by John Starks once again. And Rick Smits gets it down low, batted away by Charles Oakley. Hopper. And Starks off the screen. Yes. John Starks with a three-point shot to open things up. McKee gets inside and is rejected by Ewing. Derek McKee on the follow. Derek McKee missed his first 11 shots here at the Garden. Games 1 and 2. 0 for 7 in game 1, and then finished up at 2 for 9 in the second game of the series.
Well, we use the phrase easy baskets a lot. That would be a pretty good description of one right there. Good block by Ewing and hard work by McKee, but just an easy lay-in.
Shot clock at 4. Starks. Good look by Oakley. As Ahmad mentioned earlier, Charles Oakley suffered that sprained left ankle in game 4 in the fourth quarter. Says it's sore, but Charles always says he's all right. Early in the series, bothered by a bruised foot. Chant of defense here in the early going. Smits' pass deflected. Workman just did get it off to beat the 24. The Knicks 5 and the Pacers 2. Oakley hesitated and then hit.
Has to stay away from it. Pat wants to keep that turnover number down to around 15 or 16.
Knicks with a 7-2 advantage. Miller picked up by Ewing on a switch, helping out in a double team. Shot clock at 1. Smith with the steal. Smith with the hesitation dribble, and that throws Miller. It's the Knicks with a 9-2 lead. Indiana calling for time.
Well, this steal all set up on pressure defense as the Pacers throwing the ball around the perimeter, and the seas open up for Charles Smith as he gets his best look in a couple of games as Reggie Miller.
A 1 for 5 from the floor. Ewing. Patrick Ewing converts on his first field goal, and the Knicks are now 5 of 7 from the field.
Well, Patrick went about 4 minutes without touching the ball at the offensive end. First time he gets his hands on it. Launched it from deep.
Here's Miller for 3. Good box out by Oakley. Back comes Hopper. Smith with the open shot. The Knicks 13 and the Pacers 2.
Well, a goal for Pat Riley and the Knicks coming into this game. He wanted to get at least 10 fast break scores in this game. They may get them in this first quarter.
And it's stolen by Starks. Hopper ahead of the field. The Knicks 15, the Pacers 2, and Indiana will talk it over. In this first quarter, the foul was called on Derek McKee. Nice pass from Ewing. Starks gives it up. Smith with the room again.
Barb, it is just amazing how things go well for you when you move the basketball. The double team on Ewing hits the cutter Starks to the basket. He makes the extra pass. Shot in rhythm by Smith.
Seated when they have gone to that trap. They've shown only flashes of it. McKee getting down 4. And the Knicks now lead 17-8.
And 2 straight fast break baskets. And again, the Pacers putting up double fist, looking possibly to trap again. And they're going to just try to keep the Knicks off balance as much as possible so they can't get into their offense.
And we've discussed this from time to time. The Knicks have been vulnerable against the trap. Ewing, yes, it counts. Patrick Ewing. McKee trying to squeeze it through. Ewing for Oakley. And the foul is called. Workman and Oakley going down.
Position like this, and I don't take this moment lightly.
Well, Charles Oakley extends that Knick lead. Nice statement from Larry Brown, who's been a great admirer of Knick coach Red Holzman, a man who guided the Knicks to the NBA title in 1970 and 1973. 2.5 remaining. First quarter, Indiana turns it over. Here's Harper with the ball fake, setting up Ewing, and he's fouled by Vern Fleming, who came on following that timeout.
Well, the Knicks
back in game 3. Anthony Mason has come on as Patrick Ewing puts it home. Beautiful lead pass. Among those on hand here tonight, former Giant star Lawrence Taylor, John Lovitz, Georgetown's John Thompson. He has been a regular. Bill Murray, who also is a regular visitor to Madison Square Garden, along with Woody Allen. Certainly an eclectic group, and only one man can tie this all together. Here's Ahmad with Billy Crystal.
All right, thanks, Mark. Billy, I know this has to be a difficult evening for you tonight.
It is. You know, I'm a huge Knicks fan. Grew up loving the Knicks, but I also grew up with Larry Brown. We're from the same hometown. My older brother played in a high school basketball team with him, and then he was a Clipper coach for a couple of years, you know. So my heart's in two places, but I'm a big Knicks fan.
So I guess that even after telling me that, you are still cheering for the Knicks.
Yeah, I'm cheering for the Knicks. My heart's for the Knicks, but I got at least a ventricle for Larry.
All right, thanks for joining me, man. All right, back to you, Mark.
Okay, a ventricle from Billy Crystal for Larry Brown. As the second quarter gets underway, Patrick Ewing extends to a 30-16 lead. Greg Anthony, who just came up with the steal, and here is Ewing. The Knicks looking exceptionally sharp. They've doubled the score. They lead 32-16. Get it inbounds. Antonio Davis. Dale Davis with Fleming. Nice feed. Antonio Davis rejected. Dale Davis has that nice shoulder fake. Could not complete it. Davis on the rebound. Knicks want to travel, but a foul has been. Reggie Miller has been quiet. Reggie Miller able to hit, although Hubert Davis.
Hop step in the lane. Some people get away with it, some don't.
Charles Smith with a strong move. Smith 4 out of 5 for 8 points. Knicks 35, the Pacers 24. Nice give and go between McKee and Work. 14 from the field. Pretty backdoor pass.
Denied the ball to Miller, but that opens up that passing lane to certainly convert on. And of course, you got to make your free throws. It's going to be a low-scoring game.
Starks hits the 3. That's his second from downtown tonight. Starks has 8 points. The Knicks 38. The Pacers 28. 3 minutes remaining, first half. Miller putting the move on Starks. Reggie Miller. Beautiful shot on a fadeaway jumper. His Starks for 3 again. John Starks is a street shooter, and he's in the midst of one right here. The Knicks could not put it down, but the Knicks turn it over. John Starks upset. And we don't take that personally, Matt. He did kick the NBA on NBC sign shown by the Pacers. Ewing from Mason. The Knicks like to see the big man, Anthony Mason, who handles the ball so well, handle it against the pressure.
And make the nice, easy pass where the man can catch a shooter. He had the ball in the middle on a 3-on-2 earlier in the ballgame and made a careless pass. It just takes a little bit more care.
McKee with a beautiful move. 2 of 6 from the field, 6 points, 6 rebounds. Charles Smith getting the good room down low. That's been the story right throughout. He now has 10 points.
Well, he has come out aggressively in the first quarter, now in the third, with the idea of taking the ball to the basket. He can get that jump shot anytime.
Here's Rick Smits. Very quiet first half for Smits. That's his third field goal. He has 6 points. Rick Smits has played Patrick Ewing, at least over the first 4 games, to a standstill, and that a major factor in this series. A series that is tied at 2. Larry Brown and Reggie Miller told us prior to the game. Eric Crawford getting it inside for Patrick Ewing with the shot clock running down, and the Knicks now lead by 10. Larry and Reggie saying that this tonight is the biggest game in the history of the Indiana Pacers. That's the NBA history of the franchise. Much success for the Pacers during their ABA days. Workman. Miller for Antonio Davis. Offensive foul.
15-footers. Patrick Ewing got to the perfect spot.
Oakley. Yes. 8 points for Oakley. The Knicks 51. The Pacers 41.
Well, the Knicks only have 1 offensive rebound. Oakley has that. He's been hanging on the perimeter. I think a lot of it has to do with that sore foot. He's trying to save himself for the defensive end, and he'll pop that outside jumper.
That was a good look for Reggie Miller. Beautifully set screen. Hopper eluding McKee. Smith on the run. Smith off the drive. And he'll go back to the line. Smith facing a double team, able to weave inside.
Charles Smith has been the primary option here to start the third period. Looking for him first on the post. If they don't get it, then they'll swing it around and look inside to Patrick Ewing at the end of the shot clock.
We're seeing a performance by Charles Smith that has rarely been seen here at the Garden this season. 10 points for Derek McKee, and the Knicks now lead 55-43. Miller, 6 minutes to go in the third. Ball knocked away from Dale Davis. The game with a 15-2 lead. Here's Miller for 3. Reggie Miller getting the room and was able to knock down the 3 pounds. Shot clock down to 4. Workman, yes. Hayward Workman has hit 4 out of 8. He has 8 points, and the Pacers have cut it to that Knick lead. It's down to 9 with just under 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Hopper with room for 3. Eric Hopper has not been hitting the outside shot.
He wants to dust off. It's fine at his end of the floor, but you don't want to help him.
And the officials checking with each other. Joey Crawford with the outside look, blowing his whistle. Dan Crawford and Jack Madden in disagreement. Pat Riley says, why not jump it up?
Well, Oakley and Davis going for the ball. It looks like Dale Davis knocked that ball out of bounds as he
4 for the Pacers. Starks trying to draw the foul. The official, Joe Crawford, did not go for it. Little acting by Mason, played by McKee. Starks wide open. Yes. The Knicks lead 66-52 as we approach 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Marv Albert, Matt Dukas, and Ahmad Rashad before a sellout crowd at Madison Square Garden. Here's Bruce Fleming. Yes, and it
did block 4 shots in the first half, changed a few more, and he's been going after everything in the third quarter. And when you're that active, you're not going to get a lot of rebounds.
Another offensive rebound for Indiana. Down by 12. Byron Scott trying to shake loose. Thompson with a good pass. Thompson for Antonio Davis. Very impressive numbers now for Antonio Davis. 10 points, 8 rebounds, 10-point Knick lead. They trap Hoppers. Shot clock is at 5. Fleming. Fleming with another nice move. 7 seconds to go in the quarter. The Knicks lead by 10. Mason for Herb Williams. The former Indiana Pacer, Herb Williams, extends the Knick lead as time runs out in this third quarter. And in this third, the Knicks were led by Charles Smith, 8 of his 16 points in the third. Fleming and Miller in the backcourt. Here's Miller. Yes, that's a three for Reggie Miller. 17 points for Miller. And the Knicks now lead by 9.
And Reggie's starting to chirp a little with some people on the front row. Not at John Starks, but the Knicks are first.
They're applying the cure-all ice to it, and he appears to be fine, and he will be able to come back into the game. Mark?
Reggie Miller is fine. Once again, hits from downtown. He has 20 points. And that's
the foot. Is able to get a hand and knock him loose.
Here's Williams. Kenny Williams. Here's Miller. Swings away and hits. Reggie Miller is on fire. He has 22, and Indiana has moved within 4.
Well, it looks like Reggie is going to try to carry that offense on his shoulders. He keeps looking over that sideline and has a comment after every time he makes a field goal.
It's the closest the Pacers have been since the early moments when it was 7-2. Major factor. Miller open again. His foot on the line. That's a two-pointer. And Reggie Miller in an animated discussion with Spike Lee, who is an ardent Knicks fan and has a courtside seat. I think Spike has him revved up.
Well, he can't get John Starks to talk to him, or Hubert Davis, or anybody on the Knicks, so he's talking to the fans.
Another Knick turnover. Here's Workman, and he's fouled.
To Spike Lee, a 12-2 run now by the Pacers.
Miller has accounted for 10 of the 12 Indiana points here in the fourth quarter. Reggie Miller giving the choke sign to Spike Lee. Spike is appealing to the official, Dan Crawford. I don't think that Spike realizes he's not in the game. It does not matter what Reggie does in the direction of Spike Lee. He wants a taunting foul called on Reggie. Reggie's taunting Spike Lee.
After every field goal.
Game tied at 72. 4 minutes gone by. Again, LaSalle Thompson is able to steal the pass. Now, I would think the Knicks would realize that there's something wrong at this point. That's 3 entry passes that LaSalle Thompson has picked off.
Well, it's twofold. It's the passer not getting low enough below the free. Look at this shot.
And he hits it. It's a three-pointer for Reggie Miller, who again is staring in the direction. 5 minutes into the fourth. Here's Miller again. Miller's hit his last 4 shots. Here's Miller for 3. Yes! Oh, Pat Riley calls for time. Just an astounding shooting exhibition. Indiana points. Pacers lead 81-75. 5:25 to go in the fourth. A remarkable turnaround by Indiana. And it will be Nick Ball. Last touch by Workman. On the back tap. Knicks recover. Oakley for Ewing. Patrick Ewing going glass. Cuts it to a 4-point. Indiana lead.
Patrick was thinking tomahawk dunk that time, but he got resistance from Smith as Harper gets nailed in the backcourt.
Harper got picked off. Miller looking for the shot, does not force it. Shot clock is at 10. There's Smiths drawing a double team, finding Workman. Shot clock at 5. Workman had it knocked away, then recovered. McKee with the setup. Davis strip. And it's a 24-second violation. What an aggressive defensive sequence that was.
And now the Pacers, for some unknown reason, trying to go inside to Rick Smith and going away from the hot hand Reggie Miller, and the aggressive New York defense is taking advantage of it.
The Knicks are only 1 of 6 from the field here in the fourth. Harper and Starks at the guard. Ewing, Smith, Oakley on the front line. We come up on 4 minutes to go. Ewing fouled by Smiths, and that is 6th.
That time Patrick Ewing fought for and got good position, and knowing Rick Smith's injury.
6'10" LaSalle Thompson. Ewing. And now the Knicks coming back down by 2. 81-79. Harper hand-checking Workman. The champ of defense. Harper going for the steal, made contact. And her 14th foul. Indiana with 5. Again, the pressure. Workman finally gets it back. Miller tried to come off the pick, lost the dribble. Oakley dives for it. Starks trying to save it from a backcourt violation, and now it is a
good first half, but it's a 48-minute game, and these lulls come for all teams, and we'll see if the Knicks can withstand it.
Brown wanted to travel on the game. Miller pumps and hits again. 35 for Reggie Miller in this fourth quarter. It is a wild finish with the Pacers turning it around, and they extend the lead as Dale Davis hits his third field. The basket. 8 on the shot clock. Dumps it off for Antonio Davis, who gets inside. A shocking finish here in the fourth quarter. Indiana by 8. We come up on a minute to go. Offensive foul. It's on Patrick Ewing.
Patrick stepping out to try to free up John Starks for a three-point shot, leaning into Reggie Miller, who does the little Hollywood job of acting to fall down hard. Patrick Ewing not agreeing with the call. Take another look. And I could see why Patrick would disagree with that call. Seemed to be standing still and holding that screen.
Well, Art Knicks fans, general manager Ernie Grunfeld, looking stunned by developments here in the fourth quarter. The Knicks led by as many as 16 in the first half. Pat Riley's ball club now trailing the Indiana Pacers 89-81. The Knicks going cold again, this time 1 for 9 in the fourth quarter. Outscored 31-11 by the Pacers in the fourth. A spectacular performance by Reggie Miller. 14 of 26 overall, 37 points, 23 of his 37 in the fourth. Overall, he's hit 6 from downtown. Here's Ewing. Patrick Ewing gets inside. The steal by Miller. Starks recovers. And Antonio Davis gets to it. Gets it over to Miller. So the Knicks turn it over. And the Knicks are getting boos from the crowd. The Indiana Pacers with 21 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter lead by 24 in the fourth quarter. A remarkable turnaround effort by the Pacers, doing it in New York, where they had lost 11 in a row, 31 of 33. The Knicks will have many questions to answer after this one as Ewing hits a three-pointer. It's a 7-point Pacer lead, and that is the final score as Reggie Miller spikes it to conclude matters. He finishes with 39 points, 25 in the fourth quarter, only 4 away from an NBA playoff record that is held by Eric Sleepy Floyd. 14 for 26, 5 for 5 from three-point range in the fourth quarter, and Reggie's team in the fourth. That's the final score. They'll play Game 6 back at Market Square. All signs pointed towards a Knicks conquest. Untamed emotion and a unified battle cry propelled them into the spotlight of the Eastern Conference Finals. Patrick Ewing's radiant performance had the Knicks going in the right direction. For the Knicks to succeed, they must reflect on their most positive moment. The moment they crossed what they thought was their final hurdle, the Chicago Bulls. But tonight, they are faced with a much higher barrier. No faltering allowed, as Reggie and company hope to make their move toward Houston. Has been issued in what is now a best 2. Miller's high-test energy could fuel this trip. In Game 5 Wednesday night, he filled it up from long range. The Pacers' fourth quarter deficit vanished as Reggie performed a little show and tell. is the setting for Game 6 of the best of 7 Eastern Conference Final, with the Knicks hoping to solve the onslaught of Reggie Miller, who Wednesday night put on a Michael Jordan-like performance. Movie director and Knicks fan Spike Lee is certainly on the minds of Pacer fans in light of his taunting exchange with Reggie Miller in Game 5 that Reggie felt helped to motivate his game. So Spike, in effect, is everywhere here at Market Square. He has become the battle cry of Pacer fans.
Now, Indiana is determined to not let Patrick Ewing beat them. So for the Knicks to force a Game 7, I got to think John Starks is going to have to come up with a lot of big plays down the stretch, just like he used to do before he was injured.
Lineup for tonight's visitors, the New York Knicks. A 6'9" forward, number 34, Charles Oakley. A 6'10" forward, number 54, Charles Smith. A 7-foot center, number 33, Patrick Ewing. A 6'4" guard, number 11, Derek Harper. And a 6'5" guard, number 3, John Starks. Head coach Pat Riley, assisted by Dick Hunter, Jeff Van Gundy, with trainer Mike Saunders, and assistant trainer Tim Walsh, the New York Knicks. All right, Pacer people, on your feet, let's make some noise. Let's get rowdy. And now, here's the starting lineup for your Indiana Pacers! A 6'11" forward, number 32, Dale Davis! A 6'10" forward, number 9, Derek McKee. A 7'4" center, number 45, Rick Smith. A 6'3" guard, number 3, Haywood. And a 6'7" guard, number 31, Reggie Miller. The head coach, Larry Brown, assisted by Bill Blair, guard, and Billy King, with trainer.
Of all of Game 5, he had only 2 rebounds. One of the negative stats that the Knicks showed. And the Knicks now lead 6-2. Starks breaking down and beat the Pacers down court. John Starks giving the Knicks an 8-2 lead.
A rare defensive transition mistake by the Indiana Pacers. That normally does not happen, especially in this building.
And the steal by Harper. He stripped Workman. So the Knicks again off to the fast start.
Anybody else, and that's the way it should be.
Indiana having difficulty finding shots. Not Derek McKee, though, with the shot clock running down. He line drives it home. And that's the first field goal for the Pacers. Ewing with a gorgeous move and the foul. So Patrick Ewing will go to the line. Foul committed by Rick Smith. 3-point play for Ewing, who on Wednesday night was on his way to a very strong game. 10 of 15, 29 points, 8 of 9 from the line, and then silent in the fourth quarter. The Knicks not able to get him the basketball in the midst of all those turnovers. Miller's pass deflected, and it's a fast break for Oakley. Charles Oakley extends to a 15-4 Knick lead.
Kind of similar the way the game started in Game 5, with the Knicks getting a lot of open court and fast break chances.
Derek Harper all over Haywood Workman, looking for the steal and every opportunity. Reggie Miller converts. Harper's shot stopped. Smith's outlet picked off by Starks, who fires. Yes, that's It's a three for John Starks. And the Knicks are up 18-7.
The second time that Reggie Miller touched the ball, he was getting itchy fingers. He lets one go from behind. John Starks really on top of his game right now, defensively and very alert offensively.
And the foul called on Ewing, who was trying to help out on Miller.
John Starks doing an excellent job of anticipating and stepping into the passing lane and not only stealing the ball, but getting the bucket as well.
Patrick Ewing picking up his second, and in a moment we'll see the former Pacer Herb Williams come on for Ewing. Pacers trying to go to Smits. They'd like to see a third picked up by Ewing before he is able to depart. Ewing has to play him softly, let him go.
Good patience on the part of the Pacers, and this is what Rick Smith did last weekend in the two games here. Did a good job of covering up Ewing, but you're right, Mark. Patrick just had to give way there and not pick up a third.
Knicks 18, the Pacers 9. Oakley, Charles Oakley with a rare turnaround jump shot from the baseline of the Knicks on fire here at the start. They've hit 6 of their first 7, and they lead 20-9. Smits over Smith. And off the save, Starks can't handle it. It will be Indiana ball. And now Herb Williams will replace. And the Knicks are going with the double team on Reggie Miller. Here's Workman for 3. Haywood Workman from downtown.
Oh, it was such a big part of the game in the third period when the point guard was leaving Workman to try to help on Reggie Miller, and that was before he had gone in. And Haywood Workman hit 3 straight jump shots.
Knicks 22, the Pacers 14. Herb Williams facing a double team. John Starks for 3. Yes. John Starks, a notorious streak shooter, hitting on his second three-pointer. The Knicks 25 and the Pacers 14. Workman trying to protect the ball against Hopper, who always looks for the steal. Antonio Davis actually lost his voice for a while. His teammates said it changed his voice for a while. Here's Hopper. Nice move by Derek Hopper. And the Knicks lead 27-17. Vern Fleming, all right. Handles against Derek Hopper.
As long as he doesn't have to talk.
Right. Miller came off the pick. Nice look. Paul Davis from Derek McKee. McKee had noted that Oakley had turned his head. He was more concerned with Miller. And Oakley with a bad pass. Williams with the save, and it's picked off by McKee. Here's Fleming on a hesitation move. The Knicks by 6. The Knicks led by as many as 11. And the Knicks now lead by 1. They led by as many as 11. Here's Kirchner leading to the travel. And again, the Knicks have become unraveled. Starks lost it. Recovered by Mason. Starks for 3. Yes. A straightaway shot from downtown by John Starks, his third three-pointer of the quarter. And the Knicks now lead 30-26.
Another well-executed play. It's a little bit ragged right now. They just don't seem to have an idea of what they want to do offensively.
Charles Smith with the steal. Knicks have a 3-on-2. Anthony for 3. Yes. Rick Anthony has been hitting the three-pointer during the course of the playoffs, and he's given the Knicks a 33-28 lead. Indiana would like to hold for a final shot. Vern Fleming looking over at Larry Brown on the Pacer bench. 8 seconds. Fleming. 5. Fleming. It counts. And the 5.
I'm Al Rashad back at Market Square Arena, and I'm joined now by one of the more famous people in this building, Spike Lee. Spike, what actually went on between you and Reggie?
It got blown out of proportion. I never said nothing to get him fired up. He did it all on his own. I get on the plane this morning to fly to Indiana. I'm on the front page of the Daily News, the New York Post, and Newsday, all saying that I was the person that blew the game. And but we're gonna win tonight, and it'll be a Game 7 Sunday.
All right, he's spoken like a true fan. Thanks, Mike. Back to you, Mark.
All right, Yvonne, and as as you saw, as the second quarter gets underway, Rick Smith's got the excellent position on Patrick Ewing, and he's tied the game at 33. Oakley, Charles Oakley buries the jump shot. Williams off the pick. Oakley with the diving play. Anthony on a pull-up. Yes. And the Knicks lead 39-35.
Another good hustle play by Charles Oakley. Looked like he hurt his right hand that time. Actually, Charles looks a little quicker tonight than he did on Wednesday in New York. Battling hard as usual.
Yes, he seems to be struggling Wednesday because of the ankle sprain. Here's Smith. Rebound Ewing. And Rick Smith felt he was fouled by Patrick Ewing.
I don't think he realized how good a position he had.
Greg Anthony with a beautiful play. Davis. And the tip by Oakley. Oakley with 10 points. The Knicks with 8 unanswered. And they're up 43-35. Smith's battling for position. Shot clock at 5. Williams had it knocked away by Mason. It's a 4-on-1. Starks with a look away. Running with a backdoor pass for Reggie Miller. It has been a splendid first half for Vern Fleming. The Knicks lead is now 8. Dale Davis with the intercept. Now Miller guarded by Hopper. Oh, Antonio Davis. And the Pacers have moved within 6. Hopper calls for a timeout. Balance with the shot clock running down. Rebounded by Smith. Charles Smith getting position on Antonio Davis to give the Knicks a 52-44 lead.
And just the second offensive rebound and stick back for the Knicks in this first half.
Nice pass again. McKee and Miller have put the move on John Starks. Antonio Davis slips his way in. He was able to penetrate past 3 Knicks.
Well, miscommunication between Charles Smith and Anthony Mason. Who's got him? I don't have him. You don't have him. He had a layup.
Anthony Mason very fortunate to recover on that inbounds. And then a bad pass. The crowd wanted a foul. Just under 2 minutes to go. First half, Patrick Ewing with a nice move. And the Knicks now lead 56-48. 11 points for Ewing. For the most part from the foul line. 7 of 7. As we approach the half, when you talk about the Knicks and the Pacers. Mason getting inside. Mason, Avery fouls. Shot clock at 5. Smith breaks it up. Pacers thought they had the height advantage down low, but Charles Smith got a hand on it. Smith around Smith to set up Oakley. Yes. Good play at both and Charles Smith. Oh, Ewing saw that pass coming and broke it up. And then a foul is called against the Pacers.
As Patrick Ewing very alert, and they're jumping into the passing lane as it appeared.
1 for 7 prior to that shot. And the Knicks now lead by 9. I think Antonio Davis, as we see Starks, hit the 3 to give the Knicks a 12-point lead. He's 4 for 4 from downtown. Antonio Davis referring to Charles Oakley not having special talents, but said it in complimentary fashion, meaning that Charles has gotten so much out of what he does have. And that is what he admires. Smith. Only his 6th field goal. He's 6 of 17 for 12 points. And the Knicks lead is now 10. And Starks tees it up, does it again. A 3-pointer for John Starks, who is on fire. 5 of 5 from downtown. 19 points for Starks, who has broken out after struggling with the shot.
Almost Miller-esque. It's only 2 straight by John, but he is capable of revving up a Reggie Miller type of offensive performance, or at least he was before he got hurt.
And Antonio Davis able to work his way inside. John Starks did show some signs the other night in Game 5. He is a streak shooter, and right now has the touch going. Harper, yes. And Derek Hopper with his 4th field goal. He has 8 points. So the Knicks have caught fire again and now lead by 13.
Oh, the first 5 minutes of this third quarter, neither team could get a good shot or even get a good pass off. Now they come out of the timeout, and everybody
left hand to get the step. Tipped home by Mason. Quick lay it down. Off the steal. Starks. John Starks taking advantage of the steal, and he's given the Knicks a 76-63 advantage.
Tenacious effort defensively by the Knicks. They are challenging those passes, deflecting them, and things are turning up for them at the offensive end. Great defensive play by Starks. Did not have his steps right, but Smits on the careless outlet pass deflected and then finally stolen by John Starks.
John Starks with 21 points, 10 here in the third. That enjoyed by Spike. With help going against Smits. And it's Anthony ahead of the field. Greg Anthony extends to big third quarter for that man. John Starks, 10 of his 21. He's done it from downtown. He's hit 5 3-pointers. After 3, it's the Knicks 80 and the Pacers 69.
Officially on the road.
All right, here's Miller for 3. And the Pacers hoping that it is Miller time. Once 15-2 run. Indiana ended it with that electrifying 20-1 spurt. And they're right back to it here tonight. Vern Fleming cuts it to 6. The Knicks have missed their last 4 shots, and the question is, can they show poise? They did not in Game 5, and they are showing signs of cracking here once again. Shot clock at 4. Here is Starks. John Starks giving the Knicks an 84-76 lead.
Well, Reggie Miller ran right into the peg of Patrick Ewing, tried to flop and get the call. Good no call, but John Starks couldn't get all the way to the hoop, and he got a little halfway penetration and a good look.
Miller trying to do it off the dribble. Up to the step back and hit. Reggie Miller again stepping back and converting. The Knicks lead is now 6. And Reggie Miller beginning to succeed with the long bombs. He has 20. 8 minutes to go in the 4th. Ewing getting the step. 82. They have hit 14 straight at the foul line. Ewing and Smits battling for position. 6.5 remaining in the 4th. McKee. That's a 2-pointer put on the line. Just Percy first signal 3 and then changed to 2. 88, 84. The Knicks with the lead and they turn it over again.
John Starks never saw Dale Davis sneak up from behind him and knock Bob Paul loose. You got to see the floor in front of you and behind you.
4th turnover by the Knicks in this 4th quarter. Here is Miller. It's down to 2.
New York now has to look for John Starks. He's having a good offensive game. He's got to make Reggie Miller work at that end of the floor.
Reggie Miller with 9 points in the 4th quarter. Ewing. Nice backdoor pass, and Miller is fouled. Miller lost Starks along the baseline. Reggie Miller. Dale Davis is 5. 3 minutes, 3 seconds to go in the 4th. The Knicks 91. The Pacers 89. Reggie Miller will shoot his 2nd free throw. Indiana has outscored the Knicks 20-11 in the 4th quarter. Miller with 10 of the 20 points. During the course of the good runs by the Knicks this season, the 15-game win streak earlier on the playoffs, the Knicks owned the 4th quarter. It has not been the case against the Indiana Pacers. Dale Davis jumping out. Smith, 5 of the 24, gave it away. Miller with the steal, and a foul is called. This franchise through defense. Reggie Miller with a, even if they should go on to the championship round, this roster will be revamped. The game is tied at 91. The last time they were tied, it was 35 apiece. Hopper, yes. And the question is, can the Knicks regain their poise? They have lost it again in the fourth. 1:45 remaining. Fleming handling against Hoffer. Miller operating down low against Starks, hiding along the baseline off a screen. Shot clock at 6. Here's Miller, lost it. Starks and Mason combined to knock it away. Starks accelerates, and he draws the foul. Now committed by McKee.
Sure, he draws some contact.
That was an enormous play. Starks to the line, 4 for 4 at the line, and has been dependable in clutch situations.
Well, it had not been pretty for the Knicks in the last couple of minutes, but I think if you told Pat Riley before the game we'd have a tie game with 2 minutes to go and a chance to win this thing and send it back to the Garden for Game 7, I think he'd be reasonably out. These games have been spurts by either team. The defense at some point has been fierce.
Starks not able to hit the second on the back tap, fielding that pass, knocked away. And here comes Fleming, putting the move on Hoffer. Hoffer stripped him. Derek Hoffer with the strip. Half minute remaining, and again Hoffer tries to slow it down. Just a wild finish one.
The last 3 or 4 slow trips for the Pacers. Credit to the New York defense, especially John Starks, who really stayed very, very close to Reggie Miller and prevented him from getting a good look.
Right here, let's pause for station identification. Back after this, after a word from your local station. 12 in the fourth quarter came close to sparking the Pacers to overtake the Knicks. However, the Knicks able to hang on and come away with a 98-91 victory, and they have tied the series at 3. Let's go to Ahmad, who has John Starks alongside him.
All right, thanks, Marv. John, I know that you guys were very concerned about these last 4 quarters. Today, you guys held them off.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big task, though, but we did the right thing in getting this first win. This is very important. We just wanted to get it back to the Garden.
Very different atmosphere in the locker room before the game. You guys very businesslike. I think realizing that this was the biggest game of the entire season.
We treated it like it was the seven game of a championship, and we came out very well throughout the game. We sustained a lot of defensive intensity.
Did you guys fear crumbling in the fourth quarter?
Not really. I think we just stayed together as a team, and they missed a couple of shots, and we missed a couple of shots, but we got it done down the end.
All right, congratulations to you. I'll see you on Sunday. All right, back to you, Marv.
All right, Ahmad, the New York Knicks tie the series with a 98-91 win over the Indiana Pacers. It appeared to be headed to the same scenario that we saw Wednesday night in New York, but this time the Knicks able to hang on thanks to a key strip, one of 5 steals by Derek Hoffer. Again, that final, the Knicks 98 and the Pacers 91. We'll see you Sunday night from Madison Square Garden. For Matt Kukas and Ahmad Rashad, I'm Marv Alberts. This has been the NBA on NBC. And the Indiana Pacers are playing for a trip to the NBA Finals. The Western Conference champion Houston Rockets are waiting in the wings.
Joseph Van Gundy, and the head coach for the Knicks, Pat Riley.
For the 7th and decisive game of the series, we have
usually bides his time, paces himself, and gets his teammates involved in the offense early. Told me he's going to come out shooting right away and be aggressive on offense and hope that he has enough left should they need his fourth quarter heroics once again. Mark?
Thank you, Hannah. The officials, Jake O'Donnell, Mike Mathis, and Hugh Evans. Before this season, the Knicks had not played a 7th game at Madison Square Garden. In 20 years, they now have done it 2 series in a row, including Ewing nearly lost the dribble. Here's Starks for Ewing off the fake. So it is a 2-0 Knick lead.
Now that's one of the big things that has been missing from the Knick offense. That little penetration and kick out could create a play by John Starks.
Well, Patrick Ewing with only 10 shots the other night. McKee couldn't handle that pass. And the ball goes back to New York. The last 2 games, the Knicks have gotten off to the fast starts. Last time here, a 15-2 spurt. Ewing was fouled. Davis came over to help out. Reggie Miller. Yes.
A little different wrinkle to free up Reggie. That time he got a nice little back pick from Rick Smits, and John Starks, not used to that type of maneuver on the baseline, completely lost Miller on the baseline maneuver.
Ewing with the drop step. The Knicks 6. And the Workman passed on the shot. Here's Smits. Rick Smits over Patrick Ewing. Rick Smits got the shot opportunities in Game 6, but not able to hit. He was 7 for 19 from the field. Smith passed it up. Oakley. The Knicks set. Smits getting position. Rejected by Ewing. Shot clock down to 2. It's down to 1. And it's a 24-second violation.
Pat Riley very...
Ewing with a nice pass. Derek Hart. Ewing finding Oakley. So the Knicks take the lead by 1.
The Pacers have changed their double teaming scheme. Now they're coming off the passer. They've done it twice, and Patrick Ewing has found the cutter 2 times for easy laying.
Antonio Davis got the step. Antonio Davis with a beautiful. Derek McKee with a gorgeous feed for Haywood Workman. What a pass. Ewing. Rebound Mason. Starks for 3. Yes. John Starks, who had 5 3-pointers on Friday night, has tied the game at 17. Starks got picked off, and Miller converts. Nicely executed by him. Starks got the step. Starks on the reverse. Rebound Ewing. And the game is tied at 19. John Starks, though, showing that little extra hop, the drive in the legs that we have not seen since the arthroscopic knee surgery.
And you could hear the roar from the crowd as he made that explosive move.
Traveling violation on Antonio Davis.
And the crowd getting all involved as John Starks. This is what they used to see before the knee injury, and just that penetration, even though he didn't make the shot, drew the defense so Ewing could clean up.
Starks for 3. Yes. The Knicks 22. The Pacers 19. And John Starks has this crowd going. We approach 1 minute remaining first quarter. Starks fighting through the pick and a foul. Antonio Davis lunging out as he set the screen, and he's called for his first. He's had a very solid series off the bench. Down to 15 seconds in the quarter. 10 on the shot clock. 5 on the 24. Oakley left open. Charles Oakley with his third field only a 6. Knicks by 3. Final seconds of the quarter. Mitchell lines riser. Mitchell drills it, and here is Starks firing it down. That's the end of the first quarter. John Starks with 2 from downtown. 7 points in all in the first. For 3. Ewing with the rebound. It is a different story on the offensive boards for Patrick Ewing here in the first half.
I'm sure viewing the videotape of the last 2 games and the coaching staff of the Knicks pointing out to Patrick, you've got to get on the boards. He has been active.
Knicks by 4. Ewing and Smits both go down. And the foul is called on Smits.
Patrick Ewing fronting Rick Smits, trying to keep the ball from going in his hand. Both centers working extremely hard. And Rick Smits just whipping Patrick Ewing to the floor.
Able to get inside but could not score. Charles Smith with another Knick offensive rebound. Gilbert Davis with his first attack. The Knicks, in the category of second chance points, have outscored the Pacers 13-2, and that has been the story in this first half. Knicks lead by 6. Byron Scott short. And Dale Davis beat Charles Oakley down court.
And the felony compounded not only the bad shot and a bad executed pick and roll play, but Charles Oakley putting his head down, which he rarely does, and getting upset with himself. Then he get back on defense, gave Dale Davis an easy deuce.
6 straight points for the Pacers. Game tied at 30. Gilbert Davis now feeling it. His second field goal. Knicks by 2. 4.5 gone by in the second. Fleming couldn't find anyone. Anthony doing a nice job defensively. Scott beating Davis. Byron Scott doing it off the dribble. That is blocked. And a foul is called on the funnel by Oakley. Guards, LaSalle Thompson up front with Eric McKee and Dale Davis. Thompson try to recapture. Scott playing the ricochet and hits a spectacular three-pointer by Byron Scott off the McKee, and Mason got a piece of it. But Pacers on fire in the second quarter. They've hit their last 6 shots. They're 70% shooting. Turnovers and a good run by the Pacers. The Knicks were able to pull it out. Nice move by Starks as he hits on the reverse to bring the Knicks within 3 points.
Well, for some reason, Byron Scott stood straight up defensively. He thought he had some help on the baseline, and John Starks able to get the little reverse.
Now Scott guarded by Starks. And Thompson off a double team called. Just under 3 minutes remaining in the half. Starks for 3. John Starks from downtown. That's his third three-pointer. The Pacers 43 and the Knicks 41. Larry Brown calling for time. Going, but Indiana adjusted well. Here's Miller for 3. Reggie Miller from downtown pops it out to Ewing. Hopper is open. Yes. Indiana by 3. Miller tries to break down. Hopper back. Miller not able to hit. He caught the Knicks on the transition but could not convert. Smith wide open. Good look from Oakley. And the foul call. Playoff game. Miller for 3. Reggie Miller with his second three-pointer. Starks hand-checking Miller, able to work free, and on the pick, a foul is called. Miller stepping back, looking for the shot, able to swing away to gold glass. Oakley with the save. Starks got a piece of it. Oakley again able to save, but the Pacers are on it. Here's Miller for 3. On the back tap, McKee finds Workman. Smits with the open shot.
Foreign element on that ball right now. Patrick Ewing can't hold it. Reggie Miller has problems as well.
Charles Smith able to spin in to a 9-point Pacer advantage. Hartford does not like the hand checking from Hopper. McKee had good position. Hopper for three. Yes. That's a big fadeaway. And a loose ball foul is called against the Knicks. It's on Ewing. That is his fourth. And the Knicks are over at the limit. That's their 15th foul. Antonio Davis rejected by Patrick Ewing and a reach-in foul called. Sitting down. Now that's out Thompson. It's tipped home. A break for the Knicks as Charles Oakley tipped it to get a three-point play, and the Knicks are now down by 9. Miller played by Hopper. Workman being guarded by Davis. And the foul is called. 50 seconds to go in the third. Indiana leads by 11. Hopper met on a double team. Frees up Ewing, who finds Oakley. Pacers 67. The Knicks 58.
Patrick's been sharp all night long on seeing that double team and finding the cutters and finding the spot-ups.
Miller with the runner. Ewing with the box out. Oakley from Ewing. On the back tap, played by Davis. Davis shooting. Rebound Mason. Mason again. A second and third effort by Anthony Mason. And Mike Mathis blowing the whistle. A timeout was called. Pacers were trying to get the attention of the officials, and the timeout was officially called.
Well, nothing very pretty, just relentless offensive board work by the whole front line of the Knicks as Ewing, Oakley pounding in there, and Anthony Mason finishing off the play.
Back at Madison Square Garden, 3 minutes remaining in the third, and this crowd turned on by the offensive rebounding efforts of Anthony Mason just a moment ago. And back come the Pacers. Antonio Davis called for a charge. He was hoping to collect number 5 on Patrick Ewing.
Well, no doubt about this one.
By Antonio Davis. Mason set up by Davis. Ewing on the follow. Gilbert Davis with a nice lead, and the Knicks have cut it to a 5-point Indiana lead. We come up on 2 minutes remaining in the third, a 9-2 run by the Knicks. Fleming going behind the back to set it up. Recovered by Antonio Davis. Last touch by Mason.
But Derek McKee, who was very sharp with his passing in the first half, has thrown a couple of footers in this one, and surprising his teammates, the Pacers get away with a second opportunity here.
And the Pacers shooting has cooled off, 4 of 14. And a 35 left in the third. Antonio Davis not able to hit. Oakley with the save. Ewing on it, couldn't handle it. Mason does, taken down, and Hopper comes away with it. Wild finish to the third quarter. Fleming guarding Ewing on a switch, then got help. Ewing facing a triple team. Shot clock at 3. Davis, the tip by Ewing again. Has in handling the ball, or losing the ball, when he has to handle it. Ewing with the rebound. Pacers have missed the last 6 shots. 40 seconds to go in the third. Indiana by 5. Ewing puts the move on Antonio Davis. Yes, and it counts.
Pat Riley's faith and confidence in Patrick Ewing after he picked up his 4th foul
has helped the Knicks get back into this ballgame as he has played with a lot of concentration, making good plays, still being aggressive at both ends of the floor as far as challenging shots and rebounding. And sometimes when you get in foul trouble, it makes you concentrate better.
Well, the Knicks down by as many as 12 here in the third have trimmed it to 2. 20 seconds remaining in the third. The Knicks with a 14-4 run. Shot clock at 5. Miller couldn't find the shot. Fleming does. Final seconds and Dale Davis able to stuff. Here's Hubert Davis, and that is the end of the third quarter. So Patrick Ewing with 17 points, 17 rebounds, and 4 block shots. Hanging despite the 4 fouls. Able to put this move on and drew the foul, went to the line, hit a three-pointer. The reaction of Pat Riley, who has stayed with his big man. The pace, Smith's being guarded by Mason. Harper had it diagnosed, and here comes Hubert Davis. It is a 2-point Indiana lead.
Well, Derek Harper smelled it out. He timed it beautifully, picked it off right in that passing lane to get an easy one for Hubert Davis.
Indiana has led by as many as 12. Indiana did not shoot well in the third quarter, though. Only 5 of 18 from the field. The key played by Oakley. Smith's with the pick. Smith's having trouble with the shorter Anthony Mason. The key buries the three-pointer. The Knicks want it as a 2-point field goal. Well, apparently the Knicks thought it was a 24-second violation. But it is a 3, and the Pacers lead by 5.
All 3 officials made eye contact, but nobody could say that the shot was not released in time.
Several Knicks saying, hey, it was a 2-pointer. Others saying no 24-second violation. But Indiana got the call. Here's Mason. Anthony Mason stepping it up in the second half. He's been a major factor for the Knicks. Indiana by 3. Mason with 8 points, 7 rebounds. The matchup is Davis against Fleming. Harper, who has done a good job remaining with Miller.
He loads up and it should have been a violation. It already
was with a 74-71 lead on the Knicks. Reggie Miller has missed his last 6 shots. McKee rejected by Ewing. That is his 5th block shot.
Patrick has the freedom to roam defensively right now as he's matched up with Dale Davis. Not an offensive player. Mason is guarding Smith inside.
Harper for 3. And he has tied the game at 74. Derek Harper has come up big in the 7th. Workman eluding Harper. Ewing rebounds and takes it down for Harper. Another fast break opportunity for the Knicks, who have changed their style the last 2 games. Timeout called by the Pacers. The Knicks lead by 2. It's also playing with 4. Smith, it counts. Shot in the head off that collision. Ewing with a drop step. Yes, and it counts. And that is number 5 on Smith.
And this is the offensive move that was so good to Patrick Ewing in the first 2 games. Feeling he has that quick step to get by Rick Smith. And if that double team does not come down quickly enough, Patrick can not only get that foul off, but draw a foul.
Another 3-point play by Ewing. You recall Game 7 against the Chicago Bulls 2 weeks ago. Ewing with the silent first half and then came on strong in the second half. He has had a very solid game here tonight. Scott for 3. Ewing was outside defending. It's over the top of the backboard, and the ball will go to New York. Very impressive stat line for Patrick Ewing. 6:45 remaining in the fourth quarter. The Knicks trailing by as many as 12, now lead by 3. Hopper, played by Workman. Reggie Miller getting set to return. Starks comes off the tip. Mason. The Knicks, 81. The Pacers, 76.
Every time a New York Knicks guard penetrates, something good happens. It draws the defense. They either get a second shot or an easy lay-in like that.
Spence. Hayward Workman. Played on a switch by Patrick Ewing. Byron Scott. Yes. 17 for Scott. And the Knicks lead is down to 1. Story in the New York Post. Patrick Ewing proclaiming, "We'll win it all." And in this 7th and decisive game, he has come up in very strong fashion.
Is he working on defense or what? Playing everybody, challenging every shot. Ever 39 of the third period, when he picked up his 4th personal foul, he has played some kind of basketball game with some kind of concentration.
And the Indiana Pacers, who came out with 68% extraordinary shooting in the first half, were caught by the Knicks after leading by as many as 12. Here's Starks. John Starks taking it right to the basket. And the Knicks lead is now 3 with 5:15 remaining in the fourth.
Starks finished off that play, but he was set free on the high screen by Patrick Ewing.
Workman lost it. Hopper with another steal. And a foul is called. Ewing handles the pass. Facing a double team. Finds Mason. Patrick Ewing's passing has been very sound. He's been climbing up the assists. 5-point Knick lead in a battle with Smith. Miller, three-pointer by Dale Davis. And Hopper is on it. Mason feeds back out to Oakley. Charles Oakley hearing some moans from the crowd as he started to release that jump shot, although he's had a good touch this season from the outside and is extended to an 87. 83 Knick lead. We are down to 2.5 remaining in the fourth quarter. The winner advances to the NBA final to face the Houston Rockets. McKee hits the three-pointer. Derek McKee with his second straight from downtown, and it brings Indiana within 1.
No player on either team is hesitating at all on these open shots. Both teams playing with a lot of confidence. When they get the opening, they're letting it go. They might not ever get another open one.
Shot clock at 6. Ewing. Patrick Ewing from way out to get the Knicks in 89-86 lead. 22 points for Ewing, along with a playoff career-high 21 rebounds. Knicks have 3 timeouts left. Indiana 3 and a 20. Here's Miller. Yes! Reggie Miller cuts it to a 1-point. Knicks has had an opportunity. Smits did not put it down. The Knicks with a chance could not find the shot. Knicks by 1. 40 seconds to go in the fourth. The winner goes to the NBA Finals. Beautiful pass. Ewing tried to block it, but Dale Davis put it down, and Indiana leads by 1. 90-89. Timeout taken. 34 and 5/10 seconds.
The shot clock at 1, and this ball is not going to get out of his hands before that shot clock hits the double zeros, and that was a big...
The Knicks do have the full 24.
And the Pacers are expecting some kind of pick and roll play here between Starks and Ewing.
Ewing with the pick. Here's Starks. John Starks with the drive. Ewing puts it down. And the Knicks by 1. 26 seconds to go. Workman played by Hopper. Down to 15 seconds. 1 second difference with the 24. Indiana playing the clock. celebrating, but still 2/10 seconds remaining. The go-ahead bucket scored by Patrick Ewing. Reggie Miller with the air ball. And I believe there is some confusion here as to whether or not Indiana is over the limit, or do they call it a flagrant? A hard foul by Reggie Miller, and it has been called, we're told, a flagrant foul, and Larry Brown is very upset. Flagrant foul on Miller. An enormous call here in the final seconds, and Starks not in.
Head was called there. Very unusual call at this point, and the big factor here is the Knicks get the ball back. Reggie come in again to take this foul and pushing up in the head area.
With 16 minutes remaining in the game, Indiana had a 12-point lead. They were in front 65-53.
And John has to be careful here from the Knicks' perspective, turning around and saying something to Hayward Workman after he made that free throw. You do not want to pick up a technical at this point.
Indiana has 2 and a 20 remaining. Knicks 1 timeout left. Knicks by 4. Pacers take a timeout. A foul with 2 and 8/10 seconds remaining.
I think we'd be the most shocked people in the world if there's a foul called here. Any kind of play coming inbounds and then release beyond the three-point arc. It might get there in about a second and a half. They'd have to shoot a line drive, but the Knicks have this ball game. But both teams playing their hearts out, playing the kind of defense that we saw throughout the series. And the big difference tonight for New York was the overwhelming advantage they had on the offensive glass, and just a tremendous performance by Patrick Ewing, in particular after he picked up that 4th foul midway through the 3rd quarter.
Well, Matt, for the 2nd straight series in a 7th and deciding game, and there have been questions concerning Patrick Ewing rising in that situation. Patrick Ewing did rise. One of the great games in his NBA career, and he's been in foul trouble throughout, but Ewing with 24 points, a playoff career record, 22 rebounds, a personal 2 and 8/10 seconds to go, and here's Workman for the three-point shot, and that will do it. The New York Knicks headed to the NBA Finals to go up against the Houston Rockets beginning Wednesday at the Summit. And they are celebrating here at Madison Square Garden. It was a terrific run for the Indiana Pacers, but let's go right now to Ahmad with Patrick Ewing.
All right, thanks, Mark. Patrick, you had a wonderful run, probably the best game of your entire career. In a situation like this, to be a superstar, you have to rise to the occasion. You did just that.
Oh, yeah, you know, we were running plays for the jump shot, and I told Coach, forget all that stuff. Give me the ball, and if I'm going to lose, let me lose it. But I feel happy my teammates came through for me, and we're going to the final.
You're on your way to play for a championship. Congratulations. All right, back to you, Marv.
All right, Ahmad. To take the series in 7. Marv Albert, Matt Lucas, Ahmad Rashad, and Hannah Storm at the Garden. This has been the NBA on NBC.
Ask him.
Okay, ask you.
Ask the other guy.
Ask the other guy.
We're going to Houston.
What about the Spike Lee factor?
The Spike Lee factor is not a factor. He's okay. He's there every night, and he's going to get it through this game tonight.
And when it was over,
John, how's it feel?
Feel good. Feel real good.
Highest moment of your professional career?
I think so.
Is this the highlight of your professional career?
Oh, it definitely is. I've never been to the finals. I made it to the Western Conference Finals. My coach now eliminated me from that, and it's a great opportunity. I'm really looking forward to it.
When you were playing for Springfield Gardens in Queens, in your dreams, did you ever think you'd be going to the NBA Finals?
I knew we was going to make it to the final. It's a dream come true. I mean, you just want to represent well, and I think that's what we did. And when you get a reward like this, it's great. You just got to thank the Father upstairs.
Well, they didn't send you out of the building. You paid for your tickets, and
They had a lot of credit. They pushed us to the limit. Reggie Miller did a great job of keeping them in the game, but our defense prevailed.
I'm proud of both teams. I'm proud of the way the series went. I'm disappointed as hell that we lost, but they made the plays down the stretch.
two hard teams, battling it out. I feel those are the two best teams. That was the NBA Finals right there for us.
Patrick's two arms reached up above the rim. He said he knew it was God holding him up there to bring it on down because that's all we saw is Patrick's arms above the rim, and he deserved to hit that basket and put us in the finals.
Did you say anything to Patrick after word about the opportunity that he's finally gotten?
I told him to bring it home. Represent us well. You got to keep it in the East.
You remember the Houston Rockets sitting back watching this game. What are you thinking right now?
Right now,
It's an accomplishment. That is getting through 6 weeks of the toughest basketball you're ever going to play. And, now that we're there, I think some of the pressure should be off and just let's go for it. And I think that's what it's all about.
I went up to Patrick after the game, and this is no reflection on other people in our league, but there are a lot of guys that deserve to win a championship or to be there. A lot of guys have made contributions in our league, but he stepped up tonight.
It's hard. It hurt.
I'm not criticizing my player, and I'm not going to criticize an official. We have the best officials going. Reggie Miller brought us here, and if I'm foolish enough to keep his ass on the bench with a chance to go to the finals with what he's done for our team, I would probably be doing what you're doing.
A lot of people don't give him credit for it, but at 24 points and 22 rebounds and 11 offensive rebounds and 7 assists and 5 blocks, if there's ever been a time, and the finishing dunk, if there's ever been a time that a great player stood up and carried his team on his back, it was Patrick Ewing.
Ain't no prize for second place.
I feel if we're going to lose, then, I'd rather it be in my hand. I mean, I'm the one, if we lose, I'm the one who's going to get the blame anyway, so let it be because of me.
What's the deal with Houston?
I think it's going to be a relief for us just to get, because all the pressure was to get to the championship. So going into the championship, I think it's going to be, I don't want to say easy, but the pressure is not going to be as great.
Shall we say fun?
Fun. There you go. That's the word.
As for the fun, doesn't start till Wednesday night, but the Knicks were heading down to Houston this afternoon feeling pretty good. However, Coach Pat Riley was quick to warn there's still a long way to go.
Well, the first thing we have to do is we have to come down from last night, and I think that's what today is about, is to make today just a complete travel day and get on the plane.
Proven to ourselves that we're a much better team than Houston.
Now, do you guys agree on the series with Houston? How do you see that going?
I think, personally, you got to go with the team that knocked you out. Right. So I'm going to go with the Knicks.
Yeah. And I guess that's what you're looking at here, Spike. Are you going to Houston?
Wednesday.
Now, is anybody on that team that you're going to bother?
Well, they have a guard that talks more than Reggie.
Yeah, they do.
Vernon Maxwell.
Take care of him then.
Mad Max.
One overriding thing they share, the quest for NBA glory.
The fans are getting jacked up because we are tonight looking at perhaps the two best big men in the entire history of college basketball.
Hakeem Olajuwon and Patrick Ewing. Not since the days of Russell and Chamberlain have two such dominant big men risen to prominence at exactly the same time. And as they entered the NBA, they settled into the familiar role of would-be savior.
Basketball is back in New York City, my friend.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it. It's life. It's always been like that. So it's just a way of life for me.
Any number one player pick, is expected to produce, which was his challenge.
Blocked by Hakeem.
Hakeem seemed more than up to the challenge as he led the Rockets to the finals in only his second season. And though he didn't win a championship, it seemed only a step away.
When we lost in the finals, we were okay, we go back next year. That's what I thought. I believed that, well, we lost this year. This team will go back next year. Maybe next year we win it.
For Patrick Ewing, the future also looked bright as he made a statement with the very first play of his NBA career.
And Ewing says hello to the NBA.
I won in high school, won in college, so naturally I expected to win in the NBA.
But though it seemed as if a championship would soon be in Patrick's grasp, it would prove to be much more elusive.
Well, my first couple of years definitely was frustrating. We only won like 23 games my first year, 24 the next, and I also got hurt, so it was very frustrating.
Hakeem, too, would come to learn frustration. Injuries and trades would devastate the Rockets, leaving Olajuwon to pick up the pieces and weather the criticism.
We went to rebuilding stage. And from there, they point fingers and say, well, oh, you want the ball all the time. That was frustrating, knowing that you just want to win.
It was a feeling Ewing could relate to.
It was rough. It was booing us. I remember one time we had a poster night, Patrick and poster night, and I had a bad game. I remember people ripping the poster up, throwing it on the floor.
Reacting in anguish to failed expectations, frustrated fans launched a barrage of criticism that threatened to break up each team.
That was a learning experience for me because we're going to be tested as a team. And the strong team win the championship because when they are tested, they come together even closer. They don't fall apart.
For both men, the mission was now clear. Their success would hinge not on their individual performances, but rather on their ability to bring their teams together.
When I first came here, I tried to lead by example. I wouldn't say too much. I would just play hard, practice hard, work hard. But, the last 2-3 years, I've been more vocal. So if I see something that needs to be said, I'm going to say it. I'm going to tell them, chew them out, do whatever I have to take.
Patrick Ewing taking charge.
It takes team unity, playing together as a team and striving for one goal to win. And if any of these are missing, the best individual player may never win a championship.
With Patrick and Hakeem leading the way, both teams have rejoined the NBA's elite, and both big men are again hailed as heroes. But for all their success, the shadow of championship expectations still remains. And for better or worse, it is this standard by which these two basketball giants will always be measured.
I live for that hope that there will always be another chance to get there, to win it all. I've been so close many times in college, in the pros, but just to get to go all the way for the first time.
I've accomplished everything I need to accomplish. But, from day one, my goal was to, win as many championships as I possibly could. But, I'll start with the first.
The quest for a
in-your-face hoop as the Knicks look to make it a New York double.
While they're in Houston, there is Ewing ready to do battle with Olajuwon, shades of the championship game from a decade ago. First quarter vintage Olajuwon spinning on Ewing. He had 19 in the first half. But Patrick also had the offense going. Here he hits the fadeaway over Olajuwon. 12 for Patrick. Both were in foul difficulty, though. Great move by the rookie. Sam Cassell, how does he knife his way through and get the bucket to go? The Rockets look quick early. But here, a Chris Jen turnover starts the Knicks, and they help get back in it. Anthony Mason to Greg Anthony. Leaves it for Smith.
Would catch up, but it happened a little bit quicker than I thought.
Which is interesting because New York's game is usually to slow it down and pound it in, but they were outrunning.
Well, you remember in Game 6, they did the same thing on the road to Indiana, and it worked for them. Tonight, it was okay, but later in the game, a lot of missed opportunities.
Points, New York was up by 2. Then with Ewing in foul trouble, Anthony Mason tried to stop Hakeem. Didn't work. He had 28 points. Rockets led by 8 at halftime. Third, Ewing back on Olajuwon, and Patrick tips Hakeem's shot, but Spike
has done is take these players and make them the best defensive team in basketball. The question should be, how did this team with so limited an offensive game get to the NBA?
Ewing going one-on-one. Picked off by for three.
Yes.
John Starks with his fourth. It's an offensive foul. It's called a charge. Again, Oakley on the rebound. Anthony. So the Knicks, here's Mason for Ewing. 25 this after the Rockets. Knicks on the run. Davis pulls it up. Tried the three. Rebound Mason. Mason to the reverse. And the foul. Strong move by Anthony.
Wide left on the three. And the turnover here. Nick guards 10 of 41 shooting on the night. The Rockets make him pay. Kenny Smith, great dish to Otis Thorpe, who had a terrific game, including 6 offensive rebounds.
Returned home to Tulsa, Oklahoma to attend his uncle's.
To go with his 16 rebounds. Ewing had to try a 3 with the Knicks down 4. It rimmed out.
And he continued to have words with Charles Oakley and just did not want to hear anything. He would be coming out normally now anyway for a rest. Plus the fact that he has been missing shots. Hubert Davis into the ballgame, but John has to try to...
Houston takes game 1, though. They lead the series 1-0 with game 2 Friday night in Houston.
We had 2 7-game series, but, you know, we're professionals and we're in shape. And, you know, I didn't think we showed much fatigue in the second half. We just missed shots. And, you know, there are no excuses at this time of the year. I mean, there's too much at stake. And, you know, that ring and enough should create the adrenaline that you need to go past that point.
The two teams intent on seizing the prize have different styles and personnel, but they share something essential. The New York Knicks and the Houston Rockets are passion personified. Ten years ago, Ewing and Olajuwon met in the NCAA championship game. Hakeem outscored Patrick 15-10 that night. But when the final score was tallied, Ewing and Georgetown had fulfilled their dream. A decade later, the circumstances are different, but each is again on the verge of a championship. The question, whose team will have the skill and not incidentally the heart to ascend to the vacant NBA throne? It begins tonight with this trophy and all it represents at stake.
Tremendous defensive pressure they like to call dog pressure. He said in order to play that pressure, you got to be in the right frame of mind. He felt like they weren't in that frame of mind.
To 78. Here are the lineups for game number 2. Derek Harper and John Starks in the backcourt, and Pat Riley looking for more production from both. The Knicks guards did not shoot well. Patrick Ewing, Charles Oakley, and Charles Smith up front. Ewing 23 points, 10 of 26 from the field in game number 1. And Olajuwon on Ewing. Oakley down low, fronted by Horry. Charles Smith finds the open Charles Oakley for a 2-0 Knick lead. Down, shot clock at 3. Kenny Smith cuts it to a 4-3 Knick lead. Charles Smith, 5 of the Western Conference Final. Olajuwon, after fumbling the ball, was able to get it to 4.
Well, Keem had his head down trying to pick up that loose ball, and a good thing, because that's how he spotted Thorpe breaking in on the left side.
And it's 6, Rockets 5. Oakley open. He was open all night long in game 1 and was able to take advantage.
Well, of course, the double team that time coming down on Patrick Ewing. Otis Thorpe sagging in there. We talked to Otis yesterday.
Harper with the steal. And Derek Harper able to put it home. Knicks with a 10-5 advantage. 3 minutes gone by. Here's Maxwell getting inside. Derek Harper, who has been a master of the steal, was able to come through that time. Harper with a nice feed for Ewing. Knicks by 3. Ewing gets inside with a jump hook. That's the shot that Pat Riley would like to see Ewing utilize more frequently.
Well, because he made an aggressive move without the ball to step in the lane and cover up Hakeem, and he had great position.
14-9 Knicks. Olajuwon with the turnaround. Knicks by 3. Olajuwon with 5 points. Ewing with 4. Ball knocked away from Ewing. Horry with the lead for Smith. Starks racing back and blocked it. What a play by Starks, but Maxwell is there for the follow because no one else got that.
Terrific defensive play by John Starks, but Derek Harper lazily trailed the play. Had he hustled, he might have had a chance at it.
1-point Knick lead. Pretty pass from Oakley to set up Smith. The NBA's all-time three-point percentage leader in the playoffs. Nice move by Starks. Olajuwon getting the good position and then blocked by Ewing.
Akeem again with Ewing on his back, taking his favorite little move. He took it quite a bit.
Herrera with the lead for Cole.
Right away, Carl Herrera making...
They are a better club and they take more than half of their shots inside, and that has been the case here in the first quarter. Starks, yes. Johnson in this first quarter. Anthony Mason now guarding Akeem Olajuwon. The ball is knocked away. Starks able to pick it up. Triple teamed. And Cassell moves it across and then falls down. Lost it. Cassell recaptures. Able to get it over to Maxwell. Maxwell played on the switch momentarily by Smith. Starks trying to draw the foul and succeeded with that hesitation dribble. Double team. Played well. Charles Smith came over to help out to break it up. So they stopped Cassell. Anthony gets it off too late. No shot. Again forced out. 5 on the shot clock. Olajuwon lost his balance and it's thrown away.
Foot fake there, but Anthony Mason just not going to go for it here as he's able to get in his path, force Olajuwon to lose his footing.
Double team on Ewing, pops it out. Open shot for Smith. Well done by the Knicks, swinging the ball off the Houston double team.
And the times that New York has done that in this series and throughout the playoffs and throughout the season, they do get good shots.
Charles Smith with the block. And it was last touch. Games has already played 10 minutes here tonight. Herrera stripped. Davis with a good play. Mason trying to help out, and it will be a jump ball. Off the foot of Olajuwon, who's now guarded by Smith. But he was momentarily. Mason is back on him. Olajuwon was fouled. It counts. Yep.
Plays behind. This time forced to take the fadeaway, but hacked on the wrist as Pat Riley.
Anthony. Rick Anthony with the corner jump for his first field goal. The Knicks lead 29-25. The Knicks trying to tie the series at 1. Houston looking to go up 2-0. Game 3 at the Garden on Sunday. Ewing with the rejection, and then Horry was able to get it high off the glass with Ewing looking for the net. Here is Ewing. The Knicks 31.
When there are double teams on Olajuwon from beyond the three-point line.
Maxwell for 3. Horry for 3. Yes. For the first time tonight, the Rockets have the lead. They are up by 2. Mason posting up, getting it back out. Ewing, yes. And the game is tied at 35. 10 points for Patrick Ewing. Just under 2 minutes to go in the half. Here's Olajuwon. And the offense has picked up at both ends. 12 for Olajuwon. Rockets lead by 2. Starks keeping his balance, setting up Mason. And Anthony Mason goes last to tie the game at 37.
And all game long, Pat Riley has been after John Starks to drive the ball to the basket. See if you can get something for yourself. If they get picked up, kick it out to an open shooter.
Olajuwon changed his mind. Saved by Smith. Maxwell for 3. Maxwell for... Harper for 3. Yes. Derek Harper hits the 3. And the offense has accelerated here in the final minutes of the half.
And that kind of shot is there every time there's a double team down inside. 2 passes, you get an open shot.
Horry for 3. Air ball. And tied at 40. Out of 25 seconds remaining in the half. Oakley with the fake. Charles Oakley with a nice move. He had 2 rockets, but Olajuwon then picked up by Oakley. Olajuwon spinning away to hit. Rockets lead by 2.
Well, Oakley did a good job to recover to it, Key, but he just has too many ways to beat you with his footwork.
Oakley given the room. Charles Oakley has been automatic from the outside. Overall, 4 of 7, 8 points.
And the Rockets do not want to give him that open shot, but Otis Thorpe keeps getting sucked into the lane a little bit, always looking to help out, and just about 2 or 3 steps too far away from Oakley, giving him a wide open look.
Game tied at 44. Rockets turn it over. Hopper and Starks in the backcourt. Ewing, Smith, and Oakley up front. Minute and a half gone by in the third. Starks for 3. John Starks with a Ewing. Hopper shooting. Derek Hopper has hit all 3 of his shots. He has 7. The Knicks 49, the Rockets 45.
And a good Charles Smith swing pass to the wide open Darping out.
Ori, Robert Ori drills it home. He has 7 points. The Knicks lead is now 2. Starks one-on-one, goes at Maxwell and got it up over Olajuwon.
Well, John took Pat Riley's advice. He had a little open floor situation, a little hesitation. Maxwell raised up. John took a very tough shot. Fortunate to get it down, but did the right thing in taking the ball to hoop.
Remember earlier in the playoffs, the feeling was that John Starks still had a long way to go coming off the arthroscopic knee surgery. Nice move by Olajuwon. He has 19.
Series just got away from it in game 1 here.
Hopper hits the 3. And Derek Hopper on fire. He has not been looking to 4 shots. That's his 2nd from downtown. He's 4 for 4 from the field. And the Knicks now lead by 5 points. Maxwell on the penetration. Vernon Maxwell with 12.
Man.
Mike Smith just didn't get it off. Ewing with the tip. Beautiful extension by Ewing. And the Knicks lead 56-51.
Well, when Olajuwon is guarding it, he's going to lead to try to block a lot of shots. Good idea to follow it up to the board.
Morey came up short on a 3-point attempt. Oakley able to.
Last time out about their being stagnant at the offensive end.
Maxwell just to beat the shot clock. Maxwell, like John Starks, bouncing back here in game 2. Maxwell has 14. The Knicks 56. Rockets 53. Starks for 3. John Starks with 6. Looked like Maxwell got hurt. Shaken up. Starks again. 3-pointer for John Starks.
Well, the good thing, it was not flexed and held stiff, or Maxwell really would have been knocked silly.
And the Knicks are red hot. It leads to a Houston timeout. Anthony Mason extends to an 8-point Knick lead. With the matchup, Mason against Olajuwon, Thorpe and Ewing going at each other. And again, Thorpe, too quick, gets inside to beat. This a matchup that has hurt the Knicks at the defensive end. The Knicks lead is now 4. 2:50 to go in the third. Hopper for Ewing. Patrick Ewing, 14 points on 6 of 14 shooting. Sam Cassell back on the floor. He has replaced Kenny Smith. Ori for 3. Quick release by Robert Ori. In the third quarter, the Knicks 66, the Rockets 63. Both clubs have shot well in the third. Knicks 10 of 15, Rockets 9 of 14. Thorpe had it stripped by Hopper. Beautiful play. Pass thrown in the crowd by Ewing. Hopper again with the steal. Hopper with the pull-up. Yes, Derek Hopper has taken over here the last couple of minutes, as he did in game number 6 against the Indiana Pacers. Bad pass by Cassell. Sloppy play here by the Rockets. Starks with a dangerous have led most of the way. Oakley. Charles Oakley, 5 for 8. 10 points. Another good shoot away. Mason on the rebound. Anthony Mason. Mason converts for a 7-point Knick lead. Out of 5 seconds in the third. Maxwell able to penetrate, called for the offensive foul. That's his third. Olajuwon facing a double team. Cassell for 3. Named the finals MVP in recognition of this moment. Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. That was one of the great performances in the history of the NBA.
I was there, Marv, as a broadcaster for the 76ers. Don't forget Jamal Wilkes had an unbelievable game as well.
Patrick Ewing live knocked it away. Good recovery by Bullard. Olajuwon, yes. 23 points. Brown wanted to travel on Anthony, then hits the jump shot. Greg Anthony, Olajuwon. Went to the head fake, but decided to give it up. Bullard for 3. Yes. That's his shot.
You have to give some of the credit to the defense, was the pressure's there, but the offensive players to work harder to get the ball in a better spot.
Out of 10 on the 24. Starks check the clock. Hopper for 3. Yes. Derek Hopper has had an outstanding all-around game. 15 points, 7 assists, 3 steals. He's given the Knicks an 81-79 lead, and it leads the Rockets.
Well, good defense by Houston, keeping the Knicks out on the perimeter, and Derek Harper just staying out there.
4:23 remaining in the fourth. And he's done it again here in Game 2 tonight. Olajuwon putting on the floor, lost it. Starks with the steal, and Mason has a breakaway. The Knicks 83, the Rockets 79.
Interesting, the Rockets go to Olajuwon, and they did this in Game 1 on the right side of the floor, and when he put the ball on the floor, John Starks came down and dug it out.
7-0 run by the Knicks after the slow start here in the fourth. Cassell rejected by Ewing. A loose ball foul.
And when Akeem put this ball on the floor, he lost the vision of John Starks, who not only dug it out, but able to throw it ahead to Mason, avoid getting fouled to stop the
Rockets with the ball trailing by 3. Ewing stepping out, knocked it away. Olajuwon on the recovery, blocked by Ewing. Ewing with an enormous play, rejecting Olajuwon. That's his 4th block of the game. We come up on 2 minutes to go in the fourth. Hopper for 3. Yes. Derek Harper from downtown.
And went and got the ball again as Derek Harper almost lost his shot on the way up, but he had nothing but the bottom of the net.
Knicks by 6. We'll be right back. Rockets with the ball trailing by 6 points. Ewing stepping out to steal. Patrick Ewing with the steal. And Harper able to bring it across. Down to 50 seconds. Maxwell stripped by Starks. Maxwell thought he was fouled. Here's Starks giving it up. Mason jams it. And the Knicks add some cushion. They now lead 89-81. As they look to hold on for 43 and 9/10 seconds. And make the move back to New York with the series tied at 1.
Well, Maxwell ready to let a wild shot go. John Starks reaching in and going to find Anthony Mason trailing on the play in Olajuwon's face. And not settling for anything here, going to take the running opportunity as he dishes nicely to Anthony Mason.
And Spike Lee once again able to find a couple of seats here at the summit. Knicks, Cassell could not hit. Rebound Starks, and Mason breaking and decides to slow it up and draws the foul with 11 and shooting around several hours before the start of the game. John Starks spending lots of time earlier this evening coming off the 3 of 18, 10 or less will be on hand for a Final seconds of the fourth quarter. Knocked out of bounds. 5 rebounds and 4 blocked shots. Finished very strong in the fourth quarter. The Knicks defeat the Rockets 91-83. The series is tied at 1. So the Knicks.
Last year at this time, you're home shooting pool, playing with the kids, but now you're having the time of your life.
I'm really enjoying this. This is a great opportunity. All I can do is thank God for it and try and take advantage of it.
7 o'clock Eastern time. That's game 3 on Sunday night.
I was on the other side trying to keep all this throw-up off the board.
Is that a big relief to you? Knowing that Mason can get that ball?
Yeah, it's a relief. Definitely keeps me a little bit more fresh, a little fresher.
Patrick, can you talk about Harper's performance?
Oh, I thought Derek played a tremendous game. He hit some big shots, very big.
All praises go to God for that victory. Yeah, any questions?
Pat, you see the way your guys attacked the middle defensively, took over the game down the stretch. They couldn't get any good shots. That seems to be the difference in the last 5 minutes.
I think John, did not think about it. He caught the ball and stepped right in and shot it. We spent about 40 minutes yesterday in practice just shooting the ball. They must have shot the ball 100 times, 150 times each in very intense shooting games. So, you got an open one, you step right in and you shot that ball, millions of times in your career. And, that rim's got to look like the ocean. So he made some big shots for us tonight.
Good look. Well, they do pay a lot of attention to John. In the pick and roll situation, they try to blitz him and keep him from coming off of the screen. John made some tremendous passes to me for the open shots. He caught Sam Cassell sort of peeping on what he was trying to do offensively and just made good passes. When we move the basketball.
Are now set for the introduction of the starting lineups. Let's join with Mike Walshevsky.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. Tonight's Game 3 of the 1994 NBA Finals features the Houston Rockets and your New York Knicks. Here tonight's starting lineups. First for Houston. At guard at 6'4" from Florida, number 11, Vernon Maxwell. At guard at 6'3" from North Carolina, number 30, Kenny Smith. At forward at 6'10" from Alabama, number 25, Robert Horry. At forward at 6'10" from Providence, number 33, Otis Thorpe. And at center at 7 feet from the University of Houston, number 34, Hakeem Olajuwon. The trainer is Ray Melchior, assistant coaches Carol Dawson, Bill Berry, and Larry Smith, and the head coach, Rudy Tomjanovich. Saunders, the assistant trainer Tim Walsh, assistant coaches Dick Harder and Chip Van Gundy, and the head coach of the Knicks, Pat Riley.
By Starks. Horry got the step, and a foul is called. Nice delivery for Smith. The shot altered with the presence of Ewing, and Olajuwon lost it to Oakley. Oakley, this time some pressure. Horry came out. Oakley's been hitting the outside shot right throughout.
A little semi-fast break for the Knicks. All of the Houston Rocket defense kind of just melted towards the basket. That left the trailer Oakley wide open.
And the Knicks are starting out with Ewing going head up on Olajuwon. That is a three-pointer. That was a convincing win by the Rockets earlier this season. Nice play. Shot clock at 5. Maxwell, yes. Has been hitting the jump shot. Maxwell giving the Rockets an 11-2 lead, and the Knicks call for time. This will be a full timeout.
Offense, this is the way the Rockets like to play.
Carried, and I feel like I'm ready for that.
Ewing on the drive, went to the finger roll. Rockets now lead 11-4. Back. Rockets 11. Knicks 4. Maxwell explodes off the dribble. Vernon Maxwell on the drive. And the Rockets now lead the Knicks 13-4. Vernon Maxwell trying to turn it from the 7-turnover game on Friday night in Houston. Although he did score 20 points. Ewing from way out. Horry went to the crossover to set up Olajuwon. He's rejected by Ewing. Maxwell for 3. Rebound for. The pass broken up.
Olajuwon, little jumper.
Rockets doing a better job off the offensive boards, and Horry allowed to penetrate. Now the Knicks try to take advantage on the transition. Starks all the way. John Starks. They double up on Oakley. Oakley takes it to the hoop and was rejected. Here's Hopper for 3. Darren Hopper coming off a very strong game, 7 of 11. 18 points, 7 assists, 3 steals, hitting on his first field goal. Rockets by 5. Horry fires up a 3, and it goes over the top of the backboard.
Aggressive defense by the New York Knicks on the pick-and-roll situation. They will trap just about every time they did it and forced really a tough shot by Robert Horry.
5 minutes remaining in this first quarter. Smith is open. The Rockets 16, the Knicks 13.
And once again, John Starks creating off the dribble, getting into the lane and finding the open man. This is exactly what Pat Riley wants for John Starks in the playmaking department.
Olajuwon has been quiet thus far. Maxwell has not. That time, an air ball. Ewing with the save. And it will be New York ball.
And the crowd and Anthony Bonner react to the alert play by
Starks using the screen. Hopper sets up Smith. Yes. Charles Smith with a second straight corner jump shot. It brings the Knicks within 1. Just following the good start by Houston. Maxwell with a beautiful spin, goes to the reverse. Could not complete it. Ewing rebounds. Here comes Starks, putting the speed on. Set up Smith. His pass off the mark. And back comes Maxwell. Ewing is there. The pass broken up by Hopper. Hopper's pass stolen by Olajuwon. Hakeem Olajuwon off the steal. Well, checking out the notables at courtside here at Madison Square Garden. Spike Lee in his usual seat. John McEnroe on hand, back from the French Open. Donald and Marla making the scene. Itzhak Perlman also here on a regular basis. John Thompson has been following the series right throughout. John Kennedy Jr. and Daryl Hannah. And Shaq has returned to the scene of the playoffs. Jack Nicholson down for the premiere of his new motion picture Wolf, so I think we'll be seeing Jack during the course of this week. Rockets 18 and the Knicks 15 as we come up on 3 minutes remaining. in this opening quarter. Marv Albert, Matt Gukas, Ahmad Rashad, and Hannah Storm from the Garden. Starks off the steal, and Charles Smith with his third field goal. He has 6 points. Rockets now lead by 1.
All started on the nice defensive play by Patrick Ewing as Olajuwon didn't step out and reach for the ball. Patrick able to reach over the top and knock it loose.
Olajuwon off to the slow start. Olajuwon bottled up. Olajuwon lost the dribble off his foot. Now able to control. Here's Smith. Kenny Smith line drives it home. Coming back from the dislocated right shoulder. Here's Herrera. Rejected. Ewing jumping right out at it. Sam Cassell has also come on for Kenny Smith. Illegal defense call for the first time.
Most of the time.
Horry got the step. Robert Horry winds down. Maxwell with the step. The Montreal Canadiens in 5. Here's Anthony in the matchup. Ewing against Olajuwon. Ellie for 3. Mario Ellie. Battle between Ewing and Olajuwon. Here's Olajuwon. Yes. Hakeem Olajuwon with his third field goal, 6. And it's Houston by 12.
And he just powered into Patrick Ewing, pushing him back into the lane to create that space for his fadeaway.
Now Mason operating against Herrera. Mason to the jump hook. Nice move by Anthony Mason. Rockets lead 32-22. Ellie guarded by Davis. Here's Thorpe giving it up. Crowd wanted to travel. Herrera buries the jump shot. Hot shooting here by Houston, and they lead by 12.
Once again, the double team, but this time the Rockets read it very well. Saw the open spaces and a nice pass by Otis Thorpe to the open Carl Herrera.
You see the run, 17-5. They've hit their last 6 shots. Mason with an air ball handled by Ewing. Anthony Mason will say, well, that's actually a lead pass. 5 turnovers apiece now. Ewing cuts it to an 8-point Rocket lead. At one stretch, it was 18-17 Houston, then they pulled away. Here's Cassell hitting the 3. Crowd wanted to travel, but Horry held back. Cassell for 3. Yes. Rockets swinging the ball so effectively, hitting the outside shots, and they have built a 42-26 lead on the Knicks with 6:17 remaining in the first half. And Olajuwon off the mark with that turnaround shot. 16-point Houston lead. Starks saw the opening. John Starks pounding it.
Coming to the basket, he recovered to block that shot.
Hopper, yes. Rockets 42, and the Knicks 30. Eric Hopper's Herrera from way out. Starks runs it down. Back comes Starks. Starks all the way. Oakley on the recovery. It is down to a 10-point lead. And timeout called by the Rockets.
Well, as I mentioned, Mark, oh my goodness, they threw the ball away right to Eric Harper.
Harper off the turnover, a careless inbounds play. And the Rockets now lead by 8.
Well, ever since Derek Harper and John Starks have come back off the bench, the pressure has intensified on the Rocket guards, and they are befuddled.
Bad play by Kenny Smith. Harper for Mason. Olajuwon outplayed by Oakley. Goes to the spin and forces and hits. What a shot by Olajuwon. Jump hook. Oakley with the rebound. Gets it out to Ewing, who pops again. Terrific second effort by Ewing. Thorpe, final seconds. Gets it down to Olajuwon. Oh, what a save by Olajuwon. And then Ewing with the rejection. A spectacular ending to the first half.
a terrific effort by Patrick Ewing, who took that jump shot, not quite on the baseline, but a 45-degree gets all the way back to somehow or other outrace that ball and catch up with Olajuwon's little hook.
Ty Ewing, 12-3 run by the Knicks to end this first half.
Were you around for the last?
Thank you. I told you never to bother me during the telecast. Very, very embarrassing. Thank you. Very nice. The staff very well prepared. Well, as we were saying in talking about NBA basketball on Matt, the Knicks. Olajuwon lost the dribble and then recovered. Here's Smith for three. Yes. Kenny Smith from down. Third quarter. Olajuwon. Nice move by Hakeem. Beautiful second effort.
And that's 2 times in a row that Patrick Ewing has gotten caught behind Hakeem Olajuwon, and when Olajuwon puts it on the floor, the Knicks are very slow to get down to try to dig it out.
Rockets by 12. Here's Hopper. Yes. Hopper calling out a play. Oakley sets the pick. Here's Starks for three. Well, the shooting picking up at game number 4 here at the Garden Wednesday night. Ewing with a driving hook. Kenny Smith on the penetration. Yes, and it counts. Beautiful move on a crossover dribble by Kenny Smith.
And you see
deflected by Hopper. Olajuwon with a spectacular move. Hakeem Olajuwon showing the spin, and the Rockets extend to a 14-point lead. Timeout taken by the Knicks.
Well, this is what Hakeem bailout call, calling it on both players.
Horry was stripped. Rockets get back. Starks trying to break, but Houston able to make the transition. Knicks down by 13 points. Rockets have led throughout. Hopper for three. That's his second from downtown. He's hit 5 of 9 overall. He has 12 points. Rockets 59. The Knicks 49. 6.5 remaining. Third quarter. Olajuwon called for a double dribble. Hakeem for three. And Olajuwon lost it. Comes Olajuwon. Smith on the run. And he's fouled. Crowd wanted to travel. But the foul is called on Hopper.
Well, Kenny Smith trying to be much more aggressive in this game 3 as far as taking the ball to the basket. Here he has an open floor situation, taking it to Derek Harper.
Starks for three. Yes. That is his second from downtown three. Maxwell rebounds and he's fouled. Pushed from behind by Starks.
John trying to get in there and get the offensive rebound. However, would have gotten an easy fast break chance.
To Vernon Maxwell, that was his 5th rebound. Maxwell had the hot hand early. He now has 11 points in all. Vernon Maxwell finished the regular season in strong fashion following additional off-the-court problems back in mid-March. Third time foul. Here comes Horry. Fans looking for a charging foul. Fans break for the Knicks. Hopper beating Maxwell. It's a 10-point Houston lead. Oakley on the recovery. And a foul on Horry.
Well, Kenny Smith.
Vernon Maxwell
caught with a fan.
Vernon Maxwell, from time to time, will get involved answering back, and that time had an answer for a fan. And it looks like things have been settled down, and now a technical foul has been called. It's on Maxwell, who is being restrained. Well, earlier we heard Vernon tell us that he was trying to make an effort to stay under control, but that has not been the case. This is second technical of the series, and he's hearing it from the crowd. 11th technical.
In particular at the offensive end, he's been doing a lot of directing of traffic, setting up pick and roll plays, trying to keep everybody on the same page, and he'll be sorely missed for the Rockets while he sits with 4.
The reaction as Anthony Bonner replaces Charles Oakley for Bonner the first time he has played this series. Very popular player here in New York, signing as a free agent after 3 years with Sacramento. Has been bothered by a sore abdominal muscle. He stepped out. Kenny Smith stepped up. Now Cassell and Ellie in the backcourt. Olajuwon stripped. Starks with the lead for Bonner. Yes, and it counts. Herrera over Ewing, rejected. Patrick Ewing with his 5th block.
Now that's the second time Carl Herrera did not even appear to see Patrick Ewing, and he got a shot block.
The Knicks holding for a final shot. We welcome you back to Madison Square Garden in New York. Rockets and Knicks in Game 3 of this best of 7. Series tied at 1. Houston is left in the 4th. Nice pass from Ellie, setting up Thorpe, drops it off for Herrera. And that shot altered by the presence of Ewing. Mason from Starks. And the Rocket lead is down to 4.
And the Rockets start the 4th period, fourth quarter, giving Olajuwon a little bit of a rest. And the New York Knicks taking advantage of it by getting the ball inside, and no shot blocker there, and Mason puts the easy 2.
Illegal defense call against the Knicks. So
spin on the dribble, and Ellie knocked it loose.
Good play by Bonner. Pausing the Ori turnover.
Well, during the break between the 3rd and start of the 4th quarter, Hannah Storm telling us what Rudy Tomjanovich was telling his team, to stay under control, play together, making them aware of just what these Knicks can do defensively in the 4th quarter.
Mason. That is a most unusual move for Anthony Mason. He feels he can take Carl Herrera down low and power him to the basket, but really goes to that running hook. Here is Olajuwon, and a foul called on Mason. Harper calls out a play. Starks for 3. The Rocket lead is down to 2.
Bread and butter play for the New York Knicks. That wing pick and roll between Ewing and Stark. John can do that, or he can penetrate and hit to Patrick.
Cassell in the backcourt. Olajuwon, Thorpe, Ori up front. Wild shot by Cassell. It counts, and the foul. He got the call on the continuation. And that is their 7 seconds without a field goal. They missed 12 consecutive shots before that drive by Cassell. Rockets lead by 4. Oakley rejected by Olajuwon. That's his 6th block. Here comes Maxwell. And the fast break nullified. The ball back to the Knicks. Excellent play by Harper to handcuff Maxwell. You see Oakley hobbling off. Timeout taken. Rockets lead it by 4. Welcome back to Madison Square Garden in New York. The Rockets with a 75-71 lead on the Knicks. In Game 1, Rockets went through a spurt where they converted only 1 field goal in 10 minutes, 58 seconds. They finished Game 2, not able to hit in the final 6:31. And they went 10 minutes and 27 seconds going back to the 3rd quarter without able to hit. They missed 12 consecutive shots before that drive a moment ago by Sam Cassell. Just under 7 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. Harper tried to set it up, but it went astray. Mason in a battle with Olajuwon. Hakeem, yes. Hakeem Olajuwon with a beautiful spin on Anthony Mason. Starts all the way. Rebound Ewing. Otis Thorpe has come on for Robert Horry. Here's Hopper. Well, Derek Hopper hit big buckets down the stretch for the Knicks on Friday night. He's had another good shooting performance, 16 points in all, and the Knicks are with him too. Cassell with the step. Maxwell for three. Oakley with the rebound. Starks chased by Maxwell. Eludes him and hit. The game is tied at 77. Timeout called by the Rockets.
By Sam Cassell and the kick out to Maxwell. John Starks really wasn't near him and he's been able to release on 3 or 4 occasions, and finally the Knicks found him as Charles Oakley sent him off for the easy two, but all 5 Houston Rockets were flat along the baseline. Nobody protecting the backcourt.
5 minutes, 6 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. This very similar to what took place on Friday night when the Knicks took control in the fourth quarter in Houston. And again, the Rockets having shooting difficulties in the fourth. Thorpe now posting up against Ewing. Goes to the hook and banks it home. Otis Thorpe on for Herrera. Cassell rejected. Last touch, though, by the Knicks. Not got him. Houston with the ball. They lead by 2. A change of direction by Horry. He went right, then left, and stuffed it for a 4-point Rocket lead.
And Charles Oakley just does not have the lateral movement to stay with Robert Horry, who can take it to the hole. That's what he was doing in the first quarter.
14 points for Horry. Hopper for 3. Yes. 19 for Hopper. That's his third three-pointer. Rocket lead is now 1. 3:20 to go in the fourth. Olajuwon with the spin to the fadeaway. Rebound Mason. The Rockets have led all the way, clinging to a 1-point lead. Hopper had a tip by Cassell. Ewing. For the first time tonight, the Knicks have the lead. They are up by 1. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Fourth quarter. Olajuwon, double team. Finds Thorpe. Thorpe hits, yes, and it counts. What a tremendous adjustment by Otis Thorpe. By 1, and Thorpe to the line. He was fouled by Starks.
Well, Patrick Ewing, 7 for 24.
Ewing from deep. Rebound Mason. And tipped home. Charles Oakley with the tip, and the game is tied at 84. Just under 2 minutes remaining in the fourth. Cassell trying to lead Thorpe. Here's Maxwell for 3. And Hopper gets to it.
And once again, John Starks releasing on that jump shot. If Derek Harper had looked up a half a second sooner, he would have had him.
Starks for Ewing. Yes. The Knicks, 86. The Rockets, 84. And the Rockets call for time.
Well, front and middle play for the New York Knicks. A little pick and roll with John Starks and Patrick Ewing. It's what they go to in the fourth quarter, as Patrick has struggled all night long, has made his last 2 jump shots. And the last time here, 4 for 20. He said he would have shot 50 if he had them.
Horry came off a pick. He lost Mason. Beautifully executed by the Rockets. And the game is tied at 86.
Well, everybody fell asleep in the lane there as Horry curled Olajuwon Olajuwon, and everybody stayed with Olajuwon, and Mason tried to catch up. Too late.
We come up on 1 minute remaining in the fourth. Shot clock down to 6. Here is Harper. Derek Harper putting together back-to-back excellent shooting games. He now has 21 points. The Knicks lead by 2. Olajuwon in the one-on-one coverage pops it out. Here's Cassell for 3. Sam Cassell coolly hits from downtown to give the Rockets a 1-point lead. And a timeout called by the Knicks. Sam Cassell, the rookie from Florida State, who faced the critical
shot, not afraid to penetrate.
You know, Sam can break you up with those one-liners, though. It's all timing. Rockets by 1. Down to 25 seconds. 16 on the 24. And we get a whistle away from the ball. Houston is celebrating an offensive foul, apparently. Called on the Knicks. It's on Ewing. Patrick Ewing called for the foul.
John Starks trying to get open here. Patrick Ewing stepping out and knocking off Vernon Maxwell, and the officials caught him moving.
And Harper gives the foul on Cassell with 22 seconds. Shooter. In the series, 8 for 9 from the line. And very coolly.
Very far in this league, but his teammates were having lots of words with him in the last ball game. But Rudy Tomjanovich and the coaching staff know what he can do for this ball club because he is such a creative player, and he has that confidence.
Now on Game 4. Patrick Ewing and the Knicks must reject the notion that the Rockets can win again on this stage. For the first time in more than half a century, and now for the second time in less than 24 hours.
Seeking to tie the series at 2, the Rockets hoping to take a 3-1 lead. Ewing with a twisting shot rejected. Ewing on the follow.
Well, Mark, when you get 4 cracks at it, you should be able to finally get it.
Half gone by. Vernon Maxwell only 5 for 15 the other night. Had his pass broken up by Oakley. Starks on the drive was able to get it off to Ewing. Oakley, and a foul is called. Loose ball foul on Charles Oakley. The game on Sunday night. Charles Smith gets inside, and the Knicks lead 5-0. You know, Matt, the Knicks went through a stretch earlier this season where unnamed players were complaining about the offense, the feeling that Ewing was taking too many shots. Good defense here by the Knicks. Maxwell eluding Starks. Maxwell with a nice move, but came up short. Oakley with the rebound. Patrick Ewing feels, though, they have been good shots, and he just feels he has to hit them. Here's Stark kicking it out. Oakley. The Knicks getting off to the fast start in contrast to what happened here on Sunday. And a 20-second timeout taken by the Rockets. Oakley with the turnaround. Smith from deep. The Knicks 11. The Rockets 2.
So far, the Knicks are moving the ball in the half-court offense, much as they did in Game 2 in Houston, and it was very successful for them there.
And the Knicks have matched the 11-2 start of the Rockets here on Game 3. Thorpe not able to hit. Back come the Knicks. 3-on-2. Starks pulls it up. Yes. And Rudy Tomjanovich wants to talk it over. And back comes Maxwell. The lead for Cassell broken up by Mason. Anthony Mason, who handles the ball so well, leading Starks, sets up Bonner. Knicks 15, Rockets 2, and the Knicks are flying here at the start. Ewing stepping in Nearly picked it off. Olajuwon on the recovery. Maxwell switching hands on the dribble. Ewing with the rebound. Here comes Harper. And then decides to pull it back. And then shoots it. And hits.
Boy, all of this starting with a swarming New York defense. Just making life miserable for the Rockets. They cannot get a good look at the basket. And the Knicks are turning it into offense for themselves.
The Rockets with only 2 points, and they have 4:15 remaining in the first quarter. Harper with another terrific defensive play. And then
now.
Olajuwon off the fake. Cassell for 3. Yes. Sam Cassell hitting a three-pointer at 3. Ewing to the fadeaway and hits. Patrick Ewing with a desperation shot. Able to drill it.
And he took a little peekaboo at the shot clock at the other end of the floor. Knew what he had to do. He's happy that thing went down.
Olajuwon with the fake. Nice move by Hakeem. Jerry Seinfeld is on hand, along with Cindy Crawford. And Madonna wearing, incidentally, Matt, John Stark's number 3 jersey. Let's not read anything into that. Madonna has been hit on a number of occasions. Mark Messier, who certainly has enjoyed the past 24 hours. This the scene of one of the glorious moments in the history of New York sports. Ewing. Rebound Anthony. Well, Greg Anthony. Ewing. Patrick Ewing, 3 for 9, 6 points. And the Knicks with a 23-14 advantage. Ewing also has 8 rebounds. Fast start in that department. Ewing with the block. Shot clock at 4. Cassell. Oh, what a shot by Sam Cassell tonight. And he's done the job here in the first half. Greg Anthony showing some...
Well, you can't do that. You got to go grab it.
Cassell rejected by Smith. Horry for 3, yes. Robert Horry, who has the stroke, gets it back out. Harper for 3.
That's the player of the year.
Harper. Darren Harper continuing the superb shooting. 3 of 5, 7 points. The Knicks 30, the Rockets 19. Kenny Smith back on the floor. Feeding Hakeem Olajuwon, now being played by Patrick Ewing, who knocked to the side. Off the steal, Starks from Smith.
Terrific thread-the-needle pass by Charles Smith, and John Starks did an outstanding job of catching, getting feet together, and finishing the shot off as Hakeem Olajuwon.
Horry, Otis Ford on the front line. Maxwell for 3. Vernon Maxwell hitting. There you go! There's Charles Smith. The Knicks swinging the ball effectively to find the open man.
Well, that's what I'm talking.
3 minutes to go, first half. Marv Albert, Matt Dukas, Bob Costas, Ahmad Rashad, Hannah Storm, Madison Square Garden in New York. Charles Smith locating the outside cut. 8 points for Smith. The Knicks lead 36-27.
Either the passing's better or all of a sudden the rim got too big.
Olajuwon, yes, at both ends. 7-point Nick Lee. Here's Oakley. Yes.
Out there, and it is starting to show.
The Knicks have missed their last 5 from the field. Ewing ends that streak. 8 points for Ewing. He is 4 for 12. The Knicks 40, Rockets 31. A game that began with the Knicks jumping in front 17-2. And the Rockets were able to come on. They ended the first quarter with a 12-2 run. Olajuwon. Hakeem is 5 for 9. Able to finish. Ewing kept it alive. Patrick Ewing controlling. Game 4, the best of 7. Rockets with a 2-1 lead. Oakley gets inside. 9 points for Oakley. Double team. Then able to hustle back. Maxwell for 3. Yes. Vernon Maxwell picking up the shooting. 10 points for Maxwell, and the Knicks lead is only 4. The Knicks have led by as many as 15. That was right at the start with that 17-2 spurt. Charles Smith with a strong move. 10 points, first down by 6. Fourth gets inside, it counts, and the foul. The crowd, here's Ewing. Setting up Harper for 3. Derek Harper with his second from downtown. The Knicks 49, the Rockets 42. Olajuwon with a good position that changed his mind. Ori, yes. 9 points for Ori. The Knicks lead is 5.
And we've seen the centers on 2 successive plays put the ball on the floor, start to make their offensive move, and then make a nice pass for an assist and a basket for their team. Not many big men can do that.
Well, the shovel pass from Starks, picked off by Maxwell. Bernard Maxwell able to finish it off, and the Knicks lead is now the game that he had in Game 3. Olajuwon, yes. Hakeem Olajuwon with 12 points, and the Rockets are within 1.
And it had a story telling us during that last timeout. Rudy Tomjanovich wants either Thorpe or Olajuwon to post up in transition, the first big man down, to see if they can get some quick scores there.
Starks got the step, and he drew the foul. Starks going.
Well, John Starks getting that high pick from Charles Oakley to send him towards the basket.
Olajuwon with the spinning jump. Oh, what a move by Hakeem Olajuwon, and he has tied the standing night. Here's Ori. Oh, look out. Oh, he went down hard. Robert Ori slamming to the floor.
A little give and go to Robert Ori as Anthony Mason comes over to try to... As he goes hard right.
Olajuwon off the double team. Yes. Hakeem Olajuwon. To the Knicks, Doc Rivers leading the way in that department. Went down with a knee back in December. There is Doc, who incidentally made the all-interview team once again.
Quite an accomplishment. I think Charles Barkley made it once again.
Yes. Here's Olajuwon. And the Rockets now lead 56-50. Hakeem with 18 points.
And he looks very comfortable. The last 3 times he has touched the ball, it looks like there is no defense around him.
Olajuwon with the steal. The Rockets have taken the play away from the Knicks with a
backside, and now he is suffering from back spasms. They're treating him right now in the trainer's room with some ice, trying to stretch out his back, and they do believe that he'll be able to come back and play in this game. Mark?
All right, had a nice move by John Starks. Well, Dr. Gukas was right on. Calling the back spasm as he saw it.
Challenging Mike Saunders for Trainer of the Year.
Right. Rockets by 4. Just under 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Maxwell. Rebounded by Oakley, who pitches down to Starks. Maxwell is back. Starks with a duck under move. So John Starks with a couple of buckets to bring the Knicks within 2. Minute and a half to go. Third quarter. Cassell. Thorpe. Got clock at 5. Otis Thorpe. Rebound. Charles Oakley. Here comes Starks. Harper for 3. Yes. The Knicks in the midst of a spurt. Finals. And there is the Magic Man. Here is have 13 rebounds, 3 personal fouls. Harper for 3. That's his 4th three-pointer.
Before time, so they like to start it with him going inside, and if he can't get it, go to the outside.
Mason off a nice pass from Smith.
Trying to be aggressive defensively, but they have to use their heads.
Herrera is fouled by Smith. Back on the floor. Off the head fake. Hits. Hakeem Olajuwon.
Some calls have been going against Anthony. He's a little mad now. See if he can't get something going.
Derek Harper with yet another three-pointer. He's 5 for 9 from downtown. And for the series, he has hit 14 of 26 from three-point range. Phenomenal shooting. Olajuwon with the head fake. What a move by Hakeem Olajuwon.
He's feeling it in the low post now. Every time he gets it, he's thinking score. That was a lightning quick spin move.
Rockets lead by 2. 3 minutes gone by in the fourth. Ewing kept the dribble alive. Ewing on the return. Yes. Game is tied at 60. Game tied at 67. Olajuwon from Horry. And the Rockets take us. Only 34 minutes in the entire playoffs. Herrera had it knocked away. It will be Houston ball remaining in the fourth quarter. Olajuwon stripped, then able to recover. Olajuwon, yes. Hakeem Olajuwon. 22. Here's Ewing. Nice change by Patrick. No, that is right on. But a beautiful save. What a save by Oakley. That second free throw by Ewing, too strong off the back of the rim. Starks for 3. They've changed it to a 2. His foot on the line. The Knicks are arguing as a timeout is called. Now Joe Crawford just changed back to a 3. Joe Crawford with the indication that it is a three-pointer. So the Knicks take an 80-74 lead.
Well, look at the hustle play here by Charles Oakley, which he does so often, running into the over the end line and trying to see John Starks' feet as he got behind Patrick Ewing's screen, and he nailed the three-pointer.
Dave, if we get up 3 games to 1, the Knicks will choke. But then pull back because obviously the Knicks are going to lead by 5. 3:20 remaining. The fourth quarter. Knicks trying to tie the series at 2. Patrick Ewing making his way closer to the basket, hitting with the driving hook to extend to a 7-point lead. 16 points for Ewing, but he's 8 for 26 from the field. Just under 3 minutes to go in the fourth. For Herrera, it counts, and the foul. 2:45 remaining fourth quarter. Hopper played by Cassell. Sam Cassell has played most of the game this evening. Maxwell facing Starks, who hits the 3. John Starks with another three-pointer. And the Knicks lead by 7. Rockets call for a timeout.
Well, the pit play for the New York Knicks. Screen and roll out on the right side. Timing is just about right as Patrick starts to come. Maxwell adjusting his feet. And John Starks can either take it into the lane or do what he did just there. Pop behind the screen and fire the 3.
And the Knicks are doing it from downtown. They're now 7 of 17 from three-point land. Short of tying a record for a finals game. As Olajuwon made his move, he is fouled. That's a hold on Ewing, number 5, charged to Ewing. Minute 20 remaining. Olajuwon. Ewing did not want to pick up another foul, but here's the whistle from Hugh Evans. A push is called, and that is number 6, Patrick Ewing. 32 points. The Knicks with a 3-point lead. And now trying to hold on without Patrick Ewing, who fouled out. Charles Smith replacing Patrick Ewing. We come up on 1 minute remaining in the fourth. Oakley sets the pick. Shot clock down to 8. Oakley comes out again. Here's Starks taking it to the basket. And the foul is called.
Have to do with Patrick Ewing on the bench, fouled out, happy with that play by John Starks as he goes to the free throw line. It's either got to be a post up for Mason or some kind of pick and roll involving Harper or Starks.
And that was number 5 called on Olajuwon. The Knicks have not shot well at the line. They're now 9 of 16. Starks 3 of 5, 17 points. Knicks lead 86-82. 52 seconds remaining in the fourth. Clutch free throws for Starks. And the Maxwell looking inside. Olajuwon facing the double team, broken up by Oak. Down at the 11. a three-point attempt. Here comes Starks. Starks going all the way to draw the foul. And he does. Hit by Bullard.
He secures the rebound for New York. And Pat Riley has his heart in his throat on this particular play because he has no idea where John Starks might be going, but he's happy to see him at the free throw line.
Starks 4 of 6 from the line. The Knicks 89, Rockets 82. Tumble, the Denver Nuggets fellow Georgetown alum. For Derek Hopper, he has 21. The Knicks lead by 9. This one is headed back to Houston for certain. Maxwell throws up the air ball. So the New York Knicks able to tie the series at 2. There will be a game 5 of the Garden on Friday night, and then it will be back to Houston for a game number 6 on Sunday, as time has run out on the Rockets. The Knicks defeat the Rockets 91-82. Hakeem Olajuwon, the high point man, with 32. Derek Hopper with 21. And John Starks with 20 points. The Knicks with 31 points in the fourth quarter. Listen to 82. The series is tied at 2. On a hot and humid 92-degree day here in New York City, we welcome you back to Madison Square Garden. Set for the introduction of the starting lineups. Let's go to Mike Walshewski on the public address.
Virginia Union, number 34, co-captain Charles Oakley. And at center, at 17 from Georgetown, number 33, co-captain Patrick Ewing. The NBA Trainer of the Year is Mike Saunders, the assistant trainer Tim Walsh, assistant coaches Dick Carter and Tim Van Gundy, and the head coach of the Knicks, Pat Riley.
Smith all over Hopper here at the start. Hopper fires and hits. Tough angle. Recovered by Olajuwon. Starks knocked it away. Kicked out of bounds by Maxwell.
It was a bad shot.
Horry off the spin. Good floor. Starks back. Oakley for Hopper. Charles Oakley had 20 rebounds the other night. Hopper with a beautiful ball fake. What a move by Derek Hopper. The Rockets back in a hurry. Smith for 3. And that has to feel very good.
Look off the defense here with the ball fake as well, as he totally had Kenny Smith going the other way.
The Rockets swinging it. Look, nice play. Olajuwon getting inside. Pretty pass from Horry. Rockets 7, Knicks 4.
Well, the ball just moved so quickly. No way the rotating New York defense could catch up, and eventually the easy lay-in for Olajuwon.
Ewing again from way out. Rockets lead 7-6.
Plenty of room for Patrick Ewing there from about 19 feet away. Stepped into that shot, no hesitation at all. Smith on the steal.
Starks, like Derek Harper, has played very well. 20 points for Starks in Game 4, 11 in the fourth quarter, including 2 late three-pointers. The Knicks lead 8-7. 5 minutes gone by. Olajuwon. Ewing with the rebound. Harper off the fake. Sets up Oakley. Yes. The Knicks lead 10-7.
And a much better shot there by Charles Oakley on the penetration on the semi-break by Harper, and the little kick out on that last pick and roll for the Rockets on the penetration by the guard and the kick out for the jump shot for Olajuwon. That's what he wants more. He wants more of that kind of pass so he can either shoot it or drive it.
Olajuwon beat Oakley, who shot clock at 2. It's down to 1. Horry has to fling it and hits. Three-pointer for Robert Horry, who is looking just fine after bruising his back and both wrists. Injured in the fall, hit by Anthony Mason on the hard foul. Strong move by Carl Smith.
Further than he'd like to be.
Oh, what a move by Olajuwon, but he lost the grip. Beautiful pass for Starks. What a delivery.
An incredible pass, right down the middle of the floor, hit the floor perfectly, and right into the hands of Starks.
Smith came up short on that three-point attempt. Knicks lead by 2. Oakley. This is the best basket
to Stark and force the turnover.
Starks. The Knicks by 6, and the Rockets call for time. Not play at all in Game 4. Only 1 for 7 of the series has come on. Harper again. Derek Harper to this point has been the most valuable player of the finals. He has put together 3 terrific games, something he did not do at all during the regular season, putting 3 straight back-to-back since coming over from Dallas. Hakeem Olajuwon with his 3rd field goal.
But showed that he does listen to other people and is not always looking to control everything. He let his players help make the decision of bringing Anthony back.
Patrick Ewing with the foul. That's his 3rd field goal. He's 3 of 7, 6 points. Second quarter just underway. Knicks lead 24-21. Mario Elie has come on for the first time for the Rockets. Cassell throwing in a crowd. A bad pass picked up by Ewing, then he lost to Cassell. Open shot for Cassell. Sam Cassell now having a discussion with Carl Herrera about that last errant pass, which is not appreciated by Herrera. Bring Anthony on the floor for the first time. He and Hubert Davis at the guards. Charles Oakley, Patrick Ewing, and Anthony Mason up front. They're doubling up on Ewing with Olajuwon getting a rest on the bench. Here's Anthony. Ewing with a spectacular windmill stuff.
Well, he guessed right, Marv. He started from about 2 steps beyond the free throw line, just took off, and he figured if it's anywhere up there, either right or left hand, I'm going to try to jam this through.
26-23 Knicks. Elie open for the 3, and he's tied the game at 3. Mario Elie, a New York City product who has not played much during the course of this series, but the feeling is he could get the time here tonight. Game tied at 26. Again, the double team on Ewing. Not wanting a foul as Mason pulled his way inside. Knicks lead by 2.
Of course, the Knicks getting a lot of baskets inside right now with Olajuwon sitting on the bench. Just not enough bulk, strength, or lift in the Rockets' front line right now.
Cassell for Herrera. And a pretty shot. Herrera again gets inside. And Carl Herrera, who had the outstanding game in the opener of this series, is now 3 of 3 from the field off the bench for a quick 7.
I think Pat Riley's waiting for a TV timeout here. Really, Patrick Ewing is tired right now, even though he had a couple of follow-ups. I noticed he was breathing heavily, leaning over, pulling on his shorts. Probably needs a breather.
Mason Game is tied at 30. Rockets in the midst of a good spree. They've hit their last 4 shots. Cassell. And the rebound hustled down by Anthony. Mason saw the opening.
Again, Anthony Mason realizes there's nobody except maybe Robert Horry who can get up in the air and knock his shot away, and he's using his body very nicely to get easy little baby hooks.
6 points for Mason, and the Knicks are up 32-30. Shot clock at 5. Herrera again. 9 points for Carl Herrera. And he, out of Ohio State, a late addition to the Rocket squad during the regular season. A wild shot by Oakley, and he got the turns to Herrera. Rebound Olajuwon. Rebound Ellie. Ellie mistimed the tip. And the Knicks got a break. There's Ewing. Well, Patrick Ewing has had the touch thus far tonight. 5 of 10. 10 points, along with 5 rebounds. And it's New York by 3 with just under 5 minutes remaining in the half. Cassell for Olajuwon. Has to throw it back out. Ellie for 3. And Mason handles the rebound. The Knicks have hit their last 4 shots. They double up on Ewing. Finds the open man. Anthony Mason buries the jump shot. Good reaction by Ewing on the double team.
Well, throughout the whole series, every time the Rockets double down on Patrick Ewing, they're always going to leave somebody open. In the early part of the season, it was Oakley. Now it's been Mason and whoever is at the top of the key.
Ewing with that block on 4th, and then he lost it. Here comes Starks. Starks for Harper. The basket counts, and the foul. It's a goaltend. Cassell for Court. Oh, Olajuwon rams it home. Starks. Mason on the offensive boards. Rebound, Ewing. Patrick Ewing in this first half. Here's another look at it while we were away.
And as Olajuwon just tried to gather himself and pick up the basketball, he either inadvertently caught Mason with an elbow in the chest or head area, or intentional, and Mason popping right back up, wanting to go at Olajuwon. Cooler heads trying to prevail. Nobody has thrown a punch yet, as the officials trying to figure out what they're going to do about it.
Well, it appears they have called a personal foul and a technical foul on Anthony Mason. And Kenny Smith to the line.
Here's Olajuwon not able to get his shot off here, and as he tries to...
Who feels that he was wronged by the elbow from Hakeem Olajuwon and was upset that there was no call against Olajuwon, and the Knicks are trying to settle Mason down. They have been through many similar episodes involving Anthony Mason. And back comes Starks. Mason ahead of the field, and he's fouled by Horry. Fouled hard by Horry. You'll recall back in Game 4, it was Horry fouled hard by Mason. It was called a flagrant foul, and Horry hurt his lower back and his wrist, and now John Starks had something to say to Robert Horry, and this is being called a flagrant foul.
And John Starks, and now back into the play to commit the very hard foul, and now a flagrant foul to prevent the dunk. And it was interesting, Robert Horry said after he was hit in Game 4 that he didn't think it was a flagrant foul. He thought...
The first series of incidents that we have seen. Harper gets inside. And the Knicks with a 14-3 run now lead 48-37. We are down to 10 seconds remaining in the half. The lead overthrow. Starks for Harper. 1 second left. Harper gets it off. Mason. And the Knicks receiving a standing ovation as they head off the court. Patrick Ewing, the high man, with 12 points, along with... Starks with the shot clock running down, went to the reverse. And the Knicks lead by 10.
A sudden pick and roll, and John Starks took the rest of it, the casket, by taking it to the other side, getting around Olajuwon, and then avoiding the shot clock by using the rim as a shield.
Maxwell. Thorpe able to keep it alive. Here's Maxwell for three. Ewing batting it aside. Charles Smith taking it to the basket.
And he dropping down a bit. Patrick Ewing gives him the little bump, and the turn of the corner on Olajuwon.
Olajuwon lost it. Starks protecting it, getting it to Oakley, feeding Ewing. Down to two, down to one. Ewing, and three.
The fadeaway ties the game at 61. Knicks trail.
A change of strategy for Rudy Tomjanovich as Starks hits a three. And the Knicks lead by one.
At 19, minute and a half left. Key sequence. Knicks by 3. Ori the air ball. Oakley the save. The lead pass to a wide open Mason, who throws it down.
Well, a very tentative sequence there by the Houston Rockets. Olajuwon first. What about a three-pointer?
The Houston Rockets without a field goal the last 3 minutes and 57 seconds. Sam Cassell departs, only 2 of 5. The Knicks have hit 13 of the last 14 at the line, which is the second of the playoffs. Ball knocked away by Ewing and handled by Mason, who was fouled by Ellie. With the Rockets over the foul limit, Mason will go to the line. He's 4 for 6, and Starks will dribble it out. The Knicks 91, the Rockets 84, as they head back to Houston for Game 6 on Sunday. A reminder, we will be rejoining Tom Brokaw and NBC. Gets inside, and he is stopped by Ewing. Maxwell with the fake. Goes over Maxwell, getting on his first. 2:15 gone by. Thorpe with a shoulder ball move, and that is stopped by Ewing. Ewing had the 8 blocks in Game 5 on Friday in New York. Nice ball exchange, and Smith is able to stuff. Pretty pass. Much energy to get the ball down court. Rockets now down with only 5 of the 24, but Olajuwon bails them out with a jump shot. Rockets 6, the Knicks 2.
Well, Ewing coming over to help out, and actually Charles Oakley had Thorpe under control, but the natural instinct is to help, and it left the Keem wide open.
Starks. John Starks hits from downtown. After they missed their first 5 shots, Thorpe twisting his way. Pretty move by Otis Thorpe. Houston 8, New York 7. Ewing able to recapture and hits the jump hook. Patrick Ewing allowed to get down low once again.
And that time Patrick did have a Keem on his back, fumbled the ball, but did a good job of recapturing, and we haven't seen a lot of little jump hooks from Patrick in this series. That was a pretty one.
Knicks by 1. Ori off the spin. Kenny Smith way off on that jump shot. Here's Charles Smith. And the Knicks have an 11-8 advantage.
It's almost like a Western Conference regular season game has broken out here. Both teams just play open for almost.
Oakley. The Knicks lead 15-8. Juwan now being played by Smith. And Akeem hits over. Charles State has come on, replacing Kenny Smith. Oakley, yes. The Knicks 17, the Rockets 12. And Thorpe rebounds. Oakley hit the floor hard. Horry for three. Yes. Robert Horry from downtown. The Knicks 19, the Rockets 16. Horry trying to turn it from the 2 of 14 the other night.
It's good to see Sam Cassell getting in the backcourt, applying good man-to-man pressure against Derek Harper, giving it back to Derek. He's been doing it today.
Patrick Ewing with his second field team remaining in the quarter. Trying to work it down. Horry for three. Yes. Quarter underway. Knicks and Rockets tied 21 apiece. Cassell from three. Herrera. Yes. Carl Herrera. And
some poor rotation.
Crowd wanted to travel on Anthony. Smith. Charles Smith has hit 3 out of 5. He has 6 points. Rockets 26. The next 20. Janovich decides to insert Hakeem Olajuwon. Here is Smith getting inside. It counts. And the foul. Strong move by Charles Smith. Cassell sits down. An excellent job by the rookie again. Here's Olajuwon with a gorgeous spinning jump shot. 10 points for Olajuwon. Rockets by 9. Just under 4 to go in the first half. Hopper on a crossover. What a move by Hopper. He left Smith behind him.
And there have been times in this series where the Rockets will force baseline. They're not doing it right now, so it's an absolute crime for Kenny Smith to let Harper beat him baseline.
Herrera, yes. Oh, Herrera. Olajuwon. Pat Riley coached the previous 2 teams. Here's Starks going all the way.
John Starks.
And the Rockets lead by 7. Well, the Knicks collision with Smith. Maxwell for 3. Yes. Oh, a spectacular sequence.
And really with Ewing taking so many jumpers, Lee Mason and Smith on a lot of good runs at the glass. Didn't get any rebounds, however.
And John Starks hits the 3. Rockets lead 46-39. 9 points for Starks along with 4 assists. Maxwell had it knocked away. They double up on Olajuwon momentarily. Olajuwon with the open shot.
He said they're down by 9 at halftime. The most important run of the season will be right here at the beginning of the third quarter. Mark?
Thank you, Ahmad. And Patrick Ewing with a pretty fadeaway baseline jump shot cuts it to a 7-point Houston lead. And Starks picked off Smith. Oakley up front. 2 minutes in, third quarter. Ewing off the fake. It counts, and the foul. Elijah. Shot clock at 2, and Olajuwon hits. This on a consistent basis. Here's Hopper. He finally in-picked. Here's Oakley. Charles Oakley from the top of the circle. Rockets with the ball, leading by 8. Cassell went to the left hand and was picked off by Hopper. Steal number 4 for Derek Harper, and he set up Johns. Try to set a pick. Shot clock at 4. Ewing. Patrick Ewing from deep. He now has 17, and the Rocket lead is 4. The Knicks in the midst of an 11-3 run. Olajuwon off a double team. Good pass from Herrera. The Knicks bench 19-1. Herrera. Won't count. Offensive. Herrera off the ball fake. Yes. He is 6 of 6. 12 points. Rockets lead by 5. 20 seconds to go in the quarter. Down to 10 seconds. Hopper working against Cassell. 5 seconds left. Third quarter. Mason. It counts. Anthony Mason with the hustle and then able to line drive it home. led by as many as 12. We'll return after these messages from your local station. In the fourth quarter, games 4 and 5 starts this evening. Game 7 on Wednesday. Elijah Wan. Yes. Houston sets lead by 7. Here is Ellie. Buckets here in the fourth quarter. Starks unleashing. Hits the three. John Starks, who has terrorized the Rockets in the fourth. Knocks down a three-pointer. It's a 72-66 Houston lead. Ellie try to put the move on Starks. Herrera for Cassell, who was blocked. Good play by him. Cassell and Ewing with the box out. Rockets lead by 6. Starks on the drive. And a foul against the Rockets. Looks to be Herrera. Herrera bottled up. And a foul is called. It's on Starks. That's his third.
Foul is called on New York's number 3, John.
Oh, the Knicks doing a good job of rotating defensively out of this. John Starks really upset with this call. Keep an eye right there on that right hand as he got all ball as he rummed it right down the arm of Carl.
Starks in the backcourt. Starks wide open. John Starks lost his man, and he has brought the Knicks within 2. John Starks with all 8 Knick points to start the fourth quarter. Elijah Wan playing with 4 fouls. Elijah Wan over Ewing. He has 26 points. Rockets 74 and the Knicks 70. In this fourth quarter, it's the Rockets 9, John Starks 8. Here's Hopper for Mason. Anthony Mason. Out of any of the previous 21 playoff games, he's playing here with 5. Oakley. Maxwell squeezing his way in. Vernon Maxwell extends to a 78-74 Houston lead. Knicks have hit their last 4 shots. Hopper. Starks for 3. Yes. John Starks unconscious here in the fourth quarter.
For that offensive rebound and then able to get it himself.
Smith for 3. Gary Smith, who has struggled right throughout. Shot clock at 5. Horry for 3. Ewing rebounds. And here comes Starks. Starks all the way. Oh, what a move by John Starks. Elijah Wan did not want to pick up number 6. Rockets 84. And the Knicks 79. A minute and a half remaining in the fourth. Maxwell got it knocked away. Last touch by Maxwell. A terrific defensive play by Starks.
And Starks' drive to the basket was the first definitive move by Knicks.
Fine defensive play by John Starks against Vernon Maxwell. The Knicks get it back. They're down by 5. A minute 20 to go. In the fourth quarter, Starks for 3. Yes! John Starks keeping the Knicks alive. Here's Starks. Stolen by Elijah Wan. And he's fouled by Ewing. The Knicks are over the limit. So Elijah Wan.
And for a jump shot, but the deflection, the steal, and the foul.
Hakeem, 3/10 seconds remaining in the fourth.
It doesn't have to be a 3. If it shows up, fine. But then if they score, just go back and play defense and try to get the stop.
Charles Oakley will throw in. They're not playing the ball. Hopper for Mason. And he gets the quick 2. 2-point Rocket lead. 32. Rockets over the limit.
And I would still not be surprised to see John Starks try to win it from beyond the arc.
All right, Starks. Rockets do not want to foul. Starks for 3, came up short. And Draco Valley in the silent in the fourth quarter. John Starks with a gallant effort. 16 of the Knicks' 22 points in the fourth. Starks claiming that he was fouled, but the call was not made.
John is thinking three-pointer all the way, harassed by the defensive player in the ear. He may have gotten part of his hand. Get fouled on this as Olajuwon just flicked it.
Goes down to a 7th game on Wednesday night. The high